Morning, good afternoon, or good evening, as the case may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. So, with that said, I welcome all of you to the program. This is Sunday night, early Monday morning. It is 12:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Um, I had previously kind of thought of doing, hey, Aunt Pearl. Hi, Pearl. This is a subject you might be interested in, and I might end up getting to be um, quite frank about some things and about race and racism and stuff. And Delaney, I think that we have been around long enough that we probably would agree on this. But hey, Travis. Hi, XX. 7464. Okay. Hi there. Susie Q. No, I know I am awake. Why I am awake. Hey, Susie. Just so I could say hi to all you wonderful people. Hey, Alexander, Mr. Ganja Shaman. Hi. Not yet. Sort of waiting on it. I got started late. I've been okay, Travis. So kind of um, muddy headed, but okay. Everything's going as good as possible. But this particular subject just kind of jumped on me, and it's one of these things I have tried to think of something else, and they just won't let me think of something else. So, but anyway, um, on this topic of critical race theory, so I was like, what the hell are they? Um, what the hell are these folks up to? So it's like, okay, so let's do a little history, okay, before I jump into what this thing has. I'm okay, Travis, honest, just a little muddy headed, that's all, which is like normal for me. So I want to do a little bit of, I want to do a little bit of history. And so I can't watch the screen and do what I'm fixing to do. So if y'all go too fast over here, um, I got to split the screen so I can read this. Okay, just to give you all a. Now you can find this yourself, just by going to DuckDuckGo. But critical race theory is a body of legal scholarship and an academic movement of U.S. civil rights scholars and activists. Now, did you catch all that? It is a body of legal scholarship. In other words, I guess you have to be, you must have graduated or something. And an academic movement of U.S. civil rights scholars and activists who seek to critically examine the intersection of race and U.S. law and to challenge mainstream American liberal approaches to racial justice. Now, that last word, justice, let me tell you, I'm a white man. I didn't get no justice. There are a lot of people on this earth that, regardless of the race, don't get no justice. Okay, so this idea that somehow racism or there's going to be racial justice, we just have to forget that. All right. Now, between you and me and the fence post, we have justice between us. But this idea of racial justice is a pie in the sky. Just just because justice is, we don't get justice anymore. That's not because it shouldn't be, couldn't be. It's because there is no justice, not truly. If so, then the Clintons would be in jail. If so, then if so, then all these other things, right? So this idea of justice, just remember that. So critical race theory was a movement that initially started. Now, this is news at Columbia EDU, okay? That initially started at Harvard under Professor Derek Bell in the 1980s. It evolved in reaction to critical legal studies, which came about in the 1970s and dissected the idea that law was just and neutral. Remember, I said this just thing? Over time, the movement grew among legal scholars, mostly of color, at law schools across the country. Okay. So, the theory that started out as a discussion, okay, the theory of relativity. Let's discuss this thing about it's a theory. Is it proven? No, it's a matter for discussion. So if it's simply a theory, then there isn't anything that's actually proven to be true and therefore could actually be taught as a subject. Just bringing stuff up, okay? This is Wikipedia. Critical race theory, or CRT, is the body of legal scholarship um, and an academic movement of U.S. civil rights scholars and activists who seek to critically examine the intersection of race and U.S. law and to challenge mainstream American liberal approaches to racial justice. CRT examines social, cultural, and legal issues primarily as they relate to race and racism in the United States. Okay, so I have just a little bit more I want to read to kind of bring this out. Um, criticalrace.org. Rather, critical race theory and the training to implement it is a radical ideology. Now, this is from criticalrace.org, okay? It is a radical ideology that focuses on race as the key to understanding society and objectifies people based on race. That focuses on race as the key to understanding society. So the only way, their point of view is the only way to understand society is by doing it through race. The only way is because that is the key to understanding society and objectifies people based on race. Now that's from criticalrace.org, okay? An outgrowth of the European Marxist school of critical thinking is an academic movement which seeks to link racism and power. All right, so that's from their, criticalrace.org. Okay, this is another intellectual and critical race theory and intellectual and social movement and framework of legal analysis. Okay, this is all legal beagle talk, okay? Based on the premise that race is a socially constructed category that is used to oppress and exploit people of color. Race is a socially constructed category. What? So if you were born in Mexico and you're Mexican, then wait a minute, you're not a white person. So then what are you? So you're socially constructed as a race? That's what they're saying. Okay. That critical race theorists hold that racism is inherent in the law and legal institutions of the United States. Susie Q. Isby. Hey, Isby, I got your message late and my phone has been charging this afternoon and then I just forgot. It got late and I didn't know what to do. The true way to understand society is through spirituality. Right. Well, here's the thing. Here's these let's talk about this. there are white people in part of this group who's talking about the race. Now they say that, that America was based on a bunch of rich white men. Look at me in the eye, y'all. It is based on a bunch of rich old white men. Period. That's the truth. Pay attention. Oh, but yes, white men came over on a boat. Okay, was Christopher Columbus? Was with these? They were Spaniards and Portuguese, and probably had a black slave or two, hanging around down there in the hold. And I'm not trying to be rude, but let's be honest. Let's talk honestly here. So this idea somehow that, well, United States was based on a bunch of rich white men. Well, duh. Yes, that's true. Absolutely. Until the 1960s, during the civil rights movement and all that, which I grew up in, okay, I remember the riots. I remember the bloody people. I remember people getting shot and killed on the street. And people want to bitch and complain about today. And it's like there's no comparison as to what happened in the 60s. People were fighting for their civil rights as human beings, and they won. So, where they was hanging black folk out here in the woods in the 50s and 60s, now there are interracial marriages here in Colquitt County and in South Georgia. And, within my own family, there's interracial. I don't have a problem with it. Okay. I dated a black girl back in the day. Beautiful thing. Oh my God! I think she had some Cuban in her, but but she was more tan than Cuban, right? So she was quote black. So this idea of race. Now, since the 1960s, I'm 69. Got to throw that in there. But there are some other people who are like, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, Dave. Yeah, I do. I've lived 69 years and I've lived through the civil rights acts. I knew people. I was going, I was for the civil rights. I was the little white kid that always drank out of the black fountain just to piss people off in the stores when they had a black water fountain and a white water fountain. People are like, what? Yes, that was in the 60s. And it wasn't until about 68 or so that 65, 66 in there, it started disappearing. But, I traveled the South with a carnival, and you talk about racism between the blacks and the whites, whites hated them Negroes, and the Negroes hated them, them white folk, because of the differences, right? All, all white people had money, which ain't true, I was a poor white boy, grew up poor and white, don't care, don't, have been poor most of my life, don't care. So this idea, there have been times when I was picked over because they needed, to fill the quota of, guess what, of Black Americans. So if you don't have your quota because of the law they passed, right, making sure that blacks could have, hey, Chloe, did I say hi? So this idea, though, that the critical theory thinking. Now, it started with a bunch of scholars because back in the 1980s, it had only been about 12, 15 years since the civil rights movement, okay, when blacks did not have equal rights, okay? They do now, along with, gays, lesbians. Doesn't everybody have, supposedly the same rights? But here's the thing, when you get into the judicial system, when we seek justice, it doesn't matter what color you are. It really doesn't. Now, it matters how much money you might have and who you can buy off or what your influence is. But if you think that racism is this, now, let's just talk critical mass for a second. This is a theory about the laws within the country, The laws within a county or state or municipality or whatever. So it's looking at race and whether or not there is inequality within the law. Now, what folks are saying now that, the critical race theory is that, yeah, 69, good number. Yep, absolutely. And balance too, kind of thing, right? Libra. But the idea, though, that somehow, no, that's Pisces, ain't it? Gays have the best month, June, summer. Black month is February. It's colder USA. Yep, that's true. Wait, I thought it was January. But anyway, but to the point, yeah, in the winter, yeah, when they can all go out and Kwanzaa. Oh my God, we have to make sure that we do Kwanzaa. There are some black folks who go like, I think Kwanzaa is stupid. And why did they put Kwanzaa on all us black folk? Because I didn't ask to be, Kwanzaaed, as some of my black friends and well, I don't have any neighbors here, but when I had neighbors, but anyway, but to the point though, there are percentages of a race. Now, here's the thing: was America founded by by a bunch of rich white men? Yes, yes, absolutely. And some of those families are still here in the United States. They're still in control. That's why me and you, we have no justice here in the United States because they're in control. Their justice is for them. All them people that should have been, sent to jail over all this other kind of stuff. Hey, Mossy man. Yep, I agree, Mossy man. But here's the thing: they want to make sure that like history. Okay, well, the true history of it is, and the truth of the matter is that yes, it was founded by a bunch of rich white people. Yes, but look how the slaves that were brought over here and so forth for all them years. Now, let's talk about the slave thing, okay? In Africa, where a lot of these slaves were taken from, and other places too, but let's just talk about Africa and Ghana and places along the coast over there. Do you know who was capturing the slaves? Black tribal leaders. So it was black people exploiting black people before the white man ever showed up. Okay. So you say, well, I'm going to blame the white man. Hang on. Your ancestors were sold into slavery. Guess who? By by African leaders in Africa who were black, my friends. So this idea that it's always the white man's problem is not true. History, proof of it is all around us. We don't need to have any political discussions. The truth of the matter is there were black tribesmen and people who captured sometimes even their own peoples and sold them to the white slave traders. Now, I was in a movie deal many years ago, and it was all about I had to play a white man back in the 16, 1700s, and that was part of the slave trade down in the Bahamas and in the islands and so forth. So the black folk had me do some because it was basically an all black cast and people and stuff, which I have no problem with. So this idea that somehow it's all white people's fault is just not true. Or were there a lot of white people who were involved in this? Yeah, okay. But we have to understand that it was black people selling black people in Africa to begin with. So it didn't start with white people, okay? It just didn't. It was helped along, but the other black folks were selling their own kind for profit, period. So slavery is still going on, right? Now, let's bring this forward. So in the 1980s, I could see, because of all the years of discrimination, all of the blacks, the Tuskegee Airmen, all of the things the blacks did, um, through the war effort and this and that, and didn't get any recognition and so forth. And so in the 1980s, after only having a few years after the civil rights movement and the bills and so forth, it was something to stop and think about. But that's been 40 years ago, okay? And in the last 40 years, there have been a lot of different things that are happening. We had a black man as for president, gay with a gay man as his wife. I mean, how inclusive can we get this? So you say, well, but now they want to teach this in public schools and high school and mid school and kind of like that. Now, my biggest thing is that it's a theory. It's to be studied. It's not, there is no implementation because it's a theory. We're going to look at this and say, well, we've got this law here and it's really unjust to people of any color. What about us white people? I'm a poor white man. Okay, but I got a lot of Native American mixed. I'm an other in the category of what race are you? Okay, I'm a mixed breed. I'm a white Caucasian somewhere way back when, but I've got a lot of Native American in me too. So what's the deal here, right? So I'm not a white American. I am not a Caucasian. Okay, I've got too much other stuff in me to be a Caucasian male. I may resemble it, but I ain't, right? Because of mixed marriages and so forth. It just ain't there. There are a lot of other people, when they get right down to it, they ain't Caucasian either. So I have a nephew that looks more black than white, but 50-50, he chose to be black. He chose to be a thug and a gangster, and he's went to jail a few times. And I just want to look at him and go, there's another way. Well, I'm black and they pick on me. Stop it. Stop being the victim all the time. Do something positive, change something. Well, they're always after me. Well, I'll have Tampa because the cops had knew who I was, but I had painted a giant bird on the hood of a 59 Rambler and drove around town in it. So, and it smoked like hell. So you could tell I was coming. So, yeah, they had my number. So there are things that you can do. The Moroccan people tried to exterminate my Zulu people. Yeah. Oh my God. and the and back in the day, there are some folks that don't remember the Tutsi and the Hutu movement, where folks were walking down the street and somebody'd come up with a machete and just chop their head right off in the middle of the street. And that's not too long ago. But this idea, though, that somehow it's the white man who's always at fault, right? So, but the critical race theory has to only be in the United States, okay? It's not a universal thing. And I have to keep stressing it's a theory. And the United States resulted in the noted first salute, 14th Continental Congress into the air. Interesting, Alexander. But to the point, my first wife, her family, Mr. John was a sharecropper back in the day. I mean, he was that old, okay? And the black folk he knew that he grew up with in the community, they were both sharecroppers. They were white sharecroppers and black sharecroppers. There wasn't anything about race in it. Now, we're in the deep South here. So white people and black people on being poor and sharecroppers, They shared a lot of commonalities. I mean, um, a lot of people take this for granted, but Jimmy Carter has talked about it. He said, I grew up on a peanut farm, but he said, but the people I worked with, they were my friends. I didn't look at them as in color, you know, and it was because back then, there was radio and, hardly any TV when they were growing up. But this idea that somehow, because, the South had blacks and whites, that all the blacks were racist and that all the whites were somehow superior to the blacks. And let me tell you, a sharecropper is a sharecropper. Don't matter what color you are. So there were lots of white sharecroppers, okay, who had lots of black sharecropper friends. All right. They worked together and helped each other in the fields back in those days. So this idea that it's been the white man's suppression, when a lot of times it was the white man and the black man both struggling for justice because of the rich white men. Okay. Now that's just a damn fact. If you don't like America and the fact that it was, a bunch of rich white people come over here and subjugated a whole continent and damn near wiped out, look how many Native Americans were massacred and so forth, come on now. So when racism is discussed, it's only the black man and women that are discussed. They don't discuss Native Americans. Well, but aren't they a race? Well, yeah, but racism, hang on. Whose rights have been trampled on more than blacks? No offense, but the origin of the black folk came over to this country. The Native Americans were born here. So, I was in the 60s and had, black students in our school and families and so forth. And I was good friends with many people in that community. And the store that my grandmother ran was right, the Osborne Avenue was white folks on one side and blacks on the other back in the day. And I got along with everybody. The store stayed open until into the 70s when my granny got too old to run it. But this idea that all white people are somehow racist is just stupid. And so in the new version of the CRT, the critical race theory, is that all white people are the oppressors and all black folk. Now, it doesn't say Indian or Mexican or Chinese or Puerto Rican or anything. I mean, look at the Puerto Ricans. They should have been a state a long time ago. Okay, just saying. Talk about cheating the people, and if there was justice, right? So, what's critical about the thinking? They have changed the laws so that justice belongs to the elite. Now, there are some black folk who are and Chinese and other and Spanish and well, is Spanish really white? Not really, not like German white. Okay, just saying. In Morocco there's blends with Portugal and around. I'm just saying. So this idea that there is a race is just a theory. So what are they going to teach? It's a theory. Well, and high school students don't have a clue what's going on anyway. And why would you want to teach a theory like that is neither proven or not? Here's the reason. Because as a theory, what they started back in the 1980s is not the same circumstances that they have now. The circumstances have changed. We as a people have changed. So this idea that all white people are bad, and but here's the bottom line: we can't change the fact that a bunch of rich white people started this country. Get over it. Oh, but the white people, yeah, there were. I don't like these guys either. Okay, I would rather wish it were different, but Look what America has developed into. Okay. Look at their heart surgeons and brain surgeons who are African American. Okay. What? Yeah. There's African American black doctors. You know, why do we have to designate? Well, what? But there's also a Chinese. Oh, what about the Indian and Pakistani doctors that I've seen around here? What about these? Whoa, 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 wait. Are they included? My simple question is, in this discussion of racism, are the Pakistanis that are here? What about the Chinese laborers who are still being brought into the United States and who are, have to, they're indentured servants until they work for 7 or 8 or 10 years or something before they become free of their debt. Seriously, there are Mexicans who are brought in under the wire who work under the same circumstances. I've talked about it. I know people. I've seen them. I've worked with them. So this idea, but my point is, does racism cover all these other races? But for all the people who discuss it, the only race that comes out of this is the black race. So if you're going to have this discussion, then we should discuss the Chinese. They were brought in over as slave labor way back in the day to the Pacific Northwest and to California to dig in the gold mines, to build railroads, and so what about the Chinese American? What? Yeah, well, they're a race, aren't they? Well, they sort of look white. They're not really brown. So we can't tell y'all apart except for the eyes, the squinty eyes thing, but we won't go there. So, okay. But how many of you know that because of the Chinese influx of miners and so forth, a lot of them trickled down into Mexico? A very good friend of mine, her father is Japan. Her father and grandfather were Japanese. What? Yeah, they came over way long time ago, and into Mexico, and started a business, raised a family, and 2 or 3 generations later, but their last name is Kenichi. Now, does that sound Mexican to you? But they are 3 or 4 generations back of Kenichi, right? Okay, so but hang on. So when she was here in the United States, her rights were trampled on as just a human being. And but nobody stood up for her because, no offense, but she wasn't dark enough. Okay. Simply, well, I'm Mexican. I'm here. My husband, we're married. Everything is legal. And they sent her back to Mexico because of the justice system. Okay. There is no justice. So my own personal, life and knowing people and working with people all these years, there is no justice for those of us in a class. And our class of being poor and under, we don't make $500,000 a year. So anybody that makes below this amount of money, regardless of race, we just don't matter. We really don't, because we're the lower class. So if you want to talk about something, let's talk about the critical class theory, that the class structure, much like in India, where, if you were the sect, there's another word, but anyway, help me out, somebody. But to the we got about 12 minutes, yeah, before a 20. So I'm gonna let y'all know that I'm ready. All right. So this critical race theory. Now, what we need to do with folks who want to bring it up and say, well, I think it's a good idea. Well, it's a theory, but what value is there to teach it as a class? Okay. Now I could see it as part of if you were taking sociology, that one chapter could be, devoted to the critical race theory. and the discussion within a school year, okay? But that wouldn't be until you were at least a junior or senior in high school, because to try to comprehend anything like that before then, you need to have enough, you need to live long enough so that you can understand what they're talking about. All right. I'm sorry, but my dear friend Emma at 13, she's going to look at it and go, well, and she's a very bright lady. She's very good, very intelligent, very empathetic, empathic. Anyway, but because she hasn't lived enough and hasn't acquired enough personal wisdom about her to see what the world is like, she would have an opinion. And it might be that, wow, that sounds really good. I'm not saying that she said this. I'm just saying her opinion could be, as a 13-year-old, different than when she's 19 or 18 or 17, or 23 when she's going to college. So this idea that should it be taught? Sure, teach it all you want to, but in college, keep it out of the public schools. Why? Because it's not appropriate subject um, to be taught, in primary and secondary school kind of thing, in my humble opinion. You want to teach it? Sure, teach it in college. All right. The other thing is if you're gonna use the word race, that it should include white people. What? Now, in my title of this is the critical race theory racist in and of itself. And I have to say, let's stop and think about this. Let's use our tiny little brains and look at this and go, wait a minute. So I'm not saying the original CRT was by a bunch of think tanks around Washington who were just coming out of an era of slavery into the 60s until the Civil Rights Act. And after 15, 20 years, they decided maybe they should look at what the implications are. It's been 40 years later than that, okay? Well, 30 years. But so to the point, race should include us poor white folk. Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about, Hawkeye? Well, I got Native American blood in me and other stuff. I'm not really true blue white right? So I think there is a double standard with the critical race theory because it uses race as its main object, that in and of itself is racism because they're using race against us, right? Well, what about the other factors? What about the socioeconomic? I'm like I said, what about poor people of all economic status? All poor people go through the same kind of poor people thing. We learn how to eat this, we learn to do without, we know things that rich people don't. Why? Because we've had to live and be poor and survive on the little things and what little bit we've had, and to make do and to survive and to thrive at all. So it's a class thing, it ain't race. What is moving things now? Class. How much money do you make? What is your social economic standard? Well, what race are you? Well, now it's what sex are you? Then there's like 50 different choices about what you can choose to be as, and it should be very simple. Dingaling, yes or no? What do you mean? Do you have a dingaling? Yes or no? Is there something hanging down there? No. Okay, then you're a dingaling. Yes. Dingaling? No. No dingaling. Okay. So it doesn't, whatever you choose to be socially, I chose to be a puppeteer. So does that mean that all puppeteers should have some special? Oh, don't get me started. So the thing to be identified by is dingling, yes or no, because they find you laying dead somewhere. Oh, no dingling. Was it chopped off? No, there just ain't one. Okay, then he must be in this category so we can identify him. My dingling, My dingling, oh, won't you play with my dingling? Thank you, Chuck Berry. A black man who we all loved and danced to, for God's sakes, back in the 50s and 60s with all this racism going on. Sammy Davis Jr. with all this racism going on. Flip Wilson with all this racism going on. Oh my God. And we lived through it all, regardless of whether or not there was a critical race theory. But since the 60s and early 70s, because lots of stuff changed, right? I mean, we went into the disco thing and the big poofy hairdos and all, and the afros. So, is my question to y'all is very simply, is it really about race anymore? Because there's been so many mixings of the races since the 1970s and 80s, in my family and other families, and this and that and the other thing, that we ain't really, a lot of us just ain't really white or black. Like I said, my nephew, he's more brownish colored than I am and his mama, but does that necessarily make him black? He chose to that side. Which side am I going to be? White or black? I can't be both. Well, actually you can. You can just be a person without any particular race because he is of two races, okay? And he's got children, okay? So they're of two, maybe three or four races now, right? So the children who black, white, okay, pretty much established there, but now there's mixed, and his children are mixed. So, and they're already growing up and into school. So this idea that somehow it's all about race, when the race is being, I hate to use this word, but watered down. A lot of black parents are standing up to the critical race theory. Yes, absolutely, Alexander. A lot of people are using their brains because, see, parents and grandparents, they all said, wait a minute, you know, for me at my age, right, I would say, but, and any folks my age, black, white, whatever, right, we remember the 60s and the civil rights actions. And we remember what the hurdles that we went over, and for white people too. Because, as a white person in a black community and walking down the street, I didn't want to get beat up. I have more chances of getting beat up in a black community now than I did back in the 60s when they hated our flipping guts. Okay. So there are black communities now, not all, I'm just saying. There are black communities now in some of these cities um, that a white person is told you better stay out. Okay. I went back into Tampa down towards Ybor City and all down there on 22nd Street. And I wanted to go revisit where the old store used to be that my grandma ran. And I used to sit out and work, and all the people in the used to work there too as a child and everything. So somehow, I couldn't even get within 2 blocks of that corner on 22nd Street because the black men were pushing my truck back and forth like this. And what are you white people doing in our neighborhood? And I was like, I used to have friends that lived down on Emma, and on the corner up here on Osborne, and see that little building up there. My grandma used to own that. I used to, come here, and I used to know people in this community. But you just an old white man, what you doing in our section of town? Like I said, I just wanted to go up here to Osborne and hang a right and take a look at that building. Now that's in Tampa. That's Ybor City and such in there. But there is the south side of Chicago. There are other areas in different places. Here in Moultrie, it used to be the Northwest Moultrie, right? If you talked about the Northwest, you knew you were talking about the black section of town. And wasn't no railroad tracks involved, but to that point, Northwest Moultrie was up where all the black folk live, and a lot of them still do, but it is spread out throughout the county and around the city, so it's more mixed. But white people don't go to Northwest Moultrie to buy property. You hear what I'm saying? So the black folk have bought houses and moved into other neighborhoods, really nice neighborhoods because they're, whatever their jobs are. Some of these folks are, and I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. Now I'm all for it. If you're qualified and you do your job and the job pays you well, then good for you. I don't care what color you are. I really don't. But to use it as a trump card somehow, well, I'm black and so therefore I deserve this. Well, no, in my opinion, we got 1 minute. Here's my 20 mark. For most of us, you say, so how do we combat this? Screaming and punching and coughing are not going to are not the answer. There, violence erupted in a school board meeting thing. And I can understand because I've been through some things here on a local level that I got very irate. I was ready to punch somebody. I've calmed down since then, but I could still get riled up about it. But this idea, so what can we do against this stupid idea? Is we put out to folks the truth. The truth of the matter is rich white men started this country. Get over it. But what is it now? Yes, there are still rich white men that still control a lot of things in the United States and elsewhere. George Soros, who ain't even part of the United States, is funding money for candidates within the United States to promote CRT. Okay. What? Yes. And there are paper trails. Okay. Representatives elected to government and to, school boards and stuff like that. Why? To try to get this stuff implemented. So is it normal Americans, you and me, do we want it? No. We thought, well, it's a theory. Okay. And we just left it. But then though are those of them who have a different agenda. And because they are black and they pull the race card, you never hear this is my main contention. If you're going to discuss race, then it's got to be the Puerto Ricans. God bless y'all. It's got to be the Chinese Americans and Japanese Americans, Oriental types, Thailand, Taiwanese, and the Vietnamese that came over, and so let's the Oriental factor. Okay, I'm trying to be polite. So we got these folk, Oriental folk. We got Mexican of all different kinds, which could be South American, Venezuelans, because they speak Spanish, they all get lumped into Mexican, by the way. I know some folks that were, say, well, he's Mexican. And he looked over and said, no, I'm from Venezuela. I just came through Mexico. Oh, you're not Mexican, but you speak Spanish. Yes, but I'm from Venezuela. Okay. But no, I'm not a Mexican. I might look Mexican, I might have, but I am from Venezuela. So you're Venezuelan then, right? Yes. Sí, señor, muy stupido, So yeah, but see, I've worked with people from Venezuela and South, and they literally came up through Mexico and maybe have even worked in Mexico for a time and then came to America. But to the point though, simply because they speak Spanish does not mean they're Mexican. They could be from Guatemala, they could be from here, they could be from, point being. So, but when the discussion of race comes up, when somebody says, well, we need, well, just ask them, make them stop and think, right? Well, does that include Mexicans? Does that include, Chinese, Oriental folks? Does that include Native Americans in being, there's, there are still so many white, not so many black, but that absolutely continue to hate Native American peoples to this day. They would, nothing's better than a dead Indian. And they just still believe that. White and blacks and other races don't like the Native Americans. For whatever reason, they are very intimidated by these people who never, laid siege to a department store, that I can think of, or a high rise condominium. But anyway, so if we're going to talk about the critical race theory, then it ain't just about the blacks because the situation has changed immensely. So when you're talking to folks, if they say, well, yeah, I'm for it, then say, so you mean Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, and you mean all these races? All these different, are they races? Okay. Or are they racist because we named them a race? Well, there are Mexican people, but a lot of them are very dark skinned, and you almost think they were black until they started speaking in Spanish. And you go, oh, that guy's a Mexican. Yeah, but he's as dark as a lot of Native Americans, or as dark as a lot of Afro Americans, right? So let's speak truth about this. So when somebody starts yapping at you about it, ask them if it includes all peoples, including poor white folk, us poor white trash that make less than $20,000 a year. I make what, well, $13,000 a year. At $1,040 a month for my Social Security, which was supposed to be $400 more than that a year. But anyway, the government cheated me on that. Where's the freaking justice there? So justice has nothing to do with race. Maybe when it gets up into but nah, it is about class. What is your social economic status? How much money do you make? What neighborhood do you live in? What property do you own? What, because if you don't, then you ain't got it. If you ain't got it, then you ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? So because I've hung out because of my job and so forth, I'm glad that I, don't hang out with some of those. It's not, how do I put this? Well, in Thomasville, because of involved in the theater and so forth, I got to rub elbows with some very ritzy people. And so I was able to have discussions with some of these folks, right? But in job searches and other things, I've met people I've met millionaires. One I almost went to work for in East Flat Rock, um, North Carolina. Um, please don't be offended, but this is what he said. I'm repeating what this man said. He said, I'd take two niggers for every one Indian, meaning he hated both. But of the two races, he hated Native Americans more than he hated the black folk. So to him, one Native American, I hate blacks, but I'd take two of them over one Indian. What are you talking about? But he used the N word. So yeah, they don't like people connected with the earth. Yeah. And some other things too, but for a lot of people, the Native American has just been related to as the savage, right? When it was the white people who were the savages, and they just don't get it, you know. So here's all these wagon trains and everything, and the Indians standing around going, "What's up with all these people? Get the out of my country. What are you doing? Oh, we're just passing through. Don't care, Well, wait a minute, but we're white people. We have the right to cross here. This is America. The Indians are going, what? Now, no offense to the black nation, but they didn't have happen to them what happened to the Native American and their families and their children wiped out, massacred. Okay. Whereas the black community was bred literally, you and him, you two do it because we want, strong black men or we're, and they white men slept with the black women because they wanted mulattoed children, because the mulattoed children that grew up then became the house servants, and they were more pleasing to the eye to any of them wealthy visitors that might come to the plantation. And the Creoles are like that, you know. So the white man of the plantation, he had his sex with the black girl, and but the mulatto then they were of higher quality. Okay. Yes, rich white men. Yes, hate them for it. But at the same time, they also created these different classes of peoples. It's not necessarily by race. It's by, well, my mother was a slave. She's pure bone black. Well, the husband that she was paired with was Jamaican. Well, that don't mean that he was from Africa. So there's a difference, right? So he's Jamaican or Cuban or, you know, from the islands, right? Maybe from even Venezuela or something like that mixed in because they're a little darker skinned, right? So now you still don't have a pure black net a black person on the other end, right? So over the years, even through their own race, because of, you know, different parlays and peoples and marriages and whatever, the black race, as a true shown up black all the way through and through, has dwindled, unless you go to Africa. But my point is, Native American folk, and even Native American folk, their bloodlines have been, you know, kind of thinned down, if you were, if you want to talk about pure blood, you know. So does it matter if it's pure blood? We are of such a mixed mesh of peoples now here in America, with the Chinese and Japanese and the you know, the Oriental folk. Okay, I'm not speaking bad. I'm just saying they're part of America now. All of the Mexican speaking or all the Spanish speaking people from South America, Colombia, whatever, Argentina. I actually have met a person from Argentina once, a delightful woman, absolutely, and she was pretty too, like pretty. But hey, Michelle, I didn't say hi. I'm sorry. But so this idea of race, if they're going to use the word, then let's make sure they include all these classes of people. So they say, well, you know, the black people say, but yeah, well, that's just one race. Well, what do you mean? Well, what about the Chinese, Oriental, Japanese, and, you know, South, you know, what about them? Well, what about them? Well, they're not white. That's what about them. They're not black. That's what's about them. So aren't they, quote, a race in your version of this? Well, yeah, but they don't really count. Why? Well, because they kind of look like us. What? Yeah, well, you know, they're not brown colored, they're not dark skinned, they're kind of like us. Oh, so that's okay though, right? So your last name is Gonichi, and your um, grandfather was from Japan, your mother was from Guatemala, but they settled in Mexico. What does that make them? Mexicans. But are either of them pure breed? No. Pure blood? All right. So, but every generation, the father and then the daughters, and I met one of the daughters, right? It's third generation. And so I'm Mexican, but my grandfather was Japanese. So proud of their heritage, even though they're Mexican. Like Irish Americans. Well, you know, my father, you know, my grandfather, he was from the old country, you know. How he came over and he worked, you know, in the sewers and the streets of Boston, you know, back in the day when they were, you know. Okay, so what about the Irish? They're a race. Wait a minute, hang on. Yeah, but they're white, but they're Irish. But aren't they a race? Well, they would. Hey, if you say, "Hey, you white guy over there," you go, what name? I'm Irish and proud of it, me boys. You say, okay. So you say, but they're white. Yeah, but they're not. They're not the same you know, Caucasian people from Germany. They might look like it, but they're Irish, okay, or Scottish, as it might be. So this idea, well, what about these as races? Oh, but they look like white people. They're being, wait a minute. A lot of them Irish came over after the famine and the potato famine and all that. And oh my God, they were coming over they would do anything just to have a place to sleep. And they didn't, I mean, they didn't need a house, but they needed food. They needed a place to grow something. They were starving, I mean, they were eating rocks for God's sakes. So, but are they a race? Well, I don't know. So this idea, let's be honest, if we're going to talk about it. So then it's not just if they're black, right? It's not that they have an African descent. So if you're going to talk about racism, who? My father has black skin. Yeah, Blackfeet Native and Sicilian. Oh my God. Yeah, the Blackfeet. Yeah. Um, and there are some folks that have a dark skin and they're Native American. They are not, quote, African American. And not by, there might have been something in the woodpile years ago. My mother was Irish and English. Boy, no wonder, Pearl, that you turned out the way you did. uh, you know what I'm talking about. Um, that was not a cut. That was a compliment. No wonder, with Irish and oh my God. But to the point though, yeah. So, there are folks who would say, well, Miss Jones, you're a black woman. You go, well, wait a minute. What about my Irish mother? Right? Say, but I'm only partially black. Well, so, but is that my race? Well, I'm Irish American here. Sorry, but wait a minute, but you're black. You know what I mean? You get it. I know you do. But do other people get it? They do. I know some white people who would just slough it off like, what does it care? Well, them old black folks down in there and blah blah blah. They're just a bunch of niggers. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Oh my God, I used the N word. Now, see, I'm down here in the South. There were some groups, whites and blacks, and they'd walk into the room, and usually somebody was smoking a big ganja, right? And they'd some white boy, black boy, okay, hey my niggas, what's going on? And like, what? So it's like, but there's white men, black men, they're all sitting around, they're all smoking ganja, and hey my niggas, what's happening, And it's like, but he's a white guy, and y'all didn't beat him up. No, he's my nigga from the other black guy, right? So this idea of this, the N word. Oh my God. I had this thing earlier. I was laughing about it. Bloody, loyal, and courageously kind. But see, to my point is to ignore, if we, like my nephew, for example, he chose only his only his black side, and only that side of the family. So he don't have anything to do with us. He don't have anything to do with Uncle David or any of the rest of us, because we're white people. Even though he's half of it and we're his kin, because he has decided he's black and that's all, then he only associates with that side of the family. I just think that's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I try not to use the F word. But I do find it fucking stupid. Okay. I don't know how else to put it. But, what? But you're welcome at my house. Yeah, but I'm black. Yeah, and you're white too. My sister is white and your father is black. So you're my nephew. Now, years ago, I talked to him when I was up in Ohio. Things have changed, blah, blah, blah. But to the point, my intentions, my point of view has not changed. I don't care what color he is. He's still my nephew, right? He's my sister's son. Okay. So this idea that somehow because she married a black man or his father married a white woman, there's sorry, dude, but your bloodline ain't true. And I don't know who he married and if it was white or black, but to the point though, that bloodline is already thinned out in half, right? And I don't care what he does and jumps up and down, his mama's still white. That's all there is to it. His mama is still white. As much as he wants to be black, his mama is still white. And so is all this side of the family. I don't care. Like I said, I'm a lot of folks. I was the only white person there, and family reunions and things. Because I look at people, not color, right? I think what we need to do is continue on. Happy 420, everybody, or 20 after. It's 140. I've been here a little over an hour. He's missing out on good people. Yes, absolutely. Because we would love him and hug him and squeeze him and think about Elmira, excuse me, on the Looney Tunes thing. But anyway, I would hug him and squeeze him and kick him all over. But anyway, but honestly, though, it's like, yeah, he's missing out because some of us are some pretty good people, and some of us could probably smoke him under the table. We talk about ganja and stuff like that, and his uncle Dave's been in jail, spent a year in prison, so it ain't this. Only black men get thrown in jail. So there's a lot of things we could talk about. You know what I mean? But this idea, though, but the racism in growing up, and even in the early 1980s when this theory thing came around, it was necessary back then to look at the laws and make sure that it wasn't against, because there were some laws that were absolutely targeted against the black man and woman, but mostly against the black man, because they just didn't, the mammies were going to work in the kitchen and as our maids. So the mammies are covered. They ain't going to protest. But the black man, you know, he's the one we got to watch out for, not the black woman. Now you say, Hawkeye, how do you know this? Because I heard them talking back in the day. All right. Don't forget it. I look white, right? So, but anyway, whoever brings it up, you have to say very calmly, what races does it include? This critical race theory, what race are you talking about? All races or only one? Because it's not specific. So, as a crossbreed Native American with some white blood in him, what am I? I am a Native American. Why? Because I was born here on this continent in America, and I'm native to here. Period. That's all there is to it. Do I have Indian blood in me? Yes. So am I pure white? No. What am I? I'm Native American. Bottom line. So are you going to? And that is that a race or a classification? Well, them Indians. They're we there's like a separate whole stuff we don't want to talk about Indians, right? All right. Well, what about the Mexican people that have moved to the United States who have Aztec and or Mayan lineage? They can literally go back to their history and they're Mayan. You can tell by their facial features and by their stature. There are certain things that they're Mayan, like some of I keep remembering that uh, the the Aztec man that did the sunrise ceremonies many years ago. His features were so chiseled and everything. He was Aztec. You could say no, he's Mayan. No, look at those Mayans over there. Sorry, he's Aztec. And he was proud of it, not for the killing and the slaughtering, but because of the people's and the most of the people's spiritualities, right? And as warriors, they were fierce. And there's a lot of people are proud of being a warrior. I mean, look at the Vikings. Oh, they're white people. And the Aztecs, if it weren't for their facial, the strong bone structure, you would kind of mistake them for being black, honestly, because of the darkness of his skin. So, but he ain't black. He's not from Africa. He's from Ecuador or South America. I can't remember, right? But a lovely man, a very nice man, and very spiritual. And I hope it's been quite a few years, but if he's still alive, I hope he's doing well and continues on his shaman journey. It's 1:44 a.m. 1:45 Eastern Daylight Time. In about 2 or 3 weeks, y'all are going to be setting your clocks back, and you're going to have to join my time. I'm still on Dave's time, by the way. But anyway, so one thing we don't need to do with these people is to get in a fight with them, okay? Because when we show our anger, we also show that to them that want the CRT, to them, it shows how stupid we are because we get angry to stand up for what we feel is a stupid idea, right? But so these people who were in this, it was in Virginia, that were at a school board meeting or something like that, they're having this discussion and the people are livid, and the school board's like, get these people out of here, I've been in situations like that here in Colquitt County, not over this issue, but, but to the point, there's 75 angry people at the meeting, and there ain't but 7 board members. So they're outnumbered, quite frankly, right? So almost 10-1. So they ain't getting out without getting a few bruises if they get out alive, right? The tropic region time doesn't change, right? Arawak of Aruba, some were warriors. Yeah. But to the point, so back then, when you talked about race, there was not the influx of all these other races in America at that time. Yeah, over on the Pacific coast, there were the Chinese, Japanese, the Western, the Oriental influence, right? That, you know, there were Chinese restaurants and along the East Coast too, but not like the West Coast. Just saying. So, but does that for any Oriental, they're a race, are they included in the discussion? So when people go to talk about it, just simply bring up, well, then I'm a poor white man, with Native American, blood. Therefore, I'm a half breed. I'm not a true white person. So I don't fit, sorry, into your category. And I'm poor, never have been rich, so I'm not monetarily above anybody. If anything, I'm down here on the bottom looking up out the where these people tread. I'm standing in the tire tracks, right, and standing in the ruts going, thank God it didn't kill me. So the discussion should be a discussion, and the discussion should be calmly. because they want to show us as being stupid, idiot assholes because we get mad about it. Hey, David Castle. So we stay calm and go, sorry, if you're going to talk about race, then it must include all races. Well, but it's just about, no, it isn't. Well, why? Well, because there's more Indo-Chinese, sorry. Um, that what about, oh my God, what about the folks from India and Pakistan that are here? Every store down here in South Georgia is owned by a Pakistani. Okay, and they all are very nice people, and they all have some little, they all have some incentive. You wish to, they're all very nice people. Okay, but they are very strict with what, they ain't no shucking and jiving with some of these folks. It is $2.02. Well, I only got 1 cent. Well, can I get a better? No, you should have 2 cents. They're changing. But so what about the Pakistani Hindu folks that are here? A bunch of them. Now that's a different race. They ain't white people, and they ain't black folk, and they ain't Orientals. So you're going to include all them? I'm just asking. I'm just asking a simple question. What do you mean by race? So there are so many more races. I mean, back in the 60s, there were no Pakistanis around here. I'm here to tell you. All these stores were owned by little, and some of them were owned by black um, you know, there's a black man that works at one of the local little stores, right? He's been working for this store. Guess what? When it was owned by white people, okay, and many years ago, somebody said, "Why do you still work here?" Hey, David Castle, why do you still work here? And he says, "Because these people are good to me, and they pay me, and their checks don't bounce, and I don't have to go far to go to work because I live here in Coolidge, and I can just walk to work. And if I need to get off a little early, they don't mind as long as I get my job done." And he goes, "Why? What's wrong?" And so there were from the outside, this black man has he's working for these white people, right? Because mostly white people around here back then, right? Sorry about that. That's just the way it was. So, but Mr. John was a good man. He treats me right. So, and I decided I work for him. I don't have to have a car to go to work in. So, other people, their car break down, I just walk to work. He pays me good. And I get, because he works for the store, he gets little treats and stuff and things, for his family. And so, but the other people say, but that white man's holding you down. But if you asked him, he's like, this white man's been the best thing for me in my life. That's why I'm still working for it. Now, guess what? The Pakistani Hindu folks bought the store, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago now. That old man, that black man is still old, but he still works there part time. Why does he work there part time? Because he likes working there. So, but he's a janitor, so he puts stock up. He likes what he does. Oh, but that white man's holding him down. Wait, sorry, these guys are Pakistanis. They're not quote white people. But they through the agreement they kept the old black man on. And this 10 years later, he's older than dirt. He's older than me, right? So, but he still shuffles around. He still lives in a little house there in Coolidge. He still comes to work. He still does the job. He still, because he likes it, not because some man's, white man's trying to push him down because he hasn't strived to do better. He was comfortable with what he had. It got me a little house. I got me a place. Not too far from the river. He could walk down there and go fishing. He had people that he knew and other family in the area, and he liked his job. The people liked him as long as, and so, oh, but that black man was held down by the white folk because he chose that this simple life was just good enough for him. He didn't want a big fancy car. He didn't want a big fancy house. It was a nice, modest house in Coolidge, at dry and all that kind of stuff, And he knew people. People knew him because in and out of the store. So this idea, though, that there are folks on the outside would say, "Look at that poor old that black man working for the, working for the man, working for the man," And he was like, but he was happy working for the man. That man treated him well, but he was a white man. So, and he had power over him. Yeah, but it ain't like that, right? So there are a lot of Southerners who worked with a lot of black men and women personally and in jobs. And over the years, I have to say, a lot of folks didn't have the racist thing to begin with. There were a few of them rednecks that, you know, would want to, hey, that nigga boy over there, blah, blah, blah. But he wouldn't say it to his face, but he would say it to his white friend, right? They had to be, better than the black man. Now that just ain't going on. What's going on now is that you hear this boom to the boom, but the boom, but the boom, 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 but the boom, 10 blocks away. And you think, well, there must be some black folk in the neighborhood. No, it's white country boys, Southern country boys playing rap music and doing the bouncy things. You swear you were in LA somewhere, right? And I'm like, what's up with this? So the white boys, having gone to school with the black boys in school, they have integrated, migrated, or whatever, where some of these white boys have become thugs. Okay. I mean, honest to God, in their own eyes, thugs. So, what I said earlier about white boy, black boy, they're all sitting in the room smoking ganja. Somebody walks in and goes, "Hey, my niggas, how y'all doing?" They don't say a word because all of them, regardless of what color their skin is, in their little community, they all niggas. That's a Nigga apostrophe S, niggas. So it's not nigger, niggas. And so, but what about these folks? I mean, there's white and black because they went to school together, they smoked weed together, they broke into a house together, they went to jail together. No, then both the two of them, white and black, are now to them they're the niggas. Okay? That's they're together. Really? Now that has gone on down here for a while. Now I know that in other places that Mexicans want to stick with Mexicans and the Chinese want to stick with the Chinese, but there's always the ones that cross the street or go on to the next block. Yeah, there are wars. Yeah, there are stuff. But in some of these small communities down here in the South, what used to be back in the 60s with the white boys wanting to beat up and all the black boys and all that kind of stuff, and they can't come to my school, they got to go to their own segregated school, they can't come to our schools. I mean, George Wallace and all that. I mean, most folks forget about that. So but the fact that the South has changed, which most folks thought would never happen. The South, black mayor of Atlanta, Albany, Georgia is like 50 or 60% black. What is it? Well, but, there's all the white man's trying to put the black man down. There are a lot of influential black folk in Albany, okay? Because I used to do puppet shows there and intermingled to the communities and stuff, you know, so it isn't about the black man anymore because many of them have moved on up like the Jeffersons. Okay. And there is no animosity between these people. They might not like Joan over there because Joan's a bitch, not because she's white or black. Joan's a bitch, right? I love you all. I'm off to bed. Got to get up. Okay. School tomorrow. But yeah, thank you, Delaney Pearl. We love you. Stay high. I'm going to do another one just for you, Delaney. Sleep well, my darling. But so, with all this said, we need to look at this before we all get upset and before we, go to wanting to punch these crazy people out. They, I don't think they truly understand what they mean, and so they want to all white people. Well, but I ain't really white. And this person over there ain't really white. So, to be honest, yes, rich white men still have power in this United States. But from a day to day basis, do I have to deal with any of them? No. I have the freedom to get in my truck, and drive anywhere I want to, mostly at any time I want to, because I don't have a job. I can do whatever I damn well please, even if it's illegal, and I've done a few of those with my, driving drugs back and forth from, well, different places. But anyway, so yeah, I've done my share of illegals too. And thank God I didn't get caught for all of them. But to the point though, I was free to do them until I got caught. And then after I got caught, I kind of did some after that, but that's not where I'm going with this. But to the point though, there's a lot of illegal, activity going on in the United States that is this whole underground society of stuff. And I don't necessarily mean bad. I mean, for those of us in states that haven't legalized weed yet, there's the underground, somebody knows somebody that, can get some weed. Okay. We don't know where it comes from. I still say a lot of it's being grown here regionally. I have talked about this before, but way back in the day, there was the Gainesville Green that came out of Gainesville, Florida, the University of Florida down there, and there probably still is. Okay, and then there was the Tallahassee Two Toke from Florida State, and the Florida A&M, which is a black college. Okay, um, in Tallahassee, the state capital, right? And so, there aren't a bunch of fights and bickering and stuff going on between the whites and the blacks. Now, there are some black thugs in Tallahassee, but there are some white thugs in Tallahassee too. And there's some Mexican thugs in Tallahassee. So, but is it about race? No, it's about a culture. It's about a clan, if you will. Well, being a thug, I don't care if somebody gets hurt. I'll beat them up or whatever. Or I'll trash their house or I'll throw a brick through their car window. Don't care. Don't matter. Blah, blah, blah. Gang. Okay. Thugism. But they say, well, but who started that? Well, gangs been around for a long time, right? I mean, the gangs in New York, the gangs of Boston, the gangs of San Francisco, the Chinese, the thingy. Okay. But this thugism has been brought about by guess who? The black community. All right, so gotta have your bling, gotta have your gold, you gotta have your thing, gotta have your pistol, you gotta be a banger. So this mentality wasn't brought on by the white man. Think about it. So it's the black man's trying to get above, so he's got to be a thug, right? I want to get above, so I got to be a thug. If I'm going to be on the street, you know, I got to be discreet. I got to show my name. I got to do my blend. I got to do my thing. Okay. But so then those folks want to emulate with that. So what's that 50-cent piece or 29 cents or, you know, 14 cents and change anyway? The white kid, right, that did all the rapping. I can't remember his name. But trying to be a thug, trying to be a black man, trying to be a thug. Okay, well, a Detroit or whatever. Okay, but you're trying to be a thug. That's the thing. So, what race is thugism? Well, what's that got to do with it? Well, we want to talk about race. So, race, quote, includes this hip hop movement. A lot of whites do that, a lot of other nationalities too. I don't like hip hop. Okie doke. A lot of other stuff, but I don't care for rap. A lot of white boys are playing that thumpy music around here down the south. Are they racist? They're white boys playing black music and acting like a black thug. So you say it's about racism. Is it? What are these white people do trying to emulate a black man? Now, talk about a switch, right? You'd think the black man back in the day wanted to be emulate a white man. He wanted to be able to walk with, wanted to have nice clothes, wanted to be, wanted to be respectable. Now the white boys are trying to be a thug. So it's about racism? Is it? No. The whole parameters, the whole scope of things have changed within my, I'll keep bringing it up. It's a joke. But in my 69 years of my lifetime, things have changed. So is the subject of CRT, it's just a theory, right? Is it even relevant today? And I would say this, let's focus on not the CRT, right? But justice in and of itself. If somebody gets arrested and goes to jail, doesn't matter what color you are, you've now become property of the state, whatever state you're in. And because you've been arrested, because you have a thing, you now are in the system. They don't care who the flip you are. They don't care what color you are. They really don't, because you're a case number. Now, the person on the bench might begrudge you, or someone in the system, but the system don't care what color you are. The system only cares about what law you broke. Gang started in Asia. Eminem, yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. But to my point, about, I know, I guess it's been about 15 years ago, right after, 9/11 thing, but it started in the late 90s. Actually, it did. It started in the late 90s. But the thugism with white people, with white boys who used to chew tobacco and sit on the back of the tractor are now, smoking ganja and yo man, what you do, man, wearing their the pants below the crack of their ass kind of thing. And you go, what's happening here? I mean, honestly, what's happening here? These white boys, I mean, like 30% of the white boys down here in the South became thugs. Rap music, that they started doing crack. Um, they started doing this. I mean, then there were the white crack hoes, that didn't used to be down here until crack came in. Didn't matter if you was white or black, they crack hoes. If they're crack hoe, they're crack hoe. They could be Japanese, Chinese, and Mexicanese. They don't care. They're crack hoe. So where's the race in that, right? But so the idea of the CRT simply doesn't make sense these days, practically speaking, because it's not division between us. It's because of the cohesion, if you will, of all of these races that have mixed together, have melded in certain ways. Like I said, every if it's a little store somewhere out down here in South Georgia, it's owned by um, the Patels. There are so many Patels down here you would not believe. But most of, some of them, it took a little while before they could get adjusted to us Americans, right? They came over here with an idea, and then all of the Americans are like this, and then and a couple of them are really standoffish and kind of brutish. But the local store over here, and I haven't seen this one guy in a while, so they say that they have to come and they'll open up a store and they'll bring you over here to this country and so forth and set you up, but you have to work for this store, this corporation, the Patel Corporation down here in South Georgia, I'm sure it's more than just South Georgia, but um, that they started their own bank. So if you if I were a Patel or I wanted to work for them, I'd say I would go to them and I would say I wish to buy a store, and they would say, okay, where's the store? What's your location? Don't care who you are. You're going to run it, then you got to be there every single day. If you're going to do it, then you're going to commit. Okay, so the Pakistanis have their own bank. They fund their own. So they buy one store, make some money, buy another store, make some money, buy another store, make some money. They never go to a bank. They always handle the money within the family Patel business. And so, you know, there's this pay, borrow, pay back, and everything totally separate from the American system. Okay. It's within the family of Patels. I'm telling you, there are 50 stores down here, 50 different families, and it started out with one, and then another one, and then another one, and another one, and another family. And as they grew, the bank got bigger. So they borrowed from each other. Okay. There's a new store in Moultrie that just opened a couple of months ago. Pakistanis again, brand new store, brand new everything. But more power to them. They're nice people, right? But they don't go anywhere. Their whole life is that store because they've made that deal with the devil, so to speak. Not, I don't mean devilish, but I mean they've made the deal. So, but but do any of the local banks really get anything from it? Well, they put their money in the banks from the store and the business, but the borrowing and the payback and the buying of the properties and stuff, it never goes through any bank. It's always done with cash. It's always done with through the family. And so there's all of these properties, all of these families who have settled here in the last 30, 25, 30 years weren't here. So we're going to include them in this race thing? None of them were here before. None of them, zero. So in the 80s, there weren't any Pakistanis here. There weren't any Hindus here. Okay. They weren't. There wasn't a Chinese restaurant anywhere around here back then. And there are lots of them now. Some of them very good, and the people, very nice families. Mexican restaurants. Oh my God, they're all over the place. Guess what? Now, this ain't his real name, but there's a Rodriguez, and he lives. Now, this part is true, but he lives in Alabama across the line, and he owns Mexican restaurants in Alabama, and he owns a franchise of Mexican restaurants here in Southwest Georgia, Sylvester, Thomasville, Moultrie, Cairo, Bainbridge, you know, I'm trying to think of, I think there's one up in Albany, but they're all owned, guess who, by this Mr. Rodriguez. That's not his real name, but he is a Mexican and he invested in one or two, made money, but so he doesn't go to the bank to get another restaurant. He works it the same way as, guess who, the Pakistanis. So they have their own business model, but they're very similar, but it has nothing to do with Americans, right? Totally independent. So what I mean is that there are these underground stuff going on, and someone would say, well, is it legal? Well, if this family has $200,000 and they want to buy this store over here for 75 grand, then okay, so they get the money wherever it comes from. If they got the cash and it's legal and there's, okie dokie, they go over and buy it. Okay, here's a money order, right? Cashier's check or whatever. Um, but so there, it's silent. They don't really know how much these families have. They don't really know how many properties these families have. Now, are these Pakistanis trying to take over the world or whatever? No, they work too hard in their stores. The folks that I've met at these local stores are very nice people. They have, become part of society. Could they all turn into Unabombers or something? Maybe, But I think some of these folks would have a conscience, but you never know, right? There's some white people that are crazier than hell. So what's that got to do with where they from? But is Pakistani a race? Is Hawaiian a race, right? A lot of folks talking about, oh, we got to have, like, oh my, I just couldn't believe it. Um, Dwayne, I can't remember his last name at the moment, but he's from Hawaii or not, of the islands or something. Okay. So now the island people have to get their recognition. Well, all the black, entertainers and directors and, okay. Well, now what about the islanders? What? Then they're going to not get this. I'm just saying. Well, what about the Polish? Well, what about the Jewish guys? What? Oh, wait a minute. You want to talk about all the, what about Blazing Saddles? Huh? You know, what about Young Frankenstein? I'm trying to think of his name. Mel, no, is it? May the Schwartz be with you, right? So, but he's Jewish. Okay, well, most of the people in Hollywood are Jewish. Okay, so, but in talking about, well, we have to talk about the black actors. Okay. But now we got to talk about the Islanders. Okay. Now, are you the next? Who's the next group that's going to have to get recognized? What? Well, he's from the island, so he should be recognized for being an islander. And why can't you just be happy with being a person that is recognized for being a good actor and a decent person? And oh, but he's an islander too. Oh, okay. So depending on where I'm from, if I say, well, I was born in Ohio, well, then I'm a Buckeye. So, but if I say, I'm a Southerner because I've lived in the South all my life, Mel Brooks, thank you. I did have the Mel part right, David. Thank you. So, but he's Jewish. So, but shouldn't we, here's the category for all the Jewish folk. Here's the category for all the Asian folks. Here's the category for all the black folks. Here's the category. What about the Mexicans? What about it? Do you see what I'm saying? So the black folk have to be recognized. I mean, I've watched your movies. I've given them thumbs up. Isn't that recognition enough? Oh, no. Got to put a new category in for these folks. Really? So if we're trying to be equal, then why do you need your own fucking category? In becoming equal, we're being separated. We're being divided. Well, but we're all Americans, right? Well, yeah, most of us are, Okay, so we're all, we have this equality thing, right? Yeah, but I'm an islander. Well, I'm from Georgia. Well, I was raised, I'm from Alaska. Okay, dokie. I'm from Maine. Okay, we got lobsters there. Okay, eh? But so, so now with all these categories, I mean, you know, you have a dingaling or you don't. There's your sex. What you call yourself after that, totally up to you, right? Okay. But I'm afraid to say anything about another gender or whatever because holy crap, right? So dingaling or not, that's all, whatever you want to be, okay, fine. Twinkie, okie dokie. A Twinkie back in my day was a dessert, okay? It does not mean the same thing these days. I'm good drinking Estonia vodka. There you go. I've been Southern forever. Yeah, Mossy man. Oh, by the way, for those of you, I'm I'm joking, but for those of you who care, the river's down, but the rain's back. It got down to 7 feet, and I'm like, okay, time to go boating, right? Now it's starting to, yeah. But so even within this thing about the race, so when people want to argue and fuss and fight, you go, hang on. To those of you that are anti CRT, right? Critical race theory. It's like I've said before, the speed of light is an average. Okay. They don't teach that. So in science, even up all these years, they've known better. They tell the students in class that, you know, uh, the speed of light is a constant. It's not, it's an average. Do they teach them that? No, because why? It would confuse them. Well, wait a minute. If you tell them it's a constant, then they go, oh, well, I can depend on that for every single time and every single thing. Because how are most normal people going to be able to measure how fast light is, right? We don't. It's on or off, right? But in the honesty of things, it's still kind of a theory as to what this speed actually is. See, so but they don't teach the theory of the speed of light. They tell you it's a constant. So now race is a constant, and anybody that doesn't like it must be a racist. Now I contend, after an hour and 46 minute into this, I contend that the folks who want to implement CRT are in themselves racist. Why? Because they want to blame everything on the white guy. Okay. That's their idea. Honesty says, you're right. Why? Because rich white guys settled here, brought the ships, bought the ships, dragged our nappy asses over here, turned us, white people too now, Irish, English, German, you name it, right? Portuguese. We were all slaves. Guess who? To the white man, the rich white guy. All of us have been slaves to these rich sons of bitches over the many centuries, okay? Are we trying to get out of it? Yeah, but it ain't going to work because they got a shitload of money. We don't. But the rest of us can buy and sell and trade and do all these things like the Pakistanis do without including any of the big guys, right? That the Mexicans do it. There are other people. There are drug trades with throughout the United States because those states who won't allow weed, we got to get our weed from someplace. So that means that wherever we get it, it's illegal. So, the fact that I can smoke a bowl, well, there you go. I've broken another law. And somehow, through the underground system of stuff, which I don't want to know about, right? Don't care. At my age, don't really want to know. You know what I mean? So just I got some. That's all. Thank you to the universe, right? But so a lot of folks are doing illegal stuff because the government and their wisdom and power and all that crap, say that they're being just. See, I brought 2 hours later, I brought it back. Remember, I said this idea about justice? There is no justice. They can have whatever they want, but they're going to put us little guys in jail, like they have me and friends of mine and family members. And, so this idea that, regardless of what race, well, you're not going to, if you're black, you're not going to get, justice. As a white man, I didn't get justice. Okay. Forget it. So they're making up this story. And many of us, we just don't buy it. We don't believe it because we have seen through the truth. For me, I've experienced the truth. There is no justice, only what they wish to deem and dole out, right? You can play the system, you can pay off people, you can bend over and get, screwed in the butt if that's what you so desire to get out of it. And there are some folks that'll take that for payment. Not me, and I haven't had to do that, thank God. But there are other folks that have gotten into bigger traps by using that to get their way out of something. Uh, Well, someone I know that's very close to the family, I'll just leave it at that, got into trouble like that and got into more trouble than what, anyway, what the payment was supposed to be. You know what I mean? So, what do we do with what's going on? We recognize it for what it is. It's a theory that was brought up and folks have discussed it over the years. But unless these people are willing to include, now, I would ask you also to pay attention. Now, there's a lot of white people that are going, yeah, we need to bring justice. These white people. Now, unless you're going to go kill you some Rockefellers and some billionaires and such, unless you're going to revolt and take out, them, let us eat the cake, right? One of the big blots that help to enslave your brain. Not mine, but, they're trying to make it that way. But I agree with you, David. If you ever believe that you're better or worse than any race, then you're giving that thought energy. We are all the same, basically. Yep, that's right. But see, here's the thing: the folks that have like Creole background, right? Some of these, and they're kind of reddish in color, black folk. It's got some Native American in them. They're beautiful people. That I love their skin color. But some of these Creoles and swamp folk, um, if it weren't for them being a Creole, then there wouldn't be that cooking. There wouldn't be jambalaya. There wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? So if it weren't for German stuff, there wouldn't be certain things like sauerkraut and, stuff like that and Finnish and whatever, So cultures, not necessarily races, because, my grandma Raleigh that I talk about, their last name was Funderhide. Okay, so how you going to get away from that with a last name like Funderhide? Ain't that German? Before World War II, they came over, but after World War One. But Grossmutter, right, was a respected lady in the community in Dayton. She grew peonies for the florist shops and stuff like that. So she came over from Germany, raised a family, Americans, down through, right? And so, but she brought with her those German things, right? These certain dishes and sauerkraut and things and stuff, and right. So, but where would they be? Well, we hate the Germans. Well, we did. Well, not all Germans, but we hated the Nazis. You know what I'm saying? So, but there are certain German things that are like okie dokie, right? Uh, Irish things, okay, a Chinese restaurant, a good, a good for me, a good house fried rice is like can't beat it. A little bit of this and peas and rice and this and that, kind of stirred up, right? And like, wow, okay. So, but where would we be if there weren't for the Chinese to give us, that? Where would we be without the Mexican cuisines and things and tacos and all that? Is it a sandwich? Is it a taco? Who gives a shit, right? But then there's the Greek, then there is, at Arby's, which I love. I'm pissed that the local Arby's closes by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which is stupid. But anyway, that they've got gyros, heroes, Gry, and the Greek. There was some Greek families in Thomasville, and they were selling them back in the 60s and 70s. I had my first one in the, I guess about 71 or two, maybe three, when I was in Thomasville. And it was through this Greek family that run, and there's still Greek families in Thomasville. Louis Seafood's place down there, run by a Greek family, and proud of it. So where are the Greeks in this? Well, I don't. What do you mean the Greeks? Well, there are a lot of Greeks that are hanging around and do it. And if it weren't for some of their cuisine and stuff, it'd be, so what about the Greeks? Well, what about them? Well, you're talking about races, aren't you? Well, yeah, but they look white. Yeah, but they're Greek, and they don't want to be. They don't want to be called anything else, right? They're very proud of being Greek. just like being proud of being Jewish, or just as proud as being an islander, or just as proud as being Chinese, or just as proud of me as being a Native American, or just as proud as, but does it have anything to do with race? No, but it has everything to do with culture. What we would do if we didn't have these different cultures. Oh my God, it would be so fucking boring, right? Where would we be if we didn't have good kung fu movies, right? Where would we be without Jackie Chan and oh God, I can't think of these names. But you know, back in the day when kung fu really, you know, the movies and you know, where would we be, right? Oh my God, a whole genre of stuff without kung fu. Um, Karate Kid wouldn't have been a olive skinned. Yep, I cooked the I cook all the world's food with my own recipes, and it's fantastic. Yep, jambalaya is like fried rice or fried rice in a red sauce. No, not a good jambalaya. It ain't, Travis. Sorry, I know real Cajuns. No, I would highly disagree with that, and so would my Cajun friends. But nah, not that one. Not a good jambalaya. Because you got to use it. Never mind, I won't go into it. But uh, I don't disagree too much. But yeah, or is white pride bad? Right. Well, here's one of the things that in my old age I never thought, you know, I would have to say or admit to maybe, but I'm not gay. Over all the years that men have tried to get me to change my sexual orientation so I could get punked in my funky ass, I'm not gay. Okay. Now that ain't to say I don't like sex and different things and like that, but you know, just think 69. But the idea though that somehow uh, it ain't okay for me to be, you know, semi-white and not gay. Wait, I'm straight. What? You mean you're not a little bit gay? No. Some yeah, I got roofied one time and ended up in bed with a guy, but you know, no. I have lots of gay men friends, but no, I'm not gay. Okay. Well, if you hang around them, you must be a little gay. No, I just don't care. But then you must, but you know, but you got to be gay if you'll allow and you hang. Well, I don't necessarily hang around them, but if we go out to dinner or something, I go as a friend, not as a straight man and a gay man. We it's two guys going to eat, you know, and not each other. Oh, that was crude, wasn't it? But to the point, I'm not gay. So I'm a Native American, not gay man, right? So hey, ST, and you think it's like is you think it's like fried rice with red? Oh my! Well, good, Travis. One jambalaya competition in Louisiana. Good. I mean that seriously. But I do not believe it's. I just can't think of jambalaya being like a fried rice is all. You are not happy or carefree, Hawkeye. I get where you're coming from with that because as a young man, when I was 10 years old, I was like, I'm happy and gay and carefree, just like you put down. And people looked at me and said, "You're gay?" And I went, "Yeah, I'm happy and gay." "You're gay?" Having not a clue what it meant, right? Usually it was fag or queer, but you know, gay was not one of the things people talked about back then. It was a fag or a queer, but you know, now they got all kinds of names and Twinkies and thingies and I don't know. But anyway, greetings to you, ST. So Nah, I'm sorry, Travis. You're not going to convince me it's sort of like fried rice. At least not the fried rice I'm used to down here. There could be another fried rice that is similar to what you're talking. Not the fried rice I'm used to down here. Okay, just saying. Then I've had jambalaya cooked with, from, true Cajun folks that had their businesses in cooking, and I used to cook for them and with them, and so does not resemble, in my opinion, anything to do with fried rice. So, but anyway, we'll just, we'll table that one. But, you know, and both have their place, is my point. You know, where would we be without a good this, and where would we be without a good jambalaya? And if it weren't for the French coming over and and not ending up in Nova Scotia and coming into the, becoming Creole, but to that point though, but so it's culture, and they're trying to use race as the key word to start a culture war between us. But they can't do it anymore because race is not appropriate because of all the melting and the different, religions and cookings and cultures. And, there are black Chinese. I mean, I'm just saying. Um, am I talking about red kind or tan? What? Jambalaya? I can't get into that now, Travis. We should have a different discussion on cooking one time. But so anyway, to stick with the topic, um, what time is it? Oh my God, we missed the 2:20 mark. Well, I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have a 20 just because it's been 2 hours since I've been here. So, but anyway, if folks want to argue about this, we need to stay practical and calm. When it's like in a debate, screaming and hollering don't get you any points. Okay, it's the facts and how you present them, and so that everyone can understand them. So for the last 2 hours I've been discussing this in that. So let's take a look at this racism, um, and call it what it is. It's they're trying to start culture wars with us, because if it truly was about race, then all of these other races would be included. So that's our argument. Do we contest their argument? No. But if you only want to use one race in this discussion, then you should say the black race and racism. But the people who are telling us that all white people are the bad guys, that we are the oppressors, and that anyone of race, which one, there because there's some really seriously rich Chinese folk around, and you can't put them in that. They're the oppressed. They got more money than God, and so where is this oppression? It isn't about the race, then, is it? It's about a culture. So we bring that to her attention. Well, do you mean Native Americans with the races then? Well, no, that's the black people. Well, then you're not talking about racism, then, are you? Because you're going to exclude other races. That in and of itself is racism. Because they want to say, well, it's only for the black folk. That's what they're implying. They're not implying Chinese or Mexican, So if they mean the black race, then they should say the black race. Yeah, that's exactly right. 240 to yep. Okay. That sounds good to me, David. I don't need much of a of an excuse. But so the people that want to do this, the people who want to bring it to us, the people who want to jam it down our throats, we just all we just have to be very concise and say, but race do you mean? Well, I mean the black race. Well, what about the Chinese? Well, what about them? Well, what about the Native American? Well, what about them? Well, then this idea of racism, you're not including them. Well, but let them do the floundering. So racism and should include, refugees from Afghanistan, right? What about the Afghani people that that they're a race, right? Middle Eastern, right? Okay. We will go with that then. But before I heard something that really ticked this off to kick this off for tonight's discussion. In that, you know, these people are really getting riled up about this, and we can't be that. We can't show our anger in the ways that it's being done, because then there are going to be people who say, look, you see them people, those anti-CRT folks, see how stupid they are, see how violent they are. They're like the anti-vaxxers. They're like the anti-this ones. They're going to look at this and point their finger at, quote, us, the white people, right, who are going, no, no, we're not doing this. Now, there are other people in there too. It's not just white folk. But it's the idea, though, that wait a minute. So if people show how angry they are by getting mad and cussing and showing their fist and punching, and then they become the clodhoppers. They become the dupes. They become the scapegoats in a way. So, the rest of America sees this and they go, look at all them crazy white people. See, they are against this. They don't stop and ask why. They just say, all them white people are against us. Well, but okay, so is it, are you speaking culturally? Because of what I just discussed, the Greeks and the Jews and the Russians and, where would it be without baklava, for God's sakes? Come on now. If you don't know what it is, you're missing out, right? So I'm trying to think of something like from England that came over, but there's this dish my friend used to make, and I can't remember the name of it. Try something. Anyway, oh my God, it was layers of stuff. Oh my God, she would make it for me like on my birthday and stuff, and she always made it for Christmas. And holy Jiminy Christmas, it was good. I was married to a white woman and a black woman, and I can assure you that they hated me equally. Yep, I want an N word that they can't use, then I choose no. I was thinking about that earlier, Travis, before I started the thing. All kinds of stuff was running through my head, and I said, I'm going to go ahead, not flaunt it, but I'm going to go ahead and say the word nigga. You know, hey, my niggas, as they would come to my house and come, hey, my nigga, how you talking to me, right? So I'm like, but I feel okay. If they can call each other that, shouldn't I be able to use the same word? Isn't that racism for them to say, well, a white man can't say nigger? Well, but I might not mean a black person. I might not mean anybody in particular. I just might, if I say, quote, the N word, well, I just use Nancy is an N word. Nottingham, well, it could be spelled with a K. Null and void, okay, so that starts with an N, that's an N word. Number file, numbskull, those are all N words, right? So why should one particular word out of all the N words, but because it's the connotation. If I say the word nigger, well, he's talking about a black. No, I just said the word. But you're implying, no, I'm not implying. I just said the word nigger. Well, I know, but you mean no. There is no race involved with this. It's your tiny little pea brain that can't get out of it. I just said the word. It's, there are, stopperly. There is a word that has been around for a long time called niggardly. That lazy and a bum. And does it have to do with Negro, nigger? Just saying. So, but if I use the word niggardly, I'm somehow referring to a black man because there's the word nigger in it, right? Well, it could have been Niger, from Nigeria, where some of these slaves came from. So they're Nigerian, okay? But a Negra. Oh, please. But anyway, so it's all right for them to call each other that, but God forbid. But to my point, the whites and blacks down here, some of these thugs, the that came about after whatever transition went on, right? They were calling each other nigga, white and black to each other. So it's interesting words. It's interesting how folks have used them in different climates, cultures, and races, white, black, okay, but they called each other that. So are you going to distinguish? Well, but the black man called the white guy a nigga. What? Yeah, so, but is it a race thing then? A black man called this is true, lots of times, my son and other people, it's like it was the greeting, hey nigga. So, but now does that mean the N word is doesn't mean what it does anymore? Because people usually don't use it, except within these communities that use this lingo still within the black community. They're the ones that should stop using the word because white folks pretty much quit using it, right? Except for me trying to reference this just as a matter of fact. This is how it has been down here in the South for the last 15 or so years. Um, so is there something wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with it. A bunch of guys want to call it, that in within their little gang or thugdom or whatever. Hey, nigga, how you doing? Okay, fine. I don't care. But it's the rest of society does. But is it here? It has lost its weight among some of the younger generation. Okay, in that the word nigga, not nigger, nigga, has become synonymous with thug, with hip hop, with a mentality. Can we say culture? So it's not about race, but it is about a culture. But the culture may have started primarily with black folk, but the culture, the hip hop movement, and this kind of thing, um, they it's become a culture, counterculture, however you want to look at it. But is it racism? And yeah, thugdom. Yeah, thugdom. D-U-M-B. Good one, Travis. Thugdom. And I just look at him and I go, what are you guys trying to prove? Here's a white guy with his pants down, damn near to his knees, trying to be like this black dude on and they wave at each other. Hey, nigga, how you doing? Hey, nigga, how you doing? Across the parking lot, and they both got their jeans down, to their middle of their butt. It ain't about race anymore, but it is about some type of cultural thing. Like I am still a hippie, okay? But is a hippie a race? Some would think so. But hippiedom, all us old hippies, and there's some new hippies too that are some really good people. There's a new style of hippie out there, and I think it's refreshing. I just hope they don't go too much into this new age shit and lose what they feel in their hearts, kind of thing. But anyway, so but being a hippie is a cultural thing. All right. Before I was a hippie, I was a beatnik. Yeah, man, jazz, cool, man, yeah. Yep, mind control and word trigger. So, but the thing is when you really get down and go up into Northwest Moultrie, where that's where them folks live. I go through there all the time to take a shortcut over to the courthouse in certain places, and I wave at folks out the window. How y'all doing? There's a little on one of the corners is a little shack that hamburgers and stuff, things like that. Little cook shack, right? I have no to stop there, and people in the neighborhood will look at me like, "What? Y'all eat here, don't you?" Yeah. Then the food's got to be good. Well, what you mean? Because black folk usually cook pretty good, men or women. And if there's a little shack in your neighborhood that's been here for 10 years and it's still open and y'all still eat there, then that must be some good food. I'm going to stop and check it out, right? Now, why go to Wendy's when there's this little joint, that I can just go to and say, hey, what y'all got in there? Take me a couple minutes to work. I'm not in any hurry, right? But so I have been prone to do this a lot in my lifetime. Like I said, the Northwest Moultrie folks, all black community, right? I would be the only person there. I would set up with my puppets, microphones, all my stage stuff, and everything like that. Nobody ever touched my stuff. Why? Because the black women were like keeping an eye on the kids. And if one of them kids went near any of my stuff without my permission, one of them ladies sitting in the bleachers there would get on them. I mean, get on them, right? So, and for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years in a row, I went to Northwest Moultrie as a puppeteer. They paid me $25 for the day. Big deal, right? But I, $25, okay, bought lunch kind of thing. But I do my puppet shows and tell stories and everything and be with those folk. So this idea is people, my white friends would say, well, aren't you scared? And I'm going, no, quite frankly, I'm feel safe. Why? I said, because them black folk like me. That's why. And if any of their relatives or anybody want to sneak up and get something, oh, barbecue. Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you, Travis. And deviled crab. They get this crab meat, make these deviled crabs. Oh my God. Oh man. But anyway, but there are other things like fried catfish and, you know, uh, and biscuits, homemade biscuits. Oh crap, man. I'm sorry. That there are white women who can make biscuits too. Okay. But anyway, it's a negative energy exchange because of the intentions. Yeah. See, so but and to your point, what you're saying, David, these younger groups, like my son, that was included in with these groups, because that's how I kind of got introduced to you're calling each other niggas. I mean, what is with this, my son? Who won't talk to me now, but it's okay. It all works out in the end, one way or the other. I don't hate him, but I'm sure there's some whatever on his side, which is actually a shame. But anyway, but he was like, yeah, we all get together, and I'd go into these places, or a couple of times there'd be whites and blacks in the same car, and they'd come out here and visit me, and they come, hey, So, but for me, it's like, wow. Now, back in the early '70s or late '60s, Sly and the Family Stone, don't call me nigga, whitey. Don't call me whitey, nigga. I mean, Sly and the Family Stone. And people got really upset about that song because they were saying the N word. And so here it was in a song publicly, and white people and black people singing the song, what? But they kept, don't call me nigga, whitey. Don't call me whitey, nigga. So what? Just to show, in my humble opinion, how powerless the word really is. Sly and the Family Stone. I'm 68 or 9, maybe 70. I mean, early on, right? So that's where my philosophy has been for all this time. So, but it's just a name, right? But you can use a word and it will trigger people, like David said, or Travis. I can't remember which one said. David said, okay. So, yeah, it is about lower frequency and all that other kind of stuff. But, David, if we try to explain some of that to some people, they go, frequency, words, that's just bullshit. Stop it. That's just you and your new age. But um, but it is true. Okay, I'm not denying that. But if we can just simply have a discussion without getting upset and go, well, there's the cultural thing and there's the difference thing and what it meant for a bunch of white people to call a black man a nigger back in the days when I was growing up in the 60s down here in the South is totally different from what these blacks and white kids are now young adults, and some of them are middle aged now, even. So it's almost moving into another generation of their, kids or whatever. So society is what brings racism. And in the CRT that I read 2.5 hours ago, it was about how racism or race forms society. And wait, and society creates race, right? Yeah, okay. Well, wait, but it, if I'm a white man, okay, and I go to Africa, I'm obviously not from around there. Okay. Did society create my race or their race? No. Did culture create our race? No. My parents are black, both of them. I ended up black. My case, both my parents were mostly white. I ended up mostly white with the Native American thing, right? So our history, our who our mothers were, who our grandmothers were, who our elders were. Is that a race? It's a culture. Am I German? Am I this? Am I, if my original last name would have been Lee. And if it's true, then I'm related to the Robert E. and the other Lees, and it goes all the way back to France. So then my background then would have been French and then moved over. And so am I French American? In French American Indian kind of thing, right? Okay. But is that a race? Well, all you white people look the same to me. Okay. So, but if that's the case, if you're going to group all of these folks by color, not necessarily race, because like I said, that there are some South Americans, they're very dark skinned. And one could say, well, because they're very dark skinned, then they must be black. No. Well, they must be Negro. No. They must be not white. Yeah, okay. Well, what about tan or orange or green or purple? Okay. So what are we going to do about this? Not get pissed off. Yeah, we yell at you, get off the lawn. Yep. Yep. They mess up all our words. So, thugdom is my new word for the day. Well, actually, it's been around in my head for a while, but, some of these folks who are promoting this are racist in and of themselves because they want to put the blame on all white people. And hang on, ain't that reverse racism? Isn't that racism in and of itself? Well, because we only look at the black, but wait. I'm not all white, and neither are you, and neither are you, and neither are you. You know, Well, but I would bet you do your little blood work thing and you ain't all white neither. Now shut up. So this thing is all the white man's fault. That we just got to throw that one out right there. Where there are there still rich white men who control the yes. Have are the rich white men that came over here and slaughtered the Indian and took over America? Yes. That's just a matter of fact. Blame the old white men, not the rest of us. You want to put this on, quote, us, white people? No. Blame the old rich men, not the rest of us. I'm sorry, I never was rich. You know, I worked for man, okay, as many of it have, and some of you still do. Does not make, I am a slave just as much as any race, creed, or color, okay, because I'm poor, and therefore my class says, my classification, my, you know, but they can't take away from me what I already have. Nature, the learning, being able to, you know, travel and go boating and, you know, um, you're more a pink color. I'm kind of become spotted in my old age. I've got these brown spots that, and the interesting thing is this is the arm that hung out the window when I was driving all the time. Just, you know, just saying. This arm was the inside arm, no little black marks. This arm, the window outside, big black, you know, thingies. It's not cancer, I've checked, but you know, my other arm doesn't have it. So I had a friend of mine who went to powwows, flute player, dancer, red hair, freckles, and he was Iroquois. He didn't no more look like an Indian than a man in the moon. Iroquois. And, you know, from however it was, he, you know, he had status within the tribe, but they, some of those tribes like Lakota, you know, if you're less than, you know, three quarters, then you're not allowed to be in the tribe. I mean, that's like rude, but you know, those are, you know, tribal and traditional laws. So, you know, so, and what I mean by that is I made a reference to it, but didn't explain it. I've talked about it before. My friend, a big man, he was like 6'6" and wore a bear skin, and it was, you know, just did fitting. Kind man. I knew him up around Tullahoma and so forth. But anyway, he grew up Lakota, right? And went out to us, you know, to the reservation in South Dakota and so forth out there. And um, we were talking way back when I first met him, and I said, you know, I think I'm about one quarter Cherokee. And he was like, you know, he said, you know, Dave, he said, you're from the Wanabe tribe. And I was like, really? And he goes, yeah, the Wanabe. I want to be a member of a tribe, Wanabe. So for those Native American, the Indians, he's from the Wanabe tribe, the Wannabes. Okay, Wanabe. So it's like, no, actually, I about a quarter Cherokee when I did my checking, you know. And I said, not, and I told him, I said, not that it really means anything. And I said, but for me, I realized that there was a culture inside of me that just didn't fit white people, right? So we knew each other for many years. And a couple of years later, he was telling me, he said, so my father was pure blood Lakota, and my mother, she's whatever she was, but white, right? And so therefore, I'm considered a half blood. So it was okay when I first met him, but later on, then When he was married and had gotten a divorce, but his son wanted to be part of the tribe and so forth, and they would go to the reservation. And but because his son was not, he was already, because Bear married a white woman, that meant his son was now only a quarter. So by tribal law, when he became 18, they asked him to leave. His tribal privileges, because he became 18, were no longer valid. So for 18 years, he grew up within the Lakota tribe, within the tradition, with his father, and all these things. And but because his father had married a white woman and he had married a white woman, his son was no longer a Lakota. Is that a race? Is that a tribe? Is that a culture? Now, to him, he came to me and went, I see your point now. He said, you've got grandmother, great grandmother, and uh, were all Cherokee women, and that you regard that highly. But just because you've had all these great grandmother and grandmothers with in your life doesn't make you a Native American. And he said, but my son is no longer considered part of the tribe because I married a white woman. And I look at him and go, I'm sorry, I truly am, but now you understand my position. Because if he's no longer part of the Lakota tribe because of this, then he is part of the Wanabe tribe, like me. So there's a local um, reservation down in Cairo, and they're kind of non-denominational. If you, they don't, it's not about how much of anything, it's that you got it. Well, my grandmother, great grandmother, and great great grandmother were all Cherokee. Good. That's enough. Come on in. They don't ask for credentials or you don't have to sign any papers. You know, you're part of the tribe. Sort of like all y'all, we're part of the soul tribe, right? It doesn't matter from which particular tribe we're from, whether it's Greek or Jewish or Italian, doesn't matter, right? What matters is that we are all from a tribe. And because we are tribal people, we are part of the soul tribe. We are members of the League of Like Minded Beings simply by that fact. So, this idea of the CRT, the racial thingy, it simply doesn't apply anymore because of all of these changes, which we should show these people is a good thing. Well, CRT, we need critical thinking, but look how far we've come. Isn't this modus operandi that you wish to propose to me and my friends? Isn't it outdated and outmoded? Because race has become this great big massive melting pot of stuff. There is no true distinctions, and those true distinctions are sort of melting away and mingling with others. Yes, I would say that, there are those Native American folks. We need to keep those stories and legends and traditions alive, just like black folk. Okra come from Africa. Some of the slaves or whoever brought it over here. And Southerners love that shit. Oh my God, I didn't get any okra this last year, and I'm about to have a cow, right? So this coming year, I'm going to have to grow me some okra, right, to get some. Well, but and for some people to say, well, I don't like fried okra myself, but I like to go out in the garden and pick it when it's about this long, and even without many teeth, I could chomp that stuff down. It is delicious raw. Okay. But just saying, the longer it gets a little stringy, but you can chop that up in with some beans or peas or something like that. Oh my God, some tomato, add some tomato to that. Boy, I'm here to tell you. Yeah, age spots. They call it back in the day. They called them liver spots, and they Carter's little liver pills. I remember as a child, to get rid of them liver spots and whatever. Snake oil. But anyway, we are all hybrids these days. Not many pure races left. Yep, many tribe races are, but their tree branches aren't exactly for you. But they aren't called racist, right? But so anyway, we just we need to meet these people without anger. I think is my basic point after all this time. And we're coming up on a 20, right? And I'm gonna after 2 hours and something, I'm gonna make that it. Um, because I've been these 4 and 5 hour ones. People are like, man, I just couldn't sit through that. But then it took me 3 times to listen to your damn video, Dave. Okay. But to the point, I probably have said enough. If I want to keep talking, I'll end this one and come back. We'll just yak. But the anger that's out there from the different states and peoples and so forth, I get it. But we need to be more practical in that we meet these people with questions. What race? Race says. Does that word race in your meaning? You need to be more specific. What race do you mean? Race says. Is it plural? Or are you being specific? We just need to ask those questions. And what it's going to do is they're going to prompt them to go, wait a minute. But you say, but then you bring up, well, what about the Greeks? Well, what do you mean? Well, there are a subset of people in the United States. That's where you get your baklava. That's where you get to this. Oh my God, what about the Russians? What? Yeah, but well, but they look white. See, so they need to be more specific now, because what it meant in the 1980s is not what they're trying to make it to mean now. So we need to just get on their little tails kindly and go, please be more specific by what you mean by race. If you're going to be all inclusive, then it's everybody. Well, race. Well, but race or culture? Well, is it the Chinese culture? Is it just the Chinese people? Or is it Korean, South Korean, Japanese, Taiwanese, Vietnamese, Cambodian? Where are you going to draw the line as far as race? Well, but they're Oriental, so that's a race, kind of, sort of. I mean, from this standpoint. But are they included? We need to ask these questions, and we need to say, I'm sorry, but until you clarify what you mean by race in these statements and be more specific as to race, when every time you use the word, you simply refer to the black race, which is not inclusive, and therefore I don't agree with this. And that, you know, I don't agree with it because you don't include all the other races. If you're only going to include one race, then I'm against this. Sorry, it should be all inclusive if you're being true to the nature of things. You want equality, you want to, then it's all races. Or is it race or is it culture? See, because they'll say, well, it's the Chinese people. Is it? Or is it the culture, the Oriental culture? You see what I'm saying? Well, if it's in Chinese, well, but yeah, but what about the Vietnamese? Well, but they're just south of China. They're kind of, sort of, all kind of, they always used to call them yellers, but slant eyes and all that kind of stuff back in the day, right? Um, so it'd be like America. So just because you were in Maine doesn't mean that if somebody from Florida, they talk with a Southern accent, don't mean that they still ain't part of the same type of folk. So Korea, China, Thailand, all the way down, doesn't matter, because in some way, shape, or form, them folks are all related. You know what I mean? Like those of us on the East Coast we're all kind of related one way or the other. So, but if we ask these questions and make them be more pacific about it. Some of these people, I think, wouldn't be so radical because in their minds, it's only one race. In their minds, it's a single agenda. In their minds, they're stuck with this new pattern because what started out in the 1980s is not what it has evolved into now. And we should point that out. Well, this CRT thing and white people, yes, old white men are responsible for starting this country. Get over it. That is the true history. Yes, there were slaves. There were Chinese slaves. There were Irish slaves. There were, stop it. Oh, wait, I raised my voice right there. T minus what? T minus what? But so in my summary of this, a lot of new things to consider with what they're considering. And however we deal with it, now one of the things is there's a Facebook group, okay, that's promoting this. So one of the things we can do is that if we see someone who's promoting this, then we simply use our best manners and just ask the questions in a public forum. What, please specify or be more specific by your definition of race. Does it include Native Americans? Does it include Mexicans? Does it include Chinese? Does it include, and don't say the word black, do not use the word black because they want us to be drawn into it's all about the black issue. So if there's, and there are people out there on Facebook who are doing stuff. So what we simply do is we don't use the word black or Native, we say, well, what about Native Americans? What about, Chinese? What about, Mexican races, right? We don't use the black word. We leave them out. We let them draw it out and say, well, what about the black people? Well, I know about the black people. I'm asking about all these other folks. It's sort of a given, that it's includes the black race, right? Okay, so are they the blacks from Morocco? Are they blacks from Ethiopia? Are they blacks from South Africa? Or are they East Coast Nigerian Africans? What do you mean? Well, it would be like asking somebody from the United States. Well, you're from United States, right? Yeah. Well, then do I live in the middle of the continent? Do I live in Kansas? Or no, I live in Georgia. Oh, whoa. So I'm from the East Coast. And trust me, I've been on the East Coast and up and down. I haven't been up in New England, but I've been as far up as, Virginia and the Carolinas and over, but not up in New England or anything like that. So I've been all the way out west, down the coast. Couldn't stay long, but met folks. You could see by the way people acted and or so forth. But uh, you know, Californians are not the same as folks here on the East Coast, and vice versa. Grab mine. Yep, 3 minutes. Yeah, I had to count on my fingers. But so if you say, well, you're from Africa, yeah, but what part of Africa? Morocco, Egypt, Ethiopia, there, where at in Africa. I mean, so it'd be like somebody said, well, you're from the States. Yeah. Well, are you from Jersey? I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? No, I'm from South Georgia. Well, I'm from the South, I'm a great Southerner, my friend, you know, and have you got any lemonade? Can we sit out there on the veranda? But to the point. So it's like, yeah, I'm an American, but I'm also from Georgia, the state of Georgia. I'm also, have this Native American thing. And for me, so I'm not just an American. I'm not just from America, right? But people just don't put that in there, right? Well, you're an American. Okay, but there's all these little subsets of America. When I lived in Florida, I was a Floridian. ain't the same as the South Georgian. Ain't, and the folks from South Georgia are nowhere near like the people around Atlanta. I mean, well, it takes a different kind of person to live up around Atlanta. I've been up there so many times, and recently I was like, no wonder I don't come up here anymore. Oh my God, you get on a highway and you don't know whether or not it's going to get closed or not, or get traffic backed up for hours. Holy crap! No, I'd rather be down here. I started early, didn't I? Oop. But anyway, so we should look at this with critical thinking rather than just anger. We should make sure we make ourselves known. We don't let them overtalk us. Well, but the race, yeah, but which one? And we just need to be but we keep ask the same question over and over and over again with a smile and go, but please answer my question. Which race? Now, if they answer it right off, I go, the black race, of course. You go, but then you have to say, but I'm sorry, but that doesn't make any sense in this new day and time, because in the 80s, we had just come out of centuries of um, the members of the black race, the Negro race, were only considered as one-third pieces of property. They had no civil rights, but they've had their civil rights now for 60 years, 50 years, right? But so the study that was valid in the 80s is simply not valid now. Houston, we have a problem. We're almost out. Having been a carnival ride operator, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. I remember went to Disney World and applied for a job back when it first opened. Me and a friend of mine rode all the way over there to Orlando, and they had a special sign up place. And if you signed up, they had tickets back in them days, and they gave you this small little thing of tickets and free admission into the park. Well, Space Mountain wasn't open. A lot of stuff was still not working, right? So we had these free passes, and we had a little bit of money, uh, and so we wanted to go see these things. And Country Bear Jamboree and the Hall of Presidents, which is still phenomenal animatronics. Um, Country Bear Jamboree was a lot of fun. Cheers. So, and in 1970, 71, or whatever it was when we went over there, when it first opened, it was like, it was the cat's meow. Now everybody's used to it. But anyway, so we go into not knowing then what it was it's a small world. Well, because it was one of these white ticket rides or whatever it was, we went, right? So, because it was literally brand new and they were still working the bugs out, we get about a third of the way in to the ride. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small, small world. The ride stops. Okay. And you're sort of floating in water kind of thing, but you're on a track. And then, there you got, then it is. So 5 minutes later, I don't mean like a minute or two. I mean like we're all looking around going, how do we get out of here? There's water, there's tracks, and there's all these little animatronics and the sound, right? Which is kind of a little more than, it was a little too loud. Now, had we been traveling, it probably would have been all right where we were sitting still. So then all of a sudden the ride jerks and we all go, yay! All the passengers in front and back and all the little cars and everything. So we start going, and we go a little ways, and it's a small world at the rock clunk, and we stop again. Oh my God, it took us like almost 45 minutes to get out of that ride. It was like, now, anytime, it's a small world, I get this twinge. Buffering a lot here. I haven't seen me jump around, but that don't mean it's not being buffered, though. But anyway, so share a bowl, share a bud, share a prayer, share some love. But let's please, um, should we go along with the CRT? The idea is like, well, no, because what they proposed in the 80s is simply needs to be updated now. And as I stated almost 3 hours ago, um, that there is no real justice. And what they're seeking with this CRT thing is to bring justice to the race, equality. And it just ain't going to happen because they pick out what is true, what is justice. So, let some of these black men out of jail, give them a real job and give them something. But, the thugdom has infiltrated society to the point that the thugs don't want to do anything but be a thug. And that's a shame. It really is. Or that they feel that the only thing that a black man can do is to, like, be a rapper or be into music or do into this, or it's like, what? Um, what about, and I can't think of his name right now, but the guy that did the Peanuts, right? He was a black man, right? And learned all this stuff about peanuts. So, um, why can't, you know, and 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 there are black horticulturists and black farmers and so forth. There are black farmers still down here in the South that own substantial pieces of property, and they still farm it, and they're respected within their communities. So, but this idea that it's all about a race, it's all about the black community, we have to consider all these other races, you know. It's like the French Creole, and it's like, just because you're black don't mean that you came from Africa necessarily, or that all your ancestors might have been Creole, that anyway. And it's more of a cultural thing than it is about a race. So let's make sure these folks know what they're talking about. But we got to stay polite. We can't get angry at them. We can't go shaking our finger at them, because that's what they want us to do. They want us to react negatively. And the best way to beat them is with all these positive facts. Hey, look, we're better off than we were back in the 80s. Look at how the races and everything have gotten along. Look at how many intermixed marriages there are. Look how many black quarterbacks there are. I'm sorry, but back in the day, it was stated that there would never, ever be a black quarterback. I'm here to tell you, in the NFL back in the day, when it first started and all that stuff, that black men might be good for running and blocking, but they're not. They would never be smart enough or good enough with passing that they would ever be a quarterback. I'm here to tell you history, and I watched football games today that had black quarterbacks, and I'm like, so they were wrong, weren't they? Well, I guess they were. But back in the days of football, there would never ever be a black quarterback because they couldn't lead a bunch of white men. The white men wouldn't listen to a black quarterback. Now, that was back in the 60s and even into the 70s. Okay. So, this idea that we haven't come a long way, just point at the NFL, just point and go. Because when I was growing up, the idea that any black man would be as good as Johnny Unitas, who threw that famous Hail Mary pass, you know, And I think it was against Bart Starr of Green Bay. But anyway, ooh, that was a good hit. Ooh, somebody brought me a couple little Christmas trees, and I put them in my jar over there for my birthday, and I just put it over there. We took our senior trip in high school to Kings Island. How can it be Smurf Village and not smoke weed? Yeah, one of the things that I tried not to do, it was like there were some folks that said, "Man, I got a joint." Okay, okay, and I'm just screw it. I'm just going to light it up and smoke it. I don't care what anybody says. By the time the cops get to me, it's going to be out, right? Okay. For me, it was like I'm going to smoke weed in public, but nobody's going to know it's me. So, and for those of you who have never done it before, I'm just going to use this because I haven't had a cigarette in a couple of hours. So what you do is you take, that much tobacco out of your cigarette. Okay. Just just enough for one, maybe two hits, right? Just take a little bit of tobacco out the end of your cigarette. And you go, so then what? Then you pack it with some weed and just a dash of that tobacco left over so you can't see the weed when you look down at it. But so now, after you've packed your cigarettes with weed, then your normal pack, you take your cigarette and put it straight up. And I've seen people that do this, and they got their cigarettes. It's like they pour them all out and then they put them in upside down. The reason they put them in upside down is because they have put weed in the tips of their cigarette. So every time they light a cigarette, you'll smell this big hit of weed. And guess what? It'll be, well, who's smoking the joint? I don't know. Smoking a cigarette. You hit it again, still hitting your cigarette, the smell of weed in the air. And by that third hit, there's nothing left. And if anybody can find out where it's coming from, it's gone. So you get two or three hits out of, the end of your cigarette. Now, see, working on a carnival, so we would do our cigarettes like this in a pack so we could smoke right out on the ride, right? Not also dependent on the ride, but and how many people. But, on the Rockoplane, there was grounds down here, and about 5 foot up is where the catwalk is, right? For loading folks in and out of the tubs. So you could sit up there with the ride going by because the ride would also pull the smoke away from around you, and so you could sit up there and smoke your weed at the end of your cigarette and nobody know what you were doing. And so for us, it was smoking weed and doing things in public without the public knowing that it was you that was doing it. But now there are those folks. I've been around a lot of folks, and they'd go, "I don't give a fuck. Oh, smokers do it right here. They'd light it up, right?" And dare somebody to say anything. Now we were really sneaky about it, Well, end load a couple of cigarettes and and then go to the movies or go to the park or go do something, and people will go, somebody's smoking weed, and there ain't no joint around, nobody's, and you don't have to smoke the whole cigarette. So you just want a couple. So you smoke half your cigarette, put it out, and then later on you have just your cigarette, but with just the tobacco. But there are times when I just wanted to hit the weed. So, I'd only smoke it till the weed was gone, and then put the cigarette out, so they have a bunch of, half smoked cigarettes. What you been doing? Smoking weed? Really? Yeah. But see, half of my cigarettes are all gone. I just want so, but anyway. But there are some people that are got to be belligerent about things. Um, but to the point. I would have smoked in the Smurf village too, but they wouldn't have known I was smoking. But I would. That's the method and the reason for telling that story. I would know. Yeah, we all had our own cigarettes and just stood around and smoked. And there's smell of weed in the air, and nobody knows where it's coming from, but it's everywhere. Who's got the joint? Nobody. And you got your cigarette down by your side. And there's this really nice smell of Acapulco Gold, coming up from beside you. We had a lot of Mexican weed back in those days, back in the days of paraquat. And at some point, I think we got a hold of some weed that had been sprayed with paraquat. It was nasty. Oh, Lord. And it had an ammonia smell to it. But we didn't have any weed, so we did what we could. And way back then, we were making butter by taking weed and butter and putting it in a skillet and heating it up. And I don't know, 15, 20 minutes kind of thing. There was a certain greenish consistency you got out. But, my old hippie friends were showing me how to make can of butter way back in the day before there was any internet, right? But bad weed that didn't get you high, smoking it or was really harsh or whatever, you could, put it in a skillet with some butter and do that and eat it and get a better buzz than if you tried to smoke it. So, but anyway, so, but with this race thing, people who want to bring it up simply ask them, well, this race thing, which one? Well, which one what? Which race? Well, them blacks. Oh, okay. But, well, what about the eight? Bring, and be nice about it. Can you even smile? But what about these other races we got here that living in the United States? The United States is a melting pot, right? And that was sort of like, give me your tired, your war, the plaque on the Statue of Liberty, you're weak and, so that's what America is. It's all these different cultures. And it isn't about a race anymore. It really isn't. But there is a cultural war that they try to start all the time. But most of us, if like for me, down up in Northwest Moultrie, there's this little cook shack and they're selling ribs or whatever. You could bet they're good because everybody in the neighborhood eats there. And they wouldn't eat there if them ribs wasn't good, right? Or whatever it is, right? Fried chicken, oh my God. So as much as I don't eat chicken and fried mostly, but that it's hard to turn down a really good home fried chicken, at a little hut in the neighborhood. Back when I was growing up, there was a black man who traveled around, and him and his family, they made these deviled crabs. Okay, now it was just breaded stuff with real crab meat in them, and they weren't in a crab shell, but it, they were pinched at both ends to sort of look like a crab, but it was nothing more than bread and stuff like that and whatever else was spices. But let me tell you, this old man drove around on his bicycle, and on the front of his bicycle, he had a cooler which he used as a heater. So he had it heated them all up, and I don't know how it wasn't heated inside, but it was always warm inside this thing. It wasn't a cooler it was an old aluminum thing, but he used it as like sort of as an oven kind of thing. So, but he went around the neighborhood and he had one of those little ringers on his bicycle, and this, um, you know, case set on, like a basket, but enclosed on the front of his bicycle. And through the neighborhood he would go. And it was 10 cents and a penny tax. And these things were like about yay big, wrapped in white paper. He'd get them out and you want hot sauce or not? And he'd have a little, or some mustard, and he'd have them in there, and he'd stop right there on the street. And every day, especially in the summertime, he'd ride through selling devil crabs. Oh my God, them things were the best. We looked where, we'd say, "Where's the devil crab man?" But the fact that he was an old black man, we didn't give two shits as kids as what color or who. We just said, well, he's an old black man. He's got white hair and he drives around the neighborhood. The crab man, you know. So we all knew who the crab man was. It just so happened that he was an old black man, But nobody asked us about the old black man that sold crabs. They always said the crab man, and we knew who he was. You know what I'm saying? So even way back in the early 60s, because I was in Tampa in 59. So went to, started school 60 and anyway, or maybe it was anyway, back then. So, but this guy was riding through the neighborhood in the early 60s, which there still had not been the Civil Rights Act, is sort of my point. But he was comfortable with what he did. No man was telling him what to do. He had his devil crabs. He had his thing. We knew him. We didn't know the guy's name. He was just a devil crab man. He was always nice. We were always polite to him. We always joked with him. Well, come on, man, give us an extra with it. How will you sell me one for, because sometimes as little kids we didn't have 11 cents. Picking up bottles and we'd mow lawn, anything to get money back then. We did our best not to steal, although there were times, but because if you stole something, then you couldn't sell it. You had to earn money. A lot of times, what we stole were bottles, so we could turn them in for the deposit on them. But toting a couple of cases of Coke bottles back in the day, on a bicycle, you just think about that. We was in serious need of some change for our deviled crabs. You know what I mean? We live we lived 9 blocks from Busch Gardens, and back then Busch Gardens was nothing but a garden. There were no rides, there were no animals. Well, there were flamingos, and they had the bird show, which was beautiful. And so, living so close, we as kids used to sneak in all the time in the back gate and everything. I mean, down Annie Street, but it dead ends on the 30th Street, and right across the street from it is the back gate. It's changed now, but when my brother worked there and I worked there one season with the parking lot, and we went in. That's the back way to get in. So as kids, we used to sneak in that back way and go into the garden part of it, and where all these fountains were and wishing wells and everything. Some of them were too deep, but fountains and stuff, and we'd wait until the tourists would go by, and then one of us would go swimming or wading, and we'd pick up nickels, dimes, quarters, whatever. We left the pennies unless we were really hard up, and we needed pennies for the penny tax. It was a dime and a penny tax. That was the thing back then. It was a dime and a penny tax. So I've been paying tax for a long damn time. You know what I'm saying? So we just knew that it was a dime, but there was a penny that went to the tax. We just, I guess we took, oh, but anyway, so then there was the Cuban side of Tampa, which wasn't white, wasn't black, you know what I mean? But there were the Cubans. So are the Cubans a nationality? Are they a culture? Yes, to that. And some of the Cuban culture is wonderful. Where would we be without a good damn Cuban sandwich and some bread? You know what I mean? But a hoagie, yeah, okay, but a good Cuban and some Spanish bean soup, oh my God. So frijoles negras, black beans and rice, I make a mean black beans and rice myself because I like black beans and rice, and I was taught by some folks how to make it. And anyway, but which I haven't made in a while, but it's been too hot to cook in the house. So, but now that the weather's starting to cool down, I'll start cooking on the stove a little more. But anyway, black beans and rice, yum yum. With some andouille sausage, and make a good roux. I'm thinking about it. My mouth is watering. Not really hungry, but it sounds good. But so anyway, but it wasn't about race, but it was damn sure about culture. So the culture of the Cuban people, and there's folks now who are like, why are we still cut off from Cuba? It's like 70 miles from Key West. It's not very far from Tampa. In and out. And why are we not like friends with Cuba? Whatever it takes to be, we're bigger than they are. Why are we still, this thing about Cuban cigars and whatever? Oh my God, you know. Um, so why all this rhetoric? Why hasn't Cuba been, haven't we been more nicer to? Oh, Castro, oh, stop, you know, get over it. Let's figure out how to negotiate this. But to keep Cuban people from coming in and out and all this, and here's the thing. Back in the 60s, I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis a bunch because MacDill was like a prime target for a nuke, okay? And MacDill is like the southern part of Tampa, right there in the bay. So it's like, when we learned to get up under our desk and put our hands over our heads, kind of thing, over our eyes, we knew that we might get flashed, okay, because of MacDill Air Force Base and the proximity to Cuba. So Miami wasn't necessarily worried, but we were damn sure worried in Tampa with MacDill Air Force Base. So, flying sorties out of MacDill over Cuba during the missile crisis and all that. So yeah, we were terrified little kids. Not so much with these kids today. Well, New York and the towers and the thingy, and yeah, okay, but you know, we thought we were going to get nuked. Okay, that's pretty terrorizing right there. But after that, so anybody that came from Cuba had to be a communist or a communist sympathizer. But here's the thing: with all the time that Cuba's been there, there's the Cuban mafia and the underground and everything, but most of that is because Cuba's not allowed, we're not allowed to interact. So the covert activities have a lot to do with the fact that they won't allow regular activities. So, but nowadays, if all the Cubans in Cuba move to America, what would that do? I mean, but to the point though, they don't all have guns and bombs. They're not like the Taliban. A lot of the Cubans are Catholic. So it's like, wait a minute. So who do we want to let in? A bunch of Mexicans and folks on the southern border, or Cubans who have been, the Cubans in Cuba and Ybor City there in Tampa and going back in the Spanish and oh my God. So it's like the history of the Cubans being in Florida is like goes way back before the United States. So this idea that now, what, so if all the Cubans moved over here, it still wouldn't be as bad as what's coming across our southern borders. At least we know that these people are Cuban, which is not a bad thing, but it's been a bad word. Well, they're from Cuba. They're Cubans. What? They're folk. They got a rich history all of their own and of this and music and stuff. And, a lifestyle, but they're Cuban. Yeah. So, well, that'd be like, well, but they're Greek. Well, okay. A lot of Greeks around Tarpon Springs, sponge divers and stuff that, big time into that back in the day. And Greek sponge divers and the big helmets and all, like the one I got, Greek. Well, what about the Italians? Well, the mafia. Well, okay, but you see what I'm saying? So all these different cultures, not necessarily races, but distinct in and to themselves, having nothing to do with color. Okay. So we got South Americans and Mexicans with Japanese last names, Konichi, and these other folks, but they're from Mexico. They're considered Mexican, but they're not truly, you know? So none of these cultures and things. So, but is the race as pure? Some of them are more pure. Does it matter anymore? I would. in a way, I would question that. And I would say, I see the validity somehow in like Lakota to keep the bloodline, try to not necessarily marry your cousin, but try to marry at least into an Indian nation versus a white person. But you can't really, blame yourself for who you choose to love. So, and sometimes, pickings are slim on a reservation, and folks, there's too much inbreeding already, and, not much to choose from, and just, but anyway. But the idea of having like pure Cuban blood, okay, as a tradition, a true Jewish. I've noticed I haven't mentioned them much, except for Mel Brooks and Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein, and and I can't remember the movie that Mel Brooks did, but he made this wager with his rich friends, and he was going to stay. He was going to live on the streets for a month, and I can't remember the name of the movie. So they literally, dropped him on the street with nothing, out of his limousine and out of his big house and all everything. And in that month's time, they took over his fortune and did all this stuff. But it also in that month's time, he met people on the street who were genuine and gave, and who he ended up falling in love with this crazy woman from the streets. And but this idea that it's all about class. And I thought it was a great movie in that he showed that, being rich and out of touch and all that, you really weren't in touch with the common people. You really weren't in touch with people. You were in touch with, this thing that was all about the riches and this and that and but anyway, so from a rich businessman at that time, he had a lot of money, Mel Brooks speaking, to do a movie such as that, in my humble opinion, even though it was, a comedy and all that, a drama comedy, um, it pointed out some very, very, very important flaws within our society. So some people have been aware of some of these things for a long time and have tried to show us and other people that there are these disparities, but it had nothing to do with race, but it absolutely had everything to do with culture and of social standing, the classes. And until all rich people give away their money, then the social classes are just going to be there. They're here, okay? Are a bunch of them white people? Yeah, but it doesn't mean that all white people share the same traits or tradition as these upper class folk do. Because in their eyes, I'm just as much a nigga as the next guy. I absolutely have no value. They devalued my Social Security because they passed a law. They devalued a bunch of us old, the hippie type, the baby boomers. They passed a law just before we turned 62 that we didn't get all of our benefits. All of our benefits were cut by almost a third. Lots of us, 25%, 25% across the board, got our overall benefits reduced before we ever laid eyes on them. So, that it just ain't right. It just ain't right. So all of us are being screwed. So for us poor white folk to get brought into this, then I, as a poor white person, if as they're going to classify me, I'm actually a poor white Native American. I mean, I'm a poor Native American. Leave the white part out. But so what does that, am I included in your race definition? Because from my understanding from it, the injustices done to me, the injustices that I've had to endure because of the system, because of the laws, they were unjust to me. So, as a Native American, then shouldn't I be included in this? I feel I should. And I know other people I feel who should. But because of our color of our skin, we're not included because we're not black enough. We're not enough of something to fit their paradigm of what they mean by race. So it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. I've yapped down about this. I love you all. Esty, David Castle, anybody else that might be hanging out. I know this subject is, off on its own. But they're in this learning to understand the differences from what they're trying to teach us about race and racism is more it's more cultural differences than it is about race, and we should bring that up. Well, do you mean race or culture? Well, the black race. Well, okay, but the black race, the black culture, because there are some people who are black in color, but they're not from Africa. I mean, they're from other places on the planet. Well, I'm just saying, Um, so somebody from Zimbabwe, all right, that's Africa, but they feel that there's still Zimbabweism or whatever inside them, right? So, but they live in America, and I knew somebody like this. So, as much as they wanted their black tradition, they knew they had to be American, right? But so, with a name like Umbagwa or something as a last name, it was like kind of hard to get around it. But he was a very handsome, 6'2" black man. I don't know if he's still alive. He still could be, but I mean, so I met him because he married a person that I worked not for, but uh, community council. She was one of anyway. So got to meet this man several times. Lovely man. But so is he considered an African American? No, he's from Zimbabwe. Oh, but he's a black man. He's an African man, not African American. He's an African man. Well, then his race, but he considers himself, even though he was over here with a green card and all the nice stuff and everything. But can he or should he be related to all the black Americans in America? No, he didn't want to be lumped in with because he was very proud. He had I can't remember what his specialty was, but he went to college and he was intelligent and he had his own thing and he didn't want to be associated with the blacks in America because at that time it was all this thugdom, right? And he did not want to be associated with that. So here's a quote black man, but you want to include him in the race of this, and he didn't want to be included in, even though he was black and an African. And he was like, "No, I don't want to be included in this because my standard. Get this, his standards were higher than the American black man's standard." That was his point, and I agreed with him. A lot of other people did too. But he was a good man. And he married Miss Murtis Mulkey. That was her original name back in the day. And they were together for, I don't know if they're still married or not, but they were a fine couple. And in a small town like Moultrie. So, and they were accepted by all these radical Southern, um, KKK folk. Wow. Have we made progress or what? So, this idea of racism to me is just stupid, and that they want to bring this up and to teach its theory would have to include, if you're going to have 48 different names for what you want to be known as sexually or orientation wise, then this idea of race should include all these multi-varied variations of the races and cultures. If you want me to believe in all this LGBTQ, RSP, WXYZ stuff, okie doke, then when you mention race, it has to include all these other things. Tit for tat, right? We don't have to get mad about this. You want me to accept all this? Okie doke. It seems like there's nothing I can do about it anyway, but okie doke. But in this, I can speak my mind and say, but wait a minute. If you say race, then include all these others, like you did, and use the example of the LGBTQ thing. It must be all inclusive. How do we beat them? We beat them with their own game. And the game is, if you're going to use, if you want this, then you must use this because there's no difference. So my argument to those folks in the communities, y'all have your stuff, but then at the same time you want to use this CRT thing, then you must use all the races, just like you did with all the other variations of sexuality. Then you must accept all these doesn't that's logical and we can. Okay, so I'm done. I think there's an equitable solution so that the people who think that this is a good idea, fine, be inclusive. That's all. But when they stop to think of inclusive and get rid of a singular motivation, their their mind will have to be changed, even if just a little. They're just going to go, "Oh shit, hadn't thought about this." Well, what about the no? But no, what I meant was, well, the black people. Oh, then they're going to spill the beans, because it isn't about the race of peoples. It's about a particular race, and that's going to show their hand. And we're not going to have to do anything about it. Just state the facts, and I say beat them at their own game. So if you see anybody getting mad about this, refer them over here to this video, or just talk to them yourself and just present some of these facts as I've discussed tonight. And it's all fact. Yes, white rich men started the United States and killed all the Indians. And yes, rich white men from around the world, the Mediterranean, brought black slaves who were sold by black members of Africa, by the way. So, black people sold black people, for profit. And, let's tell the whole truth, not just part of it, because they leave out Africa part. Well, but the Americans had slaves. Yeah, but where'd they get them? Well, from Africa. Yeah, but how'd they get them from Africa? Well, there were slave traders. Yeah, right. And usually there were the white men who were on the boats, but they had black sailors in different colors, and Moroccan and, Portuguese. So, but where did the slaves come from? From the black slave masters in Africa. So when they want to place blame on us, we are absolutely, ST. We are slaves in our own mind. Because when I was in prison, that was what I learned. Was like, you can put me behind bars, you can regulate where I go, you can keep me from seeing the sunshine, you can do all these things, but you can't take my mind. And I read, I meditated, I learned about astral projection. I continued to learn about astral projection. And learned about the system from the inside, got to play it to the max. I went from population to the highest position in the prison at the time, and that was the lead um, waiter for the officers' dining room, where the sheriff and all the cronies and folks would come and eat lunch at times and stuff. And they took me out of population and put me there. And it's like I went from the worst end of the deal to the top best deal. I went from the basement to the penthouse within an hour. And but I did my job. I was well respected, but it was circumstances because I did not follow the rules. I had to be busted to population because I questioned the orders of a guard. And so I had to play the system. The system had to play itself. But after 3 days, they plucked me out of the basement and took me to the penthouse. And so I know that by good works and good deeds and being respectful, and I was honest as much as I could. I mean, we made hooch while I was in there, but they never found any. We were that smart. But yes, we did make it. So that's kind of sort of lying on the side and cheating a little bit because we were making hooch. But so we stole a little bit of food, where we put some food back. And I was in charge of everything in the cooler and the freezer. I knew where everything was because that was my job. I knew where everything was in the stock room. That was my job as trustee. But by being that my job, the sergeant in the jail got my sentence commuted because they were going to send me to Rayford Prison. And I got a year county time to serve under Sergeant Castleberry. And because he was from Georgia, where I was living before I got busted. So it was two old Georgia boys talking. And he said, David, I'll go to bat for you if you promise me. And we shook hands, and he went to the judge, swung a deal, and I kept my promise, and I stayed there and worked as hard as I could for Castleberry. And at the end of it, I ended up being, in the penthouse and earned some money and tips and stuff before I got out of jail. That is the spirit of being a warrior. See, I, for my own self, and I know I talk a lot, but people say, well, you don't know what it's like. The hell I don't. No, I didn't serve years in prison, but I spent a whole year locked up. Uh, I mean, in lockup, there was no going outside for anything, except to go to court, right? And then you were chained to some, menace to society that should have been changed, I got to say. But there are some really bad people in this, I got to say, black and white. But for me, the thing that kept me sane was, and I still don't know who the person was that bought the books that I was able to read, but I was reading paperback books back in this was like 78 and 79. And I'd already been into that stuff because I knew about Edgar Cayce back in like 68 and 9. And I was starting to get into the paranormal and things back then. Because, there was, discussions about, flying saucers here and there and the thingy. But anyway, but for my own self, I've been researching these things since I was a youngin', quite literally, for my own, what I, just for my own shits and giggle. But and what I've learned though that by learning what I've learned has put me into situations where I had to be as tough as a warrior, like almost drowned in. Maybe there was a time when we were on. It was in December, and we were sailing off the. I guess it would be the south side of Davis Island, there in Tampa Bay, and the wind was up. We had a light chop, and we were going out sailing. And a little 14-foot styrofoam boat, three of us on it, right? No problem. All three of us good swimmers, had been sailing before, and we were just out to have a little bit of fun and go sailing. Well, we capsized. Water was cold, but we were okay. But when we tried to right the thing, we couldn't get the boat to tip right up, which normally is pretty easy. And all of a sudden, the three of us standing on the center board and pulling it come up, but we bent the mast because when we capsized on a sandbar. And so, and the water was going out to the bay, and we were stuck offshore now with an offshore breeze. So one of us tried to swim back in, didn't make it. The Coast Guard came and tried to save us, hit the sandbar, water shot up, and the boat listed, and literally, sailors were falling into the water. It was weird, but at the same time, the waves are on us. We're really cold by now, and we're heading out to sea. And if we hadn't got picked up, the Coast Guard had to go pick up the other Coast Guard cutter, and the guy on the water to try to swim to shore. And oh my God, it was a mess. But we got picked up by a sailboat that came in from the marina on the south side. It heard the mayday of when the Coast Guard cutter, ran aground, and they came and picked us up. But I mean, we had hypothermia. It took hours to quit chattering, and it was really bad. So, and that was a long time ago before I ever moved to Georgia back in the early 70s. So there have been things and experiences and stuff along the way that, have we weren't necessarily being foolhardy or foolish because we were just going to go sailing for an hour or so and get back, and it just didn't quite work out that way. But thank goodness to all the kindness of the people who came around and got us. I don't know their name, but they picked us up in this huge 30-foot, 32-foot yacht with, oh my God, it was beautiful. But thank goodness to them, and the warm tea and all that kind of stuff. But in that, though, talking about the spirit of a warrior, I've always, because I don't really want to kill anything, I'm not like that kind of a warrior, but I am damn sure an adventurer. But in that, there is a warrior's, it's a very similar uh, kind of thing. I was chatting with somebody one time, and I said, I, I said it was very much like a Viking. And I was like, yes, there have been many times that I feel like there is this Viking thing in me. Not so much that I was a berserker or that I love killing, but there was also the adventure. They traveled the open seas in a boat, and I mean, oh my God. And the warrior spirit, what about the adventure part of that warrior, So, but anyway, but yeah, I get it, SC. And you know, I have been a warrior in previous lives. I could have been a warrior in this life. There have been times I'm angry enough in things. I've mentioned this. I don't know if you knew it, but I was in a play one time called The Vikings, and we had real sword play with real honest to God swords. Love you too, Michelle. Um, and a professor, a teacher of swordsmanship down at Florida State in the theater department, who's taught many an actor sword fighting, and he's had his he was a master at his craft. But anyway, we're rehearsing for the Vikings and doing the sword fighting thing, and he pulled me off to the side and he goes, you know, where have you learned? Who taught you how to sword fight? And I said, uh, nobody. And he said, well, then how did you learn how to sword fight? And I said, it must have been in a previous life. Then he looked at me seriously with a glint in his eye and kind of winked at me and went, I got you. And we became friends. It was like he was a really nice guy anyway, but there was something that transpired right there. So, but the thing is that there are things that I think I know, and I don't know where I learned how to do it. Like I've got a bow and arrow that I'm a whole lot more accurate with than some people are that practice all the time. And when I was a kid, I tried to follow all these rules and everything. And over the years, I've learned that, for example, the Native Americans, they talk about this. Uh, if you ever seen some of these natives in the woods that are running around like little pygmies or whatever, and I don't mean nothing bad, but they're in the deep forest and stuff. They got these little bow and arrows, right? And the bow is slightly cocked, and they're holding it with their hand, right? They're walking through the jungle, And so they don't pull the bow back and hold it for a long time. They look up and they go twang and let it go. So in that, one of the things that was taught over the years was that as an archer, you couldn't stand there and leave your bow, strung all the time. You'd make too much noise. You learned how to aim and do a quick fire. So as you pulled the bow back, you were lifting up and you took aim that quick. So in learning how to do that, because the holding it and the doing this, I was always making mistakes and shooting arrows in crazy places. When I went back to there's the thing, pull it back, twang, and let it go, I started becoming more accurate. And I was like, it's scary how accurate I got. I mean, when you can hit a fox on the run with an arrow, that's a and I did it twice. So, anyway, so how did I learn this? Who taught me? Nobody that I can recall. But there is a sense within me that I just know how to do this. But every time I try to do it the white man's way kind of thing, well, this is how you do it in archery. Okay, it never worked for me. So, but anyway, gang, it's four. Oh my cry. Holy crap. It's 4:15. Seriously? Yeah. Okay. 5 more minutes and a real 4:20. Yep. Holy crap. I sure can talk a lot, can I? But this thing about the race thing, just, man, it got under my skin. And as much as I was not going to do anything like that tonight, here, 4 hours later, I'm like, son of a gun. But, um, you know me, I always see a solution in things. And as weird or, it's like, sure, let's meet them on their own terms. All right, then let's answer some questions. I guess so. I'm watching the clock, but I'm not paying attention. And I have been honestly, I was like, I'm not going to do any more 4 hours. I'm going to do 2.5 hours. And here I am 4 hours again. But anyway, I'm, I think there are times for myself, I'm being selfish about this because there's so much that they stick in my brain and I can't stop talking about it until I'm sure that it's all out. Now there are times when I've changed subjects in the middle of something and we talk about jambalaya or whatever. But um, and here's one, ST, that'll really get you. Time in another space is another time. Time in another space becomes another time in space, actually. So, for example, if I was on the moon, I would be on lunar time. If I was on Venus, I'd be on Venusian time. If I was on Jupiter, I'd be on Jupiter time. So, one revolution of the planet of Jupiter could take so many Earth days, but it would be one day in Jupiter, right? Or Neptune, or my joke the other night was Uranus. Um, Hopefully, I wouldn't be sitting on Uranus, um, but to the point though, a different space equals a different time. Now, time. There have been times when I've been like deep in the woods in the Ozarks, right? When I've been deep in the swamps, South Georgia, when I've been in different places in different locations up in the mountains in North Georgia. Well, not just Georgia, but Carolina, Tennessee, and all up in there, right? So, corner of South Carolina. Um, but the idea that when you're up in the mountains, time feels different. When I was out, when we were out west on Mount Rainier. We went up the mountain and all the way around it and back down the other side. It was like, wow. So the sights just on that mountain alone, and the feeling on that mountain, and the time that it felt like on that mountain was different than the other time. I was like, I would really like to go back, but was in a different space. Okay, being on, Mount Rainier in Washington, and having never been on a glacier or a volcano or anything like that. First time for that, and being around it and seeing it, and just, oh my God, right? So I can still feel it. The short time I was there, it has never left me. I feel like my spirit can go back there because of how that space in time felt to me. And it feels like it's still with me. And a couple of places that I remember, like where there's a parking lot to go up the glacier. And I can remember that because we built a little snowman and we had a snowball fight with me and my brother. And it was on the 4th of July, right? So, and then there's this fog, and then there was this waterfall, and then there was this other thing, and there were certain things that I saw and felt just on that one mountain. It has lasted me all 20 years plus. So, and other places that I've been, I still feel it. I still feel the time, regardless of the space. Remember the time yeah. Remember the time we went to that waterfall? Yeah. So, as I remember the time, it also represents a space. So, in that space and time, I've gone back to certain waterfalls 20 years later, and very little has changed. And you go, wow, I remember the first time that I saw this waterfall. I remember the first time I felt it and the energy and so forth. And here I am all these years later at a different time in the same space, but a different time. And how does it feel now? And it feels like no time has transpired because it still feels the same basic way. It's still a waterfall. There's still the energy. It's still the mountains. So it's like, so has time passed in that time? Because in your brain, it's still what you remember. So has any time elapsed? The space where you're standing has, but I have left that space at that time and went to another space, like back down here in South Georgia, and I spent time here in this space. But the space that I spent time in the mountains, that space still exists in its own space. So my time away from it, when I go back and I go, wow, same waterfall. Now there might be more or less water, but it's the same waterfall. It's the same mountain, you know. And I'm thinking of Dry Falls in North Carolina, where you come down some steps, you make a turn, you walk all the way around, and the waterfall comes over it and down into the gorge, and that goes into it's in the Nantahala. Um, but you walk, they call it Dry Falls. It's a little wet, but anyway, you can walk under the falls and off to the other side. And I've been there so many times, and I really wanted to go there this last summer but didn't make it. But the places that I did get a chance to see, um, the time that I was there, how all those years ago, the only thing that's changed is my spatial relationship in regards to the place that I went, right? Which is a space, a place, right? So, but the time, it just seems like no time has gone by at all. It just seems like yesterday. Oh, I missed the 420. Oh my God. 423. Didn't miss it by much. But anyway, and remember, and thinking about some of these things, I know I'm a little off topic with the original discussion, but I got you, Alex. Is it all right if I call you Alex? Alex. But what's relative to the what we discussed about time and place does relate to the CRT. The original stuff about this is because the time and space back in the 80s relates to a time and space in the 60s and before that when all black folks had no civil rights, right? Couldn't vote, couldn't do this, couldn't do that. And since all that's changed, then society has changed with it. So this idea of racism meant, no equal rights, right? Oh, women couldn't vote, right? So there was that. There's been having nothing to do with race. So when these people bring this subject up, remind them, well, what about the women? It was just old white men that could vote, and property owners. If you didn't own property, you couldn't vote either in some places. So, yes, it was very controlled. But what we need to say is, but look how far we've come since just the Voting Rights Act, just since the Civil Rights Act. Look how far we've come. And is the white man suppressing us? Only if you let him. So any suppression, if you feel oppressed, that's your own damn fault. Because as a poor white man, I feel oppressed, have been oppressed. They stole 25% of my retirement salary. You don't think I'm still pissed? Will I ever get justice? What about all the other people that got cheated out of 25% of their stuff because of the George Bushes and folks and stuff that went gotten in that? Actually, it was during oh, a black man was president. Is that Spanish? I don't know, Alex. Oh, okay. Is it Spanish? It doesn't quite look it, but is it? It's the parasitic mind emotions they don't want you to succeed in. Yeah, yeah, warrior of the mind. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Fight off these crazy people. It's not Spanish. It's Papamento from the Caribbean. Okay, but it does have sort of a to me, okay, a slight Spanish tint versus Chinese or something else. Okay, just saying. Papiamento. Now, something that always kind of got me too, but being from Florida and stuff, you know, Caribbean or Caribbean, it's the Caribbean, man. It's not the Caribbean, it's the Caribbean. You know, I prefer Caribbean versus Caribbean, but Americans, it's the Caribbean Ocean. And I guess being around Cuba and Florida and stuff, it was all the Caribbean. It's sure nice to know folks from all over the place. Just saying. See, now y'all know a different culture. You're from, the Caribbean. So the Caribbean is like not really far from America for people who don't know. Sort of like Cuba. So would you consider Spanish Moroccan? Man, that's cool. Honest, Esty. There are places I wished I could travel to, and to go around the Mediterranean. I I would really like to do that. Morocco and places. My brother, he's actually um, my cousin, but he was the true son of my uncle Arnie, who adopted me and my sister. But anyway, um, he was stationed in the Med several times when he was in the Navy out of Jacksonville, Florida. And in fact, the first Gulf War, he was there and they had been under attack. And it's back when some of you remember when the Vincennes and right now I can't think of the ship he was on, the Elmer Montgomery, that there was this airplane flying at him, and they kept giving warning and everything and this and that. They were being attacked by PT boats, high-powered PT boats with torpedoes and rockets and stuff. And this airplane was coming in at the same time. And when the Vincennes shot a rocket out, and then we found out that it was a you know a passenger airplane, but it was full of dead people. And they tried to blame it on us, but uh, but he was in that first Gulf War, and over there during that time. But anyway, so another space and time. But from what you talked about Morocco and some of the places and pictures and stuff, I would love to go and visit and just walk through. Just to be there and feel. I I know for some people they get it, but it's just to feel the ambiance of a place. What does it feel like? Like for example, this is not off topic, but it is in a way. But when I was in Southern Ohio during my vacation, I stopped at Serpent Mound. So there was a particular feeling about Serpent Mound, but not necessarily what my perception of the mound was different than when I got there. So my preconception of just my own imagination and pictures and stuff, the mountain wasn't as big as I thought it was, tall. It was as long and crooked and all that. But Barry, what you doing? The race laws do not cover white people. Nope. But see, I'm not white. Good morning, Barry. I was doing a 420 and then I was fixing to get out of here because I've really been too long at this subject. But there are so many different ways. And Barry, if you go back to any of it, I can sum it up in that um, what the CRT is, saying is that, all white people, are the oppressors, and any other race and is the oppressed. Okay. And, but when they say race, they don't say which race. And over the last couple of hours, I've been talking about, race versus culture, and that many people talk about a race but when they actually, in a way, actually mean a culture of people, So um, also, and as I was trying to wrap this up after all these years discussing time and place, so in the 80s, there was a time and a place to discuss it because there were laws on the books in many states that it was still okay to, like, in their terms, to go out and shoot a nigger. It's like, well, he was out there in my watermelon patch, so that they say it's all right to shoot them niggers if they're in your watermelon patch. Now that used to be the joke down here in the South with old white men. It ain't like that no more. You don't hear those kind of watermelon jokes so much. But or the shooting of them, and so forth, in season, you know. So lots have changed, like those kinds of things. And the way people think about other people. Because those old timers, most of them are gone and dead, or they're so old they can't do nothing about it. Um, but for people to use racism now, they don't know what racism was. Having traveled through the South on the Carnival, uh, having I've lived in Tampa ever since like 58 or 9. I think it was 59, 1959. So when we moved to Florida from Ohio, but after all these years, the the all of the time up to the 60s, before the Civil Rights Act and before equality, right? Long before the gay thing was out, that gay folks were called queers and fags. That was the word, queers and fags. Um, there was no this or that. There were queers and fags. Period. You know. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm stating what it was in those days. What was the terminology? Was that racist or was that bigotry? Well, if you knew some of them old fags like I did, you say no, because they would prey on little boys and ride the streets with no pants on and fondle themselves and come over to the car and no, sorry. A queer was somebody that kind of kept it to himself. A fag was somebody that drove around in a car and fondling himself. You know, uh, and things changed. I don't know. I hope so, but in a lot of ways, I hear and find out not really. Well, there is the internet, so some of them old. Uh, I'm sorry, some of them old fags, because they just were not just homosexual. They just displayed totally different kind of behavior. Just I've known several homosexual men over the years, and they call them that. Okay, those you mean that old fag? It's a terminology. Yeah, Cape Verde. Yeah. Um, and Alexander and Esty, and by the way, and I can't think of the name of it, but there's an island off the coast of South Carolina, I think, and they have their own language. They're um, slaves from Africa, I'm pretty sure, or the South Indies, the East Indies as they called them, meaning the Bahamas and the islands down there. And Cuba, and places off of Venezuela, northern South America. Um, I was thinking years ago. I was in this. We did um, excerpts from this supposed speech of this slave owner back in the day, and so there were folks from FSU and the other college down there, AM. But anyway, and having been involved with theater and stuff, they were getting funds together to shoot this movie, this documentary, kind of sort of like Roots, but not. But they were did part of it was that they were what happened. Some of the slaves ended up in Florida. Some of the slaves ended up in Georgia. Some of the slaves went up in the slave docks up in Savannah and in Charleston, South Carolina. Uh, Charleston, right? Yeah, it's just north of. They still have the slave stocks and stuff out there in the middle of the. But whatever the language is of those people that are on that island, they traced it back to a certain tribe or dialect in Africa. But anyway, it's they did studies of it and all that kind of stuff. Linguist went in and all that, but I can't remember the name of it. But so to that, I think culturally, that's important. For example, okay, let me just talk about me for a second. Oh boy. But no, I'm not from South Georgia, but I lived on this spot for all this time. There's the Esty, there's the time in the space there. And in some ways, it doesn't feel like any time has passed, but I know when I go out in public and see things changed, things have altered out there. But, trees have gotten bigger and stuff is growing. And, so I can see time passing at a slower pace in a way, naturally, than what's going on when I went to town the other last week and saw these buildings and stuff that weren't there before when I drove down there. Well, when was the last time I drove to Thomasville? Well, when the son of a bitch, when did they build this? I mean, a whole big complex, and it's like, what? Anyway, so they can build stuff quick these days, but to the point, for the last 30 years that I've been driving this road, all of a sudden there's this whole new complex next to where I went to, tech school. So holy crap, gas station, all this stuff, holy crap. I just wasn't there the last time I went to town. Okay. So things change in time, but as far as time here at the house, it seems slower because the trees are take longer to grow and all this. But looking back at it over the last 35 years, this it used to be a field. Now there's this little forest and stuff, right? Interesting how things transpire. And what's that got to do with races and stuff? It has to do with how we are culturally. So for me and my neighbors who have been very kind and so forth, and I hope their sister-in-law or the in-law person who had the heart attack and needed surgery, I hope they're doing well. So a prayer to them. I've said a couple of prayers the last couple of days, although I haven't talked to them. But I hope she's okay. Um, but they love nature, they love the swamp, they love country. They are country folk. So in the grand scheme of things, when I met my niece, my sister's youngest daughter, up in the mountains and her husband and how they live up there. Now they're not so much going out and hunting and doing stuff like that, but they are living more natural than not. They don't make a big fuss about certain things. Their house is adequate without being, overly, they find simple pleasure in the simple things of driving through the mountains, so there are things that are common. So what I would like to see is that these people, who, whatever color they are, will make another generation of country folk, of just good old home down country folk, wherever their country is, whether it's up in Minnesota, whether it's in California, IA, whether it's in, wherever it is. I hope that they will, be able to leave what for me is a Southern tradition. In other words, for me to be a Southern gentleman. Not all gentlemen down here in the South were actual gentlemen. Okay, but for me to be a Southerner means to also be a gentleman, and to be polite. And you say, well, sugar, thank you so much for helping me today, and my goodness gracious, but you do look lovely, miss. May I get the door for you? You know, Here, but let me help you with that. And mean it, versus, there are some people just like, well, because they're blurring. Now, for me, because I'm not gay, I'm a straight uh, Native American man. So I'm not gay. Um, and I feel I need to say that because all the gay people get to say that they are. So I'm not gay and I have no wish to change. Not that it would make any difference at my age, but that's not the point. I've been buggered by a priest and that just never turned me on. So I'll leave it at that. But Slinky, Slinky, fun for you and me. Well, never mind. Good recovery for your loved one, Hawkeye. It's not mine, it's my neighbor's, but yes. I don't know what her condition. They called me the other day and said that, on Friday, and they said that they'd just gotten a call that she'd been rushed to Tallahassee for heart surgery. And I know many people, several people who've been to Tallahassee and have had heart surgery. And as far as I know, they've all recovered. One man had a whole heart transplant, and there are limits to how long some people were actually living after their transplant. So I don't know. I know the transplant was successful because I saw him afterwards, but I don't know how long he lived with the transplant. So he could still be alive, but it's been a good many years. So, but anyway, so Tallahassee's got some good surgeons down there and some good hospital people. So, you know, um, but in the grand scheme of things in the world, so people will try to convince you that race is actually a culture. Correct them politely and go, wait, are you talking about these Greek folk or the Italians or the Portuguese or the Spanish? Or are you talking about the island folk? You talking about the Jamaicans? Are you talking about, Cubans? Or what about, are you talking about Nova Scotia? Are you talking about Greenland or maybe Iceland? Are you talking about some of the islands off the coast of Alaska and some of the Indian tribes that are, live in communities in Alaska that they really don't travel. They don't have a great uh, area for which they travel. Okay, they in the old days they found their sustenance within a decent range, like a Tlingit, and what I've learned and know from them. And so it's like the ocean and things, they lived it with nature and very close, and nature provided for them what they needed. And sometimes there were times when they went a little hungry, and they looked upon that as well. It was a gift that they could feel hunger, because if your belly was always full, then you never knew what hunger felt like. So you say, well, and sometimes things are plentiful. And so for those people who are native to the earth, regardless of the race or whatever, they understand a certain thing. And that's what I hope, regardless of society and all these racial wars. I hope that, because I've known some black folk that are close to the earth and very, conservative with the land and soil and had farms and, just, you know, um, my kind of folk. You know what I'm saying? My kind of folk. Respect the land, respect what's on it, respect the wildlife, provide little wildlife places, whether you hunt or not, because it's good for nature, it's good for the wildlife, it's good for the, for, so there are a lot more people that think that way than not these days. And I think in some ways, God, I hate to say it, but this COVID thing kept people from traveling. And we used to have a lot of hunters around here. And in the last 2 years, there hasn't been any hunters to speak of because they're not traveling, the restrictions and whatever, right? I mean, I'm surrounded by big plantations, from anywhere from 300 to 400 acres, which is a very small one, to 2 or 3 thousand acres of, plantation, and big pines and swamps, and and these are managed plantations. Okay, they have people that work on them and farm them, and you know and they also are there for hunting, but the hunters haven't been here like they have these last 2 years. These last 2 years they haven't been because of the bid thing, right? So I'm not going to really bitch about that, because even the local people around here haven't been hunting like they have. Now my neighbors do, but uh, they use it. They put it in the freezer, and it's not just the killing, right? Domino has started to fall. They cannot go with the narrative. Yeah, but they're trying to go back with another one. There's this new variant. Here's the thing I've been watching. I watch Australian news and stuff too, but it seems like they're trying to push that there's a new variant that somehow now in Australia, and Australians know they have been locked down tighter than, so as they would say in the old days, tighter than Dick's hat band. So, for whatever that meant. But they're trying to start it up that there is a variant. Now, here in South Georgia, they're trying to get 75% of the people around Albany, which they claim is only around 25 to 30%, to go ahead and commit. Commit to 75. So there's this big push down here in South Georgia and Albany and surrounding areas to commit to 75. They want 75. Well, why not 90? What's with the 75? I kind of scratched my head and like, was this like an arbitrary number? Did they not care about the other 25%? 75 by something something. Anyway, they got a slogan and posters and videos and commercials already. So they've been working on this, right? They didn't just dream this up overnight. So why this sudden commitment to 75? Strive for 75. That's what it is. They didn't do it until the staff of the Phoebe Putney Hospital, like a third of the staff walked out when they said it was mandatory to get a shot, and they had to call in the National Guard to take up the slack. And big deal here in Georgia. So because they dropped out and said, "Nah, I ain't doing it," now because of that event, people would say, "Oh no, ain't got nothing to." Well, they didn't strive for 75 before the incident. So since the incident at Phoebe Putney, well-renowned hospital, good people there, you know. I know some friends of folks that are nurses and have worked there. My grandson was born there. I mean, other people, you know, that had good, you know, so a good hospital. Was no strive for 75 for the last year and a half until the incident at the hospital. After almost 2 years in, right? That there have not been these cascades of dead people lying in the streets. Okay, well, we've had this person. There's another case. Okay, but where this is supposed to be a catastrophe, it just hasn't happened, right? There are not scores of people dying, laying in the hospital hallways, not enough beds. No, 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 it ain't like that. It ain't like that. It ain't like that. So, but now to strive for 75 is a result of the people saying no. So now they want 75% of the community. So make those people that walked off go, see, these people were dumb. We're going to strive for 75, and we're going to hope the whole community is going to get together in a health department. And even if you don't have any money, wait, I thought they were free. Well, we'll give you a shot anyway. What? Well, if you're a haircut worker and you get, wait a minute, you mean I got to pay for a shot? You mean if I go, I got to give you my Medicaid card or whatever, and you're gonna what? I'm just asking, you know. So, but anyway, strive for 75. Yeah, big deal down here. And down in, you know, and my point is that at the hospital in Tallahassee, I'm sorry, in Thomasville, they were like having this big event about a week ago, but they did this big thing. I don't normally watch the local news, right? I'm just like, so I'm listening to it and I'm like, what? So this big, huge event sponsored by the hospital and whatever leagues there in Thomasville, all respectable folks. But everybody must keep 6 feet apart. Everybody must wear a mask. Everybody, and it's an outdoor event, but everybody must respect this. And everybody, I'm like, wait a minute, 30 miles down the road is Florida with no restrictions. So these people are going to dress up to go to this event when they can drive 30 miles and not have to go through all that shit. Why? And so instead of them freeing up, I don't know what's going on with some of these folks in South Georgia, but they are dead ass wrong, you know. But here's the thing: you go in the stores, ain't nobody wearing a mask. You go out to events was in the restaurant the other day, nobody had a mask on. But was in the Harbor Freight the other day, the employees had to wear a mask. And I was like, you know, pull them down. One guy had them on and he took it off when he saw all of us and other customers coming in with no mask on. He was like, y'all ain't afraid? And was like, if we get the flu, we get the flu. You know, I've had the flu before, you know, but and if it takes me, it takes me, but I ain't gonna be afraid of it. Oh, really? You're not afraid? And little kids and we're all of us going, no, you know. Now, if I was going into a hospital, I don't want to take any germs with me. I can understand going to a hospital or some care facility and putting a mask on for the benefit of other people, not so much for me, right? But as far as doing this in public, and you know, I've been through all, and we had this nice little chat in the store, and so here's this kindly, okay, black man, and he was like, pulled his mask off, and he goes, "I have trouble breathing with it anyway," and I was like, "Me too." That's because you're breathing in carbon dioxide. You know, you're poisoning yourself for God's sakes. You know, and some of us folks just can't handle it. So, you know, there is this thing that like the hospital staff. And a good friend of mine is a doctor down in Thomasville, and God bless him. But I think he's dumbass wrong with this. You know, we've got to wear a mask, we've got to have this thing. And I just want to go, come on. I, I love you, but you got more sense than this, brother. Well, so his response is, well, I'm a doctor. Yeah, I know. But I'm just an average citizen who's been around doctors and lawyers and professionals all my life. people that are good friends of mine are nurses. I have been in and done and worked and thing and stuff, and and I do my own research. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I just think you and this mask thing is all freaking wrong. So, of all the people in Thomasville and Moultrie and around, we have had what, about a 0.5% of the population to get sick and die. I mean, 0.5% of the population. Like, okay, a couple of hundred. Now that's, you say, well, we don't want anybody to die, but and was it really because of the COVID? Well, they claim it was. Well, was it really, or did they get sick? Was it really the flu? Nobody else in the family got it. Nobody. Oh, but this person got it. I think it's what they shove up your nose is what when you get it. Um, so my friend Marcia got COVID in the end, and it was like, what? She was a nurse and did all these things, but they had to tack on COVID at the end of this thing. Now she had all these other issues and breathing issues and stuff, and lying on her back and not being able to move. That'll pull you down, especially being a large person like she was. But somehow that it's going to kill us all. I'm just, so people are looking around, and there are times when it's like they got their mask, but they'll wear it under their nose, and but most folks just ain't paying attention to it. Well, whatever the hype they're going to try to pull out this next time, they're the only way it's going to change. And God, I hope this don't happen. That people start dropping in the streets. That they just literally, then people will go, oh my God, where's my mask? It still ain't going to help them, but um, God knows what these creepy folks have got planned for us. But as many of you know, as I spoke about, the thing about Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, they're serious about this shit. They want a bunch of us wiped off this planet for whatever reason. They want it for themselves, and all the history is there. The all the specified places in America, and I can't think of it right now. It's like the wildlife something anyway, and it's tied to the UN. And there are large tracts of land that are, if they wanted to, they're controlled by this group through this Heritage Foundation, which includes houses and large tracts of land and national forest. And you'd be surprised. When I studied it years ago, I was like, I can't look at this because it hurts. And the National Heritage Foundation or something like that. But anyway, there's this consortium that's tied in with the UN. So these, oh, well, it's for the preservation of these places all the world. When you read on down, to be controlled at the discretion of the United Nations, not the country where your stuff is, but the United Nations. What? No, 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 no. Sir, there's all these places in the United States that, by definition and through the thing, are all, can be controlled, may be controlled through this Heritage Foundation thingy that is ultimately controlled through the UN. I heard that UN is a big, yes, absolutely. You has been taking over. You know what, Alexander? I honest and truly want to believe that. But I have heard so much these last 7 years about the white hats and the black hats, the Chinese over here, and these people, and this clan and that clan, the Ronald Reagan Fund that was supposed to be like a Jasara, and that Reagan had put this money aside, and it's been in this account for all these years. And there's a lot of documentation that it's not just a story, but it's true. And basically, it's been swiped and swindled by those who found out about it, and it doesn't really exist anymore. Because they put it on paper, and so but Ronald Reagan supposedly did this thing back during his tenure, and blah 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 blah. A lot of good proof that that's a true story. But where has it gotten us? Where are the white hats? Well, this was supposed to have happened. Didn't happen. This was supposed to have happened. Didn't really happen. That what happened was time went by and this person died or this person moved out or something, but nothing really got took over. So, there's some folks that I've been watching for a long time that have suddenly not said a word. Now, I don't know this for certain, but and I won't mention any names, but they have just dropped out. I don't think they're dead or whatever. Maybe their platforms are, but it seems like if some of these folks that I have been watching for all these years, I think they dropped out because they lost faith in the white hats that were supposedly giving them all this information. And when it came time for this white hat stuff to have happened, it never transpired. And some of these folks feel cheated. I feel cheated because I was listening and I actually saw where some of these things were happening. And then it really wasn't happening. And then, but the white hats and the thing about Arizona, oh, the white hats are, we're going to win Arizona. It's going to show Trump and it's going to do this. Didn't happen. Pennsylvania didn't happen. State of Georgia, blah blah blah, didn't happen. The white hats are this and this and this and this. Okay, so where's it at? I'm sorry. I really want to believe in the white hats, and I do believe there are good guys in places that are trying to fix stuff. But some of the white hats are just the other side of evil. They're both not what, neither one of them are working for us. They're working for themselves. So the white hats are working for themselves in whatever position of power. They don't give a shit about us. And the other black hats or whoever's on this other side, they've got their own. But they're both, neither one of them are working one up. We are the slaves. We will follow what they say. We will follow the doctrine. We will wear a mask or not to wear a mask. We will go strive 75. We will, at their request or behest. It ain't for us at all. It's for them, not us. So I have looked at this white hat thing, and trust me, last year at this time, I was white hats or this and blah blah blah, and information. I was passing along information. I was kind of seeing things myself, and it looked like, and then all of a sudden, it's like it just did not materialize. It just kind of just went away. Well, the white hats, what? Well, but people who were relaying messages in different formats. Oh crap, I can't think of the radio thingy. But anyway, on different shows and different people and YouTube videos and other platforms, they just stopped talking because whatever the white hats had promised them just didn't show up. Maybe mushrooms are getting stronger. There is shift happen. Now, I absolutely agree that there are things evolving. There are shifts happening. There are times where sitting here in my own little space down here in South Georgia, um, the last couple of days actually, there's just something different, and I can't put my finger on it. And now I tried to do things. I ended up watching football, is what happened. But it started, there's rain showers in the area. I went outside to do some stuff and I pulled the stuff in because I'm looking on the radar. It's going to rain any minute, right? So all these projects that I wanted to work on my truck, I don't want to get caught in the rain, right? And be halfway done with something. I got to close the hood. Nah. So I just went out and closed the hood, got everything, under shelter kind of thing. It sprinkled. That was it. So, but anticipation, I ended up just watching football today, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm 69 years old. Damn it, it's Sunday, and I can watch NFL if I want to, right? So, I don't have anybody to nag me and tell me no. Duggar, he didn't get his walk, but I'll take care of that. Um, but the shift change, I'm always keeping an eye on the Schumann, but the Schumann hasn't necessarily reflected sort of whatever vibrational thing I'm kind of feeling. And it's really kind of hard to explain in a lot of ways. Earlier today, there was this short little space in time that was sort of like uh, almost like a mini nervous breakdown in like 2 minutes. There was stress, there was something. I was like, what the hell is this, right? Yeah, there are things coming to light. But having listened supposedly to this inside track and these inside information and these folks, and I've been listening for quite a few years. And the one person I got to say, for those of you who know who Dante is, and the cause of all the people, of all the stations, of all the channels, of all the folks who I've been listening to and watching and getting information and so forth, Dante and them folks are the only ones that are still there and still producing proof and so forth of what they're talking about. All these other folks is just yap, and they've disappeared. They've quit talking. I don't know if they're dead. I've not seen them on any other platforms. There are usually other platforms that would pick them up and have discussions. Like Robert David Steele. Nobody's talking about Robert David Steele. I didn't know him enough to be able to bring up the subject, but I'm kind of like wondering why other people haven't, who knew him, right? Why aren't things coming up? He was speaking out against ventilators and, the fact that people who are using CPAP machines aren't cleaning them properly, and that's giving them these respiratory issues, and that some of these they're trying to attribute to the COVID, okay? Because everybody, I don't, I've got a CPAP machine somewhere, I think, but and I had to not use it because I could feel the difference. I used to use a puffer thing. Okay. I used to use, in fact, I still have some in, I think, I don't know if I throwed it out, but the antibutyl thingy that you use and as where you put on a mask and do an inhaler thingy. I was doing one or twice of those a day, as part of my breathing and to help me and so forth. And when I had my seizures, I lost consciousness for like a month and had no idea what was going on a daily basis. It was a really strange time. But during that time, I didn't use any inhalers or any of the and I can't ambisol. That's not right. Anyway, or any of the other things, and I didn't use my CPAP machine. So at the end of that, also my medicines had changed, right? Because I'd went through this event. And so that's when I stopped going to the doctor. And I said, this ain't worth it. So by being off the ventilator, by being off of this, by being out of that, by being, I feel better in a lot of ways. And I'm still here longer than some other folks who have used those devices. So I've often have said, these CPAP machines are going to cause more issues than they're going to solve in the long run because of the forced air, the dependency on the air being forced into you. when you need to freaking learn how to breathe on your own. And some of these folks, I was not one of them. And I honestly believe through the test and stuff that they make up a lot of this stuff about the sleep apnea and the this, that, and the other thing. And yeah, but was I having sleep issues? Yeah. Did I snore and stuff? Yeah, but that had more to do with my sinuses and how I was sleeping. And at one time, I was a little overweight. So the biggest thing with the CPAP machines with some folks that I know, they need to lose 50 pounds. I did. I lost 50 pounds and I breathe easier, you know. And yes, I'm still smoking cigarettes. And yeah, I smoked that little bit of, 420. Oh my God, I've been here another freaking hour. Damn it, man. Oh my God, it's almost 5:20. Truffles. Ooh. There are lots of things that are still coming to light. Esty and Alexander and whoever else might be sleeping in the background. We love you. Um, is that the Vatican? There are things that are being shown. I mean, when the Pope is standing in front of everybody and he's talking about the Novus Ordo, and it's like people go, "Ooh, look, there's the Pope, Novus Ordo," and he's talking about the New World Order. Wait a minute. So the quote, the Pope aficionado, I should say, and that might not quite be right, but anyway, he's fake, right? He's not the real Pope because the real Pope's still alive. Okay, he's just the guy that's going around. The other guy is hiding in a chapel somewhere, and I'm wondering if he ain't there under gunpoint. But they have to fulfill the prophecies, the Catholic prophecy that this Pope is not a real Catholic kind of thing, and he's from a distant country, blah blah blah. Catholic prophecy, and this guy that claims to be Francis is it. And so the Novus Ordo is the New World Order. Novus, new, Ordum, order, new order. So he's conspiring with all these other religions. He's conspiring with all these world leaders. He's conspiring with all these rich people, the billionaires that a few months ago went to see him and they all bowed down. And he was like, and all these rich, the Bilderbergs was like, yes, we're forming this group to help poor people around the world and through the Pope and everything. We're, holy crap, so Novus Ordo, all the rich people going to see the Pope to have a conversation about what? So, are there stuff going on there? But here's the thing. In my travels, I noticed that a lot of people don't give two squats about them folk. And me trying to have conversation with some of my relatives and folks and stuff, they're like, so what? What's that got to do with me in Georgia? What's it got to do with me in Ohio? What's it got speaking on from their point of view? What's that got to do with me in North Carolina? Or, what's that got to do with me? Nothing, I guess, except that these entities and these religions and so forth are doing their best to control us. But here's the thing: are they controlling us if we don't know about it? Are they controlling us if we're just living the lives that we choose to live? Like my true story of the black man that sold us deviled crabs when I was a kid. It's what he liked to do. Well, that poor black man, he liked riding around on his bicycle and selling a deviled, you know, uh, crabs. So sometimes a simple life to other people, well, that can't be right. He must want more out of life. Oh, let me tell this short little story. And it is about Siddhartha, right? Supposedly, kind of sort of like one of the Brahmins in the day of Buddha and all that, right? So anyway, here's uh, Siddhartha and his friend, I can't remember his name, but we'll just call him Joe. So Siddhartha and Joe are, grown up, they're, teenagers, and they see all these different monks and Hindu and Buddha and all these different sects out in India. Sects, 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 sects. Anyway, um, so they travel together and follow this group of monks, and they do the monk thing, and they learn the prayers and the stuff, and sometime later on, 6 months or whatever, Siddhartha and his friend are like, this really ain't working for me. And it's like, I know, but I'm really getting into this. And Siddhartha says, yeah, but I see these folks over here, and but I'd really like to go with them. So Joe says, well, Siddhartha, I'm going to stick with these folks. So anyway, off they go on their different paths. So Siddhartha follows this group, and he's not, spiritually fulfilled or whatever, and it's just not sitting with him. So we're almost there, ain't it? 5:19. Thank you. Time to light up, right? It's 4:20, 5:20 somewhere. So thanks, Alexander, and y'all. Here's looking at you, Squid. So Siddhartha has fasted and traveled and monked and and penanced and whatever, and he finally is like, none of this is working. So he's in this town one day and is offered a job, just taking care of the horses and the stables and whatever, for a place to stay and live and whatever. And so one more time on the 20 mark, it's now it's 5:20. Okay. So Siddhartha, cheers everybody. So Siddhartha goes to work for this guy cleaning stables, doing horses, and after a little time, he's really good with horses, and he buys and sells and makes some money and this and that. Before too long, he's got a whole stable of horses. He's bought property because he's been working with horses, and horses are important to the economy. He's a very good businessman, and he's bought houses. He's got women. He's got wine, song, anything he needs, right? And everything he needs. He doesn't want for anything. And all he's done is just been a good business. Excuse me. Easy for you to say. All he had been was just a good businessman, but he gave up the spiritualness of it, right? So in one day, he's got women, 2 or 3 women in his bed, and I'd have walked out too, but he just woke up one day and said, "This ain't working either." So he literally just takes what he's got on and 1 or 2 things, and off he goes on down the road and just leaves everything behind. And so, few days he's walking down this road, doesn't have a plan in the world. And this is a really short version, but it's not a long story either. Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse, um, who wrote some other books too. But so Siddhartha comes to this river, and there at this river is a ferryman. There's a rope tied between the 2 sides of the river, and the ferryman, pulls along like you've seen in the movies and stuff like that. There's still places that have those, by the way. Some of them you have to use yourself, but to the point. Depends on how wide the river is. But so he waits for the ferryman to come over to this side of the river so he can continue on his journey. So there are folks there monks that have traveled, and he's kind of walked with them the last couple of days, and and they're talking, and he's kind of remembering his old times with his old friend Joe. Well, lo and behold, while he's waiting for the ferryman, one of the monks that are waiting on the ferry as well is his old buddy Joe. So Joe turns around and goes, Siddhartha, do you remember me? I'm Joe. And Siddhartha was like, holy cow, we meet here. And he said, so where have you been? What you doing? Well, now Joe says, I'm traveling with these monks and we're on our way. And well, have you found spiritual enlightenment yet? And he goes, well, I don't know. I'm still working on it. And everybody keeps telling me, this is Joe talking. And Joe says, people, it's always changing, and nirvana is this, and you got to work on it and all this stuff. Okay. So the ferryman gets there, and they all get on and cross the river. Now, while they're crossing the river, him and Joe are having conversation. And in the meantime, while he's talking with Joe, he's watching the ferryman. And there's just something about the ferryman's countenance, his aura, his energy, his life force, just, you know, taking these people across the river. And whatever the price, whatever the thing, he was gracious, and he was um, he was quiet but not solemn. He was attentive but not overbearing. And so there were while Joe's talking to him, he just somehow his attention goes to the ferryman. So this guy's been seeking enlightenment all his life, still hadn't found it. Siddhartha tried it, didn't work. Tried working and owning, that didn't work. There was no fulfillment there. He sees the ferryman and something changes in him. So they get to the other side, they get out and they're going down the road. And Joe says, well, Siddhartha, where are you going? You want to travel with us for a while? And he just can't take his eyes off the ferryman. And he was like, well, I don't know. He says, I think I'm just going to stay right here for right now. But you all go on down the road and maybe I'll catch up with you. So he goes over to the ferryman and he asked him, he said, I want to know, you know, if you need an apprentice. Because the ferryman was getting on his age. He wasn't quite 69, if you get the joke. Okay. I, I'm going to poke it in everywhere I can just for the hell of it. But anyway, so um, the ferryman's like, well, and so Siddhartha just notices how patient, how quiet, and how there's just something about this guy that he doesn't get. He's not like anybody he's met before. So Siddhartha's doing all the talking, and Siddhartha asks him, is like, you know, I would really like to be your apprentice. And the old man was like, well, so after a couple of days of just hanging around and helping out, because Siddhartha had nothing else to do, whatever, and he was by the river, so he tried catching some fish and just doing stuff that, somehow he could help the ferryman. And as it went on, the ferryman, it just kind of like, come over and help push off, or help pull the rope, or help somebody get on or off the it was more like a raft than a ferryman, right? So, and after, a couple of weeks, they've kind of got this rhythm going between them without speaking. And so one day, the ferryman's just up on the bank of the river. And Siddhartha goes over, and like he had done in the evenings, would sit and just watch the river. And Siddhartha asked him, he said, I know it's none of my business, but why why have you stayed here? You've been here for a long time, right? And he was like, yes, I've been a ferryman for good 20 years or something. And well, why are you still doing this? Don't you strive to be more? Isn't there more in life that you need or want or something? And he said, well, I had a wife and she passed away. And my children, we didn't have any children. And he said, but I found that with the river, as it flows by, there is no beginning and there is no end. And that all time comes and goes. And that all things in life comes and goes. And it's not necessarily a bad thing because the river of life, all things flow and things come from upriver and they pass by a certain moment along the bank and then they're gone. It doesn't mean that they're dead. It doesn't mean, but, and so there is life always coming in and it's always flowing out. It's always moving and I feel it and I just feel comfortable. So, Siddhartha said, then I want to continue to be your apprentice. And the old man, said, okie doke. So years went by, and, a couple of years went by, and the old man did die. And Siddhartha buried him, and he became the ferryman. And he settled into the same calm thing. The river was always there, it was always flowing, there was always bringing life, and it was always taking things on downstream. There was always a change. As long as the river flowed, there was always, you know, and living on a river and and being a river person myself, I really, you know, can ascribe to that, right? There's just something about sitting on the bank and watching the water go by. It's just, I can be at the beach and watch the ocean come in, and this is not the same as sitting on the bank and watching the river and the changes and the currents, and it's just not the same for me. So, but the river of life. So Siddhartha, after several years now, let's say we put another, you know, 5 or 10 years on this, and Siddhartha is not a young man anymore, and but he's still working the ferry, and he sees this group of monks coming down the road, and they want to cross the river, and as they get on and everything, one of the monks looks up and said, "Is that you, Siddhartha?" And he said, "Well, yes, Joe, is that you? After all this time, you come back?" And he said, so Joe asked him, he said, "You mean you've been here since that day when we met all these years ago?" And he said, "Yes." And so Siddhartha looked at him and he said, "So, Joe, have you found peace?" And Joe said, "No, I'm still searching." And Joe looked at him and said, "But Siddhartha, I can tell you've changed. What happened?" And Siddhartha looked at him and he said, "I found my peace here at the river, where all things flow, where all energies flow. I've found my peace." And Joe was like, "What?" So Siddhartha stayed until his dying day, and Joe went on to seek, spiritual life as long as the river flows. Yeah. So, our river down here sometimes, has dried up, but this year it's been flowing well over above, and it's just now come down to where it's, like, okie doke, this is good floating. I hope it don't get too much lower. It dropped like way too fast. Um, but at least it'll be cleaned out. It won't be water that's been sitting for months and stagnant. It might be low, but it'll be fresh water low, if that makes any sense. Because usually it's been low for 5 months and it's gotten stagnant and things, but it's gotten low now, which is sort of like it's normal for this time of year. But it won't be stagnant. It'll be fresh, and but anyway, hadn't been sitting for months. But so Siddhartha found his peace So each of us will find our own peace, but you know, Joe had to keep looking. And what Siddhartha found was to sit still. So as he sat still, though, the river of life continued to flow. So it's not like you're sitting still. You are, but you ain't. So the time is flowing by. It's the it's the future, coming down the river because you don't know what. And but as it goes by, then that becomes the past. But it's only your past because it just passed you. But your past could be somebody else's future. I mean, there are so many things about time and the river and the observations of the flowing and the water, but not, uh, uh, not to say that the energy of the river and the water and all be, yeah, but there's a lot of other like different levels of the flow and the thing and the this and the that are included with the energy of the water itself. So, but anyway, listen, it's 5 hours and 14 seconds. I'm tired. I love you all. I want to go get something to drink because I've run out of both of mine and I got a cramp in my back. And you all need to go to bed or whatever. ST and Alex, love you. So, these are some of the things that I have lived by for myself as far as the story about Siddhartha. Uh, it's the past and the future at the same time. I mean, just is like, well, as a shaman in training, which a lot of other folks aren't, as a shaman in training, the story of the river and the flow and the this and the that is like makes it's has so much meaning for me, because of what the river means to me, regardless of these other stories, right? What it means to me. But so what the river means to me, and then I hear the story, and then I learn other stories and river stories, and how the river is this, and how the river of life, and the river, there are pathways in the universe that are rivers of light. You know what I mean? So the idea of river isn't just the water, but it's the flowing, it's the continuation, so it's like that's just interesting and cool. So for me, having understand simple understandings of like, wow, if the river flows, well, by being on the river all the time and many different rivers and the observations of flow and rapids and things, and it is forever interesting to me. I never get bored. And if I do, I go to another place on the river, and watch it there or go to another river. But when you understand that the river of life means the energy flows, and when you see the different magnetic and energy flows and things between the planets, there are these rivers of energy. So, and they mimic water, and so there are these correlations in the universe that are more than just an earthly experience if you allow yourself to go there. So for me, it has been, well, I don't know quite what it means, but now it's been about 2 years ago now, I think. It was before the pandemic thingy. So 2 years. I went out on the river, middle of the night by myself, sitting there looking up at the sky, oh my God, it was so clear, and I could see the Milky Way, and it was just, and the next thing I knew, I was lifted out of my kayak and into the Milky Way. And I was really freaked out about it. Um, and but when they told me to calm down and relax, I was like, okie dokie. But then from the kayak that I saw just absolutely vanish beneath me, right? I'm up in the universe, and they show me the universe in a different way I had not ever seen before. And they said, okay, you can look at the universe from the earth, but let me take you up here and show you just here we are, just look around. And I was like, oh, holy shit, this is like really cool. And so, this different perception of the universe, of this galaxy with all the other galaxies, and just the immensity versus just looking up at the Milky Way. My spirit, my mental thing, everything was, I have never been the same since. And had somebody told me up to that point, um, that I would have such an experience, because, I've had acid and mushrooms, and I've had some, experiences on my own. I've been on the river before and felt like a part of the universe, but this one was different. And all I had was a couple of hits off my little wooden bowl. And the rest was, someone asked me, and I've tried to explain this, and they said, so it was like a dream. And I was like, it was dreamlike, but it wasn't a dream because I was conscious the whole time. Part of me could still feel my bottom and back in the kayak because it was uncomfortable the way I was sitting. But the next thing I knew, my consciousness, and I knew it was some angel force, something that was like, okay, we really want to show you this. You came out here in the middle of the night. You've been a good boy up to this point. I'm trying to do good and help people. And I've been doing it, I was staying on the path. And so, as a treat, I just wanted to give me toss me up into the universe and let me look at it from a different perspective. And just OMG, man. OMG. So, and they kind of dropped me back into the kayak. Just all the next thing I knew, I was like, pling, I was on the lake again. Uh, so, my explanation of this and trying to explain and express the feeling that I got out of the experience probably won't mean a hill of beans to anybody else, but it was very profound for me. And so, my thing about this for other people, this is available to you all the time. Okay. These little experiences, if you will allow yourself, because I was like, I'm thinking as I looking up at the sky, man, well, how cool would it be to be there? How cool would it be to like travel in a spaceship and like look at it from out there? Wonder what it looks like, and oh my God. And the next thing I know, bam, I'm there. And it was like this, and gotta say, there was some panic there right at first, and then there was this calming feeling around my spirit that just said, "It's okay, we got you. You ain't going nowhere. Just come on. We just want to show you something." And I took a deep breath wherever I was headed, right? Because it was like it was a long way, but it didn't take long. But the next thing I know, my awareness is it was like in a movie. Um, or if you've seen pictures of Hubble deep space, where they're like big swirls of cosmic clouds and stuff. Um, it was like I was there in one of those pictures from Hubble, but it was all around me. I didn't have to turn to look. I just knew what it looked like behind me or over here. I guess I was turning because, but I wasn't turning physically, I guess is what I mean. But I could see all the way around me, above me, below me. And it was just like, it wasn't scary at all. And I thought to myself, holy shit, is this what like dying's like? I mean, is this where I get to come? I get to come fly out here in the universe. This is like my next adventure. When I leave this planet, I get to come here. you know, I get to go, what? So it was kind of sort of like, yeah, sort of, you know, but this is what the universe is like. You know, Hawkeye, you and all your fellow human beings only know that existence down there. And so, in my trying to project sitting in the kayak on the lake in the middle of the night, project what it must feel like up there, they gave me the opportunity to experience it. So, does it mean anything to anybody else? All I got to say is, man, you know, if you think it's just going to be boring and all this, have some faith. There's a whole lot more out there. And I saw another piece of news. I got to get out of here. Another piece of news, something about 5 and 6D, and that people were arguing about it. And didn't I mention that the other day? Haven't I been like kind of sort of speaking on that? Where talk about 5D, and now that folks are talking something about six dimensional something, and their remarks were like, you know, a bunch of folks were more like, when did you get out of 5D? Or I thought we hadn't made it to 5D yet. And they're talking about the sixth dimension and blah blah blah. So there are a lot of people who are waking up within this new ageness that I've been talking about. I've been telling folks for a while, be wary. You know, I tell stories and experiences and what they relate and what this and that. But, these other folks are trying to sell you something, you know, and that is one thing I'm trying not to do is sell you anything. Uh, Hopefully inspire you to think on your own and take what I have discussed with you all into consideration. But, I've never said, I am not a cult leader. I'm not any kind of priest or anything. I am a shaman in training. I'm learning how to do this myself. And these are my observations. But as I get older and wiser, I don't want to just bitch about stuff. I have to be able, as a shaman, to find an answer in some of this. Like, so they want to talk racism and things like that, then let's bring back which races. Let's just bring up for calm discussion. What do you mean by these things? Let's make sure we all understand where you're coming from. Because maybe if you did include all the races and not just the blacks, I might actually agree with you. What? So if you answer my questions calmly with conversation, you might actually sway me. But if you're going to scream at me and demand that I do this, well, then the answer is no. So it doesn't mean I'm going to change my position, but I'm going to tell them that it's possible. And maybe it is possible. Maybe they will show me some thread of evidence where I think this is a good idea. Now, teach it in college, fine. And from 12th grade down, no. Keep it out of public schools, keep it out of that area. It's already there for public discussion. It's already on the internet. Most of these kids have got little iPads and stuff. Emma and her classmates and the grade she's in, they all have their little stuff. So if they hear the topic like me, or it gets discussed, or people are discussing it in the news, you don't think these kids ain't out there looking for themselves what the hell it means? And they want to watch and see our reactions. So if we act like a bunch of bullies and throwing our fists and screaming and hollering at each other, in a way, that ain't very grown up-ish, you know? So to set the example, we ask them questions and explain and make sure that they know what they're talking about. Because if they had more information, they may, because see, here's the whole thing, it's a theory. So any theory can have more theorems or more layers for discussion because it's a theory up for other people to throw in their ideas, or it's a theory. So that, sure, we can discuss it. Should we teach it in public schools? No, because it's simply a matter of open discussion. Sure, let's talk about it. No, it's on the internet. Why should we teach it in schools? What specifically do you think you're going to use this to teach? What motive do you have? It's already on the internet. They already know what they can choose. They already know what the thing is. So why do you want it? What's your purpose in wanting to teach this so quickly for them? Why should we implement this when those basic ideas are outdated and outmoded for this age and time? We need to completely rethink the whole thing. Yeah, the sun's going to come up here soon too, Alexander. Yep. And I won't shut up about this. But see, as I told you 2 hours ago or so, there are things that they stick in my head, and it's like I gotta talk until I'm sure all these different kind of variations and discussions can be put out there, because there are multi layers of this. And but it basically boils down to, if you include all races, we might agree on this. But at the same point, we have to stop. And for those of us who are sane, and we just can't get our panties in a bunch. Honestly, we got to be the grown up in the room. For those of you who have been with me a long time, when am I going to do a 24-hour with XX? I don't know. Um, who knows? Maybe I'll do an all night Christmas special or something. Or I have thought about. I know that there are a lot of folks who disapprove of this, but um, I used to love Halloween, but for the simple fact of just having fun and telling stories, and not necessarily, bloody, gory, but, spooky little thingies that would make you want to jump in the night, but not scared. It ain't no chainsaw massacre shit, right? So, and I've collected ghost stories and things over the years. And it used to be that on Halloween night, there was a good friend of ours that used to do radio. And every Halloween night, he would do special broadcast. And we'd all down here in South Georgia, we knew him. My friend Randy and I, we worked at the radio station with him, just different shifts. And I worked the weekend shift on Saturday and Sundays, two 12-hour shifts. But anyway, so on Halloween, they had rigged this up, right? So he had talked about that there was a ghost in the. It was a trailer that was the radio station. Okay, it was a double wide trailer. Uh, I'm sorry, it was a single wide, 12 foot though. But anyway, and it was the radio station. The transmitter was out in the field, and this was the studio. And so what they did was they hooked up a microphone under the desk of where you sit to be a DJ, right? Where the turntables and everything was, there was a microphone under there. So the engineer for the station had rigged this. They had planned it ahead of time and asked me to come do it because I'd been in theater and did all these voices and stuff. So, and they put a small speaker, a monitor, underneath the desk as well and hid it. So, and then they ran a monitor outside to the back end of the trailer with a microphone down there. So when it came time, it was a certain time of the night that we had planned on to do it. And it was the top of the hour. I don't know, it was like 9 o'clock. And he started into this. He had started to show it's 9 o'clock on Halloween, and we're starting it, blah, blah, blah. And for those spooks and goblins and everything, and here's another, and we hear that. Then I say, hello, hello, can you hear me? And I can't remember his name right now for the life of me. But anyway, I spoke his name, and you can hear he was announcing on the thing. He was fixing it, and he went, "What?" Or wait, and we couldn't see him because we were at the other end of the trailer, but you could tell that he had taken off his earphone, right, off of one side, so that he could listen instead of having doubles, right, for talking in the microphone. So you could tell. So Jason, that wasn't his name, but Jason, can you hear me? What? And so he's like, ladies and gentlemen, look, I have a song for you. And here's, that song, Jason, can you hear? And Monster Bass, and he'd play it on, then so he could see him say, uh, this is Jason. Spirit, can you hear me? Now we had our own monitor, right? And it was like, so this, they had got one guy's girlfriend, she was there too. She was like, Jason, it's me and my boyfriend. This is John. I'm Gloria, and my boyfriend is John. Gloria, John. Now, the radio station's playing Monster Mash, right? So we're out back listening to him, listening to the control room. We can kind of guess what he's doing. We're trying to move around and help us, please. We need your help. What? Well, wait. Don't go away. See, he's got to do a commercial break, right? So Gloria, don't leave, and John, and so, ladies and gentlemen, we've had some spiritual contact here at the radio station, and we're going to do a commercial, and I'll get right back with you. And boom, you could hear the commercial play, right? So he's like, wait a minute, let me do my commercial play, and Gloria, are you all right? And she's doing this whoa in the background, and we'd get close to the mic, and we were outside, so it was easy to do this whoa kind of thing. So we could hear it through his mic and it coming back to our monitor, so we could kind of tell how it was working out for him in the control room. So poor old Jason, not his real name, was going nuts up there. You could hear him tapping and things and his feet shuffling, and we're all outside. But, I got the mic turned off, laughing and rolling in the grass. Now, it's not o'clock at night on a bit on 84 highway between Thomasville and Cairo. Halloween night, we're out there laughing and giggling and rolling on the ground, right? In plain view of everybody that drives by on the highway. So he comes back on there. Now, this is live. So he goes, but I've got some, spiritual things going on here at the radio station. And ladies and gentlemen, well, I don't know how this is going to unfold, but, um, let me give, here's another song, a request from, actually, this is a spiritual request, I think. And he puts on this record. So, anyway, so it's playing and he comes back to talk to us, right? And we're still going ooh in the background, during all of this, right? And some of it's probably going out on the air because it's just loud enough that you could probably hear it. So, John, is that you? Yes, Jason, it's John and Gloria. And she'd, ooh, yes, Jason, we were killed at 9:30, and it was like 9 o'clock that night, see, when he started his show. So we were working on this time frame. So at 9:30 at night, when we were crossing the railroad tracks, we were both, the train hit us and we were both killed. And we want our spirits to rest. And would you play that song, One Last Kiss? Ooh. So da 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 very much da 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 that night. Oh, where can my baby be? Lord took her away from me. Um, I've got to be good. Can I come see my baby when I leave this world? That song. So anyway, so he's like, yeah, I gotta find it. Yeah, but and you at 9:30 on Halloween. Ooh, so it was like 9:20, like about then, right? By the time all this has been transpired. Uh, so he was like at 9:30, he was like by super spiritual request. So now he's saying this live over over the airways, right? Whistle 102, at Cairo, Thomasville, uh, Georgia. And so he's like, and now we've kind of stepped it up just a little bit with the, ooh, you must help us. Let our souls rest. Ooh. And it's like, and so you can hear the whatever's playing in the background. He's like, I got it. I got it. Just give me a minute, at 9:30, huh? So he's got to juggle whatever's playing to whatever time it is, cue up the record, and give just enough intro so he can start the song at 9:30, right? So we're all looking at the clock. We have worked there. We know what the deal is. So we can see him in our minds, but we can't actually see him. We didn't have a TV monitor. Oh my God, we'd have cracked up. But so by his specials. So he gets it all together. He is perfect with it. He's got the song cued. He's got a little bit of, ambiance, some little thing playing in the background. And there's me and this girl that are doing these sound effects and the woo, Jason, oh, save us, let our souls rest. And so he at 9:30 on the dot had that song went over the air, and I thought we all just about shit ourselves what he did. And this special request so that their souls will rest and may John and Gloria, who were killed in a train accident on the train tracks, so that their spirits will rest. And he went on this great big long explanation about this story that we'd made up. But see, he was certain that there were ghosts that existed around this property. So he was already convinced that there were spirits there. So we took it that extra bit on this Halloween to play this prank with him. And Lord have mercy, I don't think anybody else knew what was going on. Greenie Houdini, hi, how are you? So, but the fact that we pulled this off, but to hear it over the radio, and like I said, we had a monitor outside, so we could hear what was over the air and what was going on. So we could hear the whole thing. We couldn't see it, but we could imagine it. And it got to the point where, as the song was ending, we both were like, "Oh, thank you, Jason. Oh, thank you. Oh, our spirits can rest. Thank you." And we did this, trail off. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, and the girl was doing her. Oh, I love you. We did, and I turned off the mic. It's like pointed it away from us, and you could hear the guys and folks that we were there for the joke, right? Where one of the big black fella, a wonderful man, he was rolling on the grass. He rolled down the ditch, from the side of the hill down to where 84 is. And he was rolling, he was laughing so hard. And so we get in the car and go down to the store, which is like 2 or 3 miles from the radio station. And we're literally falling out of the cars, right? We got the station on. And so Jason comes back on. Now we have done this kind of sort of closure. And he says, those spirits of John and Gloria. And he said, I feel that I should play that song just one more time. And oh my God, it was, the whole incident was so funny to begin with, for him to like play it as second time to make sure that they had passed over was like, I was peeing my pants. I mean, we were all just the folks at the store were like, what's going on with you? And we had the radio on so everybody could hear it. I said, we set this up, and they were like, what? Because they knew the radio station. We'd been in the store before. So it became a big joke for a few of us, but we sure had a good time, And he was a good fellow. He really was. But he did collect ghost stories. And so, but in his honor, though, he passed away many years ago. Nobody knows what killed him. He just didn't report to work. And Dan Trout was his name. Oh my God, Dan Trout. not Jason. His real name was Dan Trout. And I worked with him at several occasions, live on the radio with Halloween and stuff, because we used to do a Halloween special out at the plantation there. And so, just for fun and spooky stuff. So we told stories over the air and that kind of thing around Halloween, and used to do it, had a lot of fun. Haven't done it in a while. And so was thinking, not to be demonic, or, I don't want to put any like of that kind of energy into what the day is already, but there's just something about spooky stories, not necessarily, well, I'd say not necessarily evil or whatever, but so anyway, I've managed to talk for another damn 30 minutes, and it's almost 6 o'clock. I'm gonna take my 20 early because I got a cramp and I gotta pee, and it's been really great hanging out with you. And Jeannie Houdini, I'm sorry, but I've been here for 5 hours and 30 minutes, and I love that you're here, but I really can't stay any longer. And as far as the 24-hour marathon, I don't know. How about a 12-hour? Would you settle for that just for the hell of it? But anyway, so for Halloween, maybe not on Halloween, maybe a day or two before or something, just to kind of like the spirit of, without giving the date itself, the energy of the stories. But anyway, I'd like to tell some stories for Halloween. So Michelle, Jeannie, Esty, uh, um, crap. I'm tired and I'm sleepy, and I forgot who else was still sort of in the chat room. But anyway, I'm going to end with a prayer. I do love you all. Just consider before you get mad. Have a great night. Yes, please, please do. And you could always replay this when I get done. So, as other people have done. So, thank you, Jeannie Houdini, um, and all y'all that participate. And if you have subscribed to the channel, I don't remember your name at the moment, but for all you, I hate to use the word subs and that, it like, but anyway, for all you folks that are a part of this channel, thank you. Um, so until next time, all of you all, I continue to pray. When I do, I was outside today with my arms up in the air making a prayer that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe and from the universe. And every day when I put my 2 feet on the ground, me and Duggar, when we go outside to look at the sky, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, that is really, really, really important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe and from the universe. I continue to pray as an addendum to my prayers, as I normally do, that you will continue to reject those things that have no meaning in your life, so that you won't have the stress of those things that aren't necessary. And on top of that, believe, 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 believe. Believe that you can do it. Believe that you're an adventurer. Believe there's, more to it than what most folks know. Just believe there is something more than just what you may be bored with. Just stick with that. Do you need to know everything and all about what it is? No. That's the excitement and the adventure of why are we here? Why am I here? What's my purpose on this planet? Why am I here? It's to find that quote mystery. It's for the adventure of the experience. And people, but that doesn't sound like much. Well, wait a minute. You can make it as much fun and as adventurous if you want. So I would say, instead of, pissing and moaning about it for what life is or isn't, consider that you're still here and as healthy as you can be under the circumstances, and that every day is a new adventure. Take heart in that, because it is. We have no idea what tomorrow's going to bring. So, ain't that an adventure? Quit worrying about it. Ain't nobody can do about it anyway except deal with it when it comes. So, just be careful, be sweet, be kind, be compassionate above all. And sometimes we have to be the grown up in the room. So be that compassionate observer I've talked about over the many years. And, remember that. Stay with the law of one, be, do no harm to anything. And that's the best that we can ask to do. So at 6:09, I'm going to do a 20 early as blessings as we go out. And yes, Michelle, ween, holler, ween. Squirrels in the trees early on in the morning, knocking acorns on my metal roof. Boom, bump. Sounds like somebody's throwing rocks. I love you all. I do. Thank you, Michelle. Always, always, always. Um, I'll tell you at the end of this. I'll tell you to your face. I'm probably send you an email too, but I just want to say thank you, both to you, especially you in a way, but also to Barry and to Teresa for y'all coming and being here and hanging out and being my moderators. The emails you sent me and stuff like that is precious to me. And thank you. I know you don't have to do it. I made you those, and you and Barry and Teresa volunteered, and you're absolutely lovely people, and thank you so much for that. And I know I love you too, baby. I do. And a Southern, I love you too, baby. There's never, oh, you don't. Never mind, you get it. But so with that said, though, thank you. And Barry, he probably is asleep, but I'll talk to him too and tell him as well. But thank you, honestly, for another year. As I'm 69. See, I'm going to keep bringing this up, and I'm going to laugh every damn time I do it. Yes, there were times that there have been people who have kind of bugged me. They were like, I want to be a moderator. And it's like, no, there's something about the feeling that I get with certain people. It's some kind of spiritual connection. I can't explain it. And so there are some people that just haven't quite, for whatever reason, hit that frequency. And there are some folks that are really close. But, um, somebody at some point said, you need moderators. And I was like, yeah. And since y'all have been moderators, I was like, there are a couple of people that I might consider, as a moderator. But at the moment, I just didn't see any need, because I've seen some channels where everybody's a moderator, and that's just silly. Okay, I'm sorry. That's just silly. And it's not that there's something special about people, but for me, it is a vibe. And if the vibe just isn't there, it doesn't mean I don't like you or you're not a good person. And I can't explain it. I really can't. But with Teresa and Michelle and with Barry, there was something there, and I said, yeah. And SD, you might be one of them people. There's a couple other people that are like, but I noticed one thing. As soon as certain people started asking me, I was like, well, you ain't that right there is like a no, because it's not necessarily a privilege or an honor. It's that's the wrong mindset to like, oh, come on, I want to be a monitor. Make me a monitor. I want to be one. Come on, come on, come on. No, sorry. You missed the point. I guess it's sort of the one that speaks less is the one we'll get the most. That's a weird kind of way of looking at it, but it's the quiet one in the back. It's the observant one. It's the this one. Like, but anyway, I see. I'm trying to explain it, and I'm tired, and I'm kind of stoned, but not quite. It's almost time for the 20 mark, but anyway, thank you, Michelle, and if Barry or anybody else. And I don't. It's really hard, to like, oh well, who you going to make, co-captain of the team, kind of thing. Oh Jesus, I don't know. That person right there looks good to me. As a director, there were a lot of times I just went with my gut, like that person right there can do this, and they would. And so, with that said, that's kind of sort of how I went with the. You're welcome, Michelle. Y'all, see, you all honor me by doing what you do. So, to just it doesn't because it's this honor thing, right? On a deep level that somebody else might not necessarily understand what the depth of that honor is or means. And so it's like they want to be moderator because for whatever reason it's prestigious or whatever you know and for me the moderator should be someone who's going to be the lookout, who's going to get my back, who's going to keep an eye on stuff. It ain't about them, and it isn't really about me. It's about the chat and keeping things together there, right? And so, and it's how that reaction is. So it's like, so there are criteria that I'm discussing that I just kind of sort of know. And if it feels good, then there it is. But, I don't want anybody to be mad at me or, well, you chose them over me. I'm sorry. As a director of plays and things that I've done over the years, there were just, I just always went with my gut. Now, sometimes my gut can change, but at the moment, but I just want to say that Michelle and Elderberry and Teresa have, they have been very kind to me and very nice and so forth. Yeah, I can see it getting light out there. You're a little earlier than I am, Alex. Strange dreams. I got your message, and my phone was on charge, and then I got doing football today, and things were just a little nutty for me. Um, Not necessarily bad way. It just my brain's just a little muddy. Just I don't know. And I was talking about energy levels and stuff earlier, 4 hours ago, and I don't know if it's solar energies or whatever. But there's something kind of wiggle around and going around. It seems like something's. It's sort of like the puzzle pieces, whatever they are. Um, Take the Earth for example. We're coming up on a 20 in 3 minutes. That the Earth is a puzzle, okay, and it's floating on magma as much as people would try to tell you that it ain't. We are, and so that La Paloma over there, in the Canary Islands, right? Anyway, over yonder, it's blowing up and being big time. Also, Kilauea, I think in Hawaii is acting up some too. Plus, there are some other volcanoes and other places on the planet that are acting up, and some other more. Like there was one in Greece that made some noise the other day. Personal Mandela effects too today. That's interesting. And in Italy too, right? Exactly. That's sort of my point to that. Yep. So, but because Mother Earth is acting the way she is, it's like, the mantles and the plates and everything, the puzzle pieces, right, are like not quite fitting together. They're just like disjointed or something. And I mean, there have been times where if you've ever put a big puzzle together, if the if the puzzle gets damp in any way, these puzzle pieces, because they're so tight, this piece here, that's the male part, swells up, just a little bit of moisture, but it's made out of cardboard, and they won't quite fit together, right? That they're made, that's the right puzzle piece, but because of moisture, the puzzle has swelled up just both sides, right? And it won't quite fit together. So it's like disjointed. And sometimes you just have to shuffle it and wiggle it and press down on it for the pieces to go back in. And I think Mother Earth is going through a kind of sort of similar thing in that the puzzle pieces are kind of like disjointed. And of course, I have believed this for a long time that, that Mother Earth, of course, she's alive, right? Of course, it's a living entity. She's shifting, she's changing. In my vision, she gave me years ago about the native riders on horseback and so forth, and what was showed, and that Mother Earth didn't want to destroy anything, but she had to take back the energy that was taken from her, and that shifts and things need to move and change as part of the balance of the universe and the balance of the earth and the balance of stuff. So we just happen to be in the middle of it all. So how it transpires in the end, part of me believes that some of the end books of the Bible where John is visited by the angels, and the angels say, John's on his knees and doing this thing, and the angel says, "No, get up, you are as I am, and as we are brothers and sisters in the universe," right? So, and that, after all this trouble and strife, and years ago, I did a bunch of study on it, but the Catholic Church, the Pope is the Antichrist. Okay, they're waiting on the Antichrist. It's the wrong thing. The idea of what the Antichrist is wrong. So, and the Pope is the Antichrist, and the Church is demolishing, and these things through. The serpent, and this and that and the other. When you look at what the Vatican is and the shape of the serpent, you got to go, wait. So, the Vatican and the church is the prophecy of the Bible that was created around the Vatican, and through with that in mind, kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? There's all this relationship. So, in order for their prophecy that they put forth, certain things must fall into order. It's their order, it's their plan. It ain't mine, it ain't yours, but they include us because they think they own the place, right? So at the Vatican, with all the birth certificates and all this stuff, that they own us. Okay, we are property in the galactic universe. Uh, Fell asleep about 4 hours ago. Just vote. I call him the poop. So the prophecies need to be fulfilled because they wrote them. But the end of it is that, so how certain things come, though, but peace comes to pass for 1,000 years. And for a long time, my feeling, whatever it is, I've tried to ignore it for a long time, but is that I was going to be one of the folks at the end of whatever the end is, not necessarily destruction, but an evening and maybe a leveling. But with Mother Earth popping volcanoes and stuff the way she is, I mean, it's pretty active shit. Watching that one over there just busting a gut, I'm like, man, oh man. In my lifetime, I don't remember all this. In almost 70 years. I didn't say 69. I'm sorry, it's just damn funny to me. Now I'm going to get more stoned because it's 6:20. What? Oh, did I miss it? from because I'm yapping. All right, friends and neighbors. It's 6:20 something Eastern Daylight Time here in Southwest Georgia. Hawkeye Two Feathers sitting in with uh, Alexander the Ganja Shaman, Yizby, and ST, and Michelle, and some other people sleeping in the background like Yizby. I love it. I really do. Uh, Ken, I promise I'm not trying to um, ignore you. I didn't find out that you had called me until like the until today. This is still Sunday, right? I was outside putting my cement mixer together when you called the other night, so I didn't even know you called. And somebody else had called me and left me a message, and their voice was so low I couldn't hear them. I could barely hear you. So I was like, y'all gotta I know I'm getting a little hard of hearing, but y'all gotta speak up. That's all there is to it. Lori, how are you? Man, I'm sorry. I gotta go to bed and get out of here. Good, but good to see you all. I see that's one of the things. Barry, you're back again. I know you've been snoring in the background. Don't be lying to me. Yeah, I listen in the background. You can tell I'm asleep, can't you? This is all a dream. I dreamt this, you know. There are times though when honestly I will wake up and go, now I know I just did 7 hours of a live show and have talked to a bunch of people. It's been absolutely lovely, right? And I go, but wait a minute. When I shake my head and think about it, what I heard as the topic or whatever the conversation ain't what we talked about. So I'm not remembering the show I just did or topics. It's something different. So it's sort of like, wait a minute, I didn't do that show. We didn't talk about that. Wait a minute, what the fuck are we doing? I did a 5 hour show but and I was in my sleep, and woke up and it's sort of like you and you were there and you were there. Oh, and you were there too. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. When she comes back, and you were there, and you were there. That's sort of how I woke up. I was like, wait a minute. That was sort of surreal. So, but like tonight, sort of, there are parts of tonight, this morning, that I almost feel like I did this. It feels like not, well, it's not really a deja vu in that it was, it's similar. The sort of the kinetic energy, the life force, whatever the energy y'all are putting out certain times, certain conversations or whatever. It's like I can feel it in the collective, and I don't know if y'all can, but it's this collective energy, soul tribe, however you want to look at it. We are, members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. So uh, I'm sitting here, and since I'm yapping, I'm sitting here. Yeah, I'm surprised everyone's still here too. Um, but I get different images from space, my higher guys, folks, kind of trying to sort of explain it to me, and I'm like, I the biggest thing is that I have to believe, right? And I have to accept it. And so those two things just sort of So why or how or whatever, just kind of sort of just like, it's sort of like how I could connect when I did puppetry. So now when I do this and I'm making, quote, the connection to the universe, it's a similar connection, but it's not the same connection, just similar. So in that though, I feel like when Barry's on or somebody, um, and like when different people come on, it's like I really hate to leave. I really do, because y'all made the effort to come and check me out and see what I'm yapping about, and to visit. And so in sharing your energies, it's sharing your energies with everybody else. So um part of me as an engineer wants to know how this works. For example, from my point of view, am I like am I acting like an antenna? Okay, or is this antenna like a booster, or am I transmitting, or am I receiving, or is it both? And does it matter? I mean, so my brain, I'm not trying to like overthink it or whatever. I just do what I do and leave it up to the universe, and trust these folks who are trying to teach me how to do this. And so, by doing cards, so it seemed like my rate of doing pulling cards that were appropriate, at least, was a pretty good average. Um, so in that, I feel like I'm honing my skills as I don't consider myself a psychic or whatever, but in being able to communicate when you all are around. So in the quote chat room in the sky, I know that you all are here. So part of me touches with Barry, part of me with Isby, part of me with Michelle and Lori and you know and all these other folks, right? And Witch Moon and just folks, right? So and I feel this is hard to describe. It's not like I hear you all at the same time, or that sometimes there are little tidbits of conversation that seem to be in my head that I'm like, oh, there's chatter going on. Um, but that I simply know that you all are there. It's just I understand it. Y'all are there because I know that you're there in the chat, so I don't have to go looking in the universe. Well, is Lori listening? Well, I don't have to ask that because she's in the chat. She doesn't have to say anything. She just says hi. So, but I know for sure that somewhere in the universe there is this invisible chat room where everybody's sitting together. So in my head, you're sitting, and we aren't actually, but you're sitting in the room. So well, there's Barry over there, and Lori just came in from the side over there, and hey, Isby, I didn't see you out back, so it's like, but I know y'all are there. I know your presence is there. I know this is a really strange discussion and trying to, explain this, but it feels good and positive, and I don't, I have, I, I don't consciously ask this question, but it keeps coming up. And so I'm like, all right, then y'all just tell me what the hell's going on, right? So am I a transmitter, receiver? Am I I know I'm a messenger, right? So as a radio announcer, DJ, I am that translator or that person. I'm your late night, Hawkeye radio, from Southwest Georgia, TTFN, Tata for now in a few minutes. But to the idea though that somehow, what is, I keep that, what the hell is my role in this, right? Well, they just say just keep doing what you're doing. Okay. So I trust because you are here, And Barry, that's what I was saying earlier when you were snoring. But, I thank you and honor you, Elderberry and Michelle and Teresa, for being my moderators. I consider it a high, I consider what you do for me, for this channel, and for who we are, which I still can't figure out. I'm just a crazy old hippie, but that we're all friends, and that's a good thing. And we all share good energy together. That's a good thing. We all say prayers and help each other out, at least in the cosmic sense. That's a good thing. So I still have no idea what my job is here, but it's to be that person who can rap for 6 hours with no script, But here's the thing: I won many awards, not trying to brag, but it is honest, for extemporaneous speaking. Now, I placed seventh in the nation as a greenhorn many years ago in competition, seventh out of 50 states. I represented the state of Georgia. I won the state gold medal with the VICA competition when I went back to technical school. And so I won the gold medal for public speaking and extemporaneous speaking, and locally and for the state of Georgia, and then placed seventh in the nation. Uh, because I'm wired this way, like I said, I always dreamed of being a late night radio jock. People driving across the nation, and I'd be on some AM station, late night, talk about something and playing tunes. And here I am doing YouTube, which is like, it's very similar. So, and interesting, it's like I kind of sort of got my wish. So, things that I saw me doing as an older man, like now, retired, so forth, are not quite exactly what I had anticipated. So I would, like I told my friend Jerry that literally owned a radio station, I was like, dude, I'll do it for free. But he said, yeah, but I got to keep the lights on. I got to pay the electricity. The transmitter is going to be on, it ain't just paying you. And I was like, yeah, okay. But if you could get sponsors, he would tell me, because he was licensed to operate 24 hours. He said, you can go, or you can go for a couple hours, maybe not all night, but you could go to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, say after 12, right? Oh, really? So if I could get a sponsor for those 2 or 3 hours, then that would pay for the electricity to keep the transmitter and all that stuff going, and I could do live radio. Now, it might not get paid, but the thing with radio jocks is that if you got enough, you made your own salary by selling ads. So if you sold ads for your time slot, then that's how you paid for, you know, the radio station time, and that's how you get paid, right? So, but anyway, it wasn't about a money thing, and it still isn't. So at my age, but doing this YouTube thing, so in an odd sense, I'm absolutely doing, with some tweaking and modifications, what I kind of sort of wanted to do and what I thought I would do. And from in the past, looking forward, this is what I'll be doing when I get older. And here I am kind of sort of doing it. Like, okay, uh, I used to work second and third shifts all my life as far as being awake, that part. Um, as a shaman in training and talking about energies and connections, that's interesting. Wow. that's just that's weird. I'm sorry. This lighter's moving by itself on this computer. But so as I was discussing way earlier on, Oh, you too, Lori? Yeah, I was never late on second or third shift. If it was, you know, it was very odd. I was always late on first shift. Plus, you got the shift differential. You got the whatever little bit extra per hour, usually, for working the other shifts. So it's like it was quieter. There wasn't all the managerial staff. There was, it was easier going, less stress. You just going to do your job, and no matter where it was. And third shift, a lot of times was even easier. Man, just do your job and just, don't go screwing around. And I'm back in the day when I was doing precision grinding. About 2 or 3 in the morning, there would be this certain time, and I'd be working, I'd be grinding away, and I'm talking about this is jet engine precision stuff, right? Because that's what I was doing. I was grinding the profile in metal for the gauges that check the profile on the fan blades that go in jet engines. So if my gauges are wrong and the fan blades are wrong, then jet engines fly apart and kill people. So it had to be right on the money. So about 2 or 3 in the morning, I'm grinding something, and it's been a little tedious up to this point. And you got to take little bits of grind and you touch it off. You have to watch the little sparks as it hits the metal, and you have to do, and you just tweak the grinder just a little bit and make the adjustment, and you perfect, right? Well, people during first and second shift, there was so much noise and people and stuff going on, they would over grind it, they'd burn it, whatever, they'd have to start over, and then they'd send it to me. And then I would just take my time. But to the point though, I did some really very intricate work and did some really fine work with it simply by being able to just third shift, not be bothered, and get her done. And I'm proud of the work I did. There are people I've met later on who are machinists saying, Dave, no, but there was a certain tool that I helped design and modified, and then I could regrind them. So they have these parts, and I mean these things were like $400 a piece. So in what's called a chain broach, they needed um, the brooch pieces to last for at least 10,000 pieces. That was like a good run, right? Well, these things couldn't run 2,000 pieces. So, where everything else in the setup could run 10,000 pieces, parts of the things that really mattered, these finishers could only do 2,000. And then you had to pull it out, replace it, put it back in, run 2,000 pieces, pull it up, change it up to. So we were having issues. So it came to me and an engineer, and we worked it out. And we redesigned some of these finishers, and we went from 2,000 parts to 5,000 parts. And from 5,000 parts, we changed the type of metal that was being used and the hardness, and we went from 5,000 parts to 11,000 parts, which, because they lasted so long, we tried some similar things to the other parts. And so instead of having to lift this huge 10-ton cast iron piece off, um, that now they could run, anywhere from 10 to 12. We had one of the finishers that went 15,000 parts before one of the teeth broke off. So, in my lifetime, I've been able to work on things, but I was the only person, because I worked with the engineer and we developed a way to regrind these things. So if it got a little chip or something, we could take them out and send them over to me, and I'd set it up and regrind these things and get the chips down, and we could put it back in and put it back to running. Wouldn't have to spend another $400 or $500 and wait for it to come in. I could regrind them in the shop and be up in an hour, right? So when I left, though, no one could duplicate what I did. And I tried to teach people. So it's like, so my point, I'm not bragging. I'm saying that there are things that I've been able to do in life. Tried to share them, tried to teach other people, wouldn't listen. But then later on they go, man, I sure wish I would have listened to you, because what you did while you were there, because when you left and none of us could do what you did, we went back to 200, 2000 pieces again. We went from, you know, 2000 pieces to 5,000, 10,000, 15. You left, we went back to 2000 again. So it cost of money and time and so forth. Okie dokie. But in my lifetime, I feel like that's a really good achievement on a personal level. It didn't make me any more money. It didn't save my job. When I tried to go back and get my job back, they said, well, you left me, but my mother was dying, for God's sakes. Well, my adopted mother, but she had cancer. I went down for the funeral, and there was time, things they could do without me. And they said, well, no. And then I just said, well, then screw it. I'm going to the funeral. And so they fired me. Company policy. And the guy told me as my exit interview, he said, David, he said, you're giving up you know what you're giving up. And I said, yeah, I'm giving a damn good job. And I said, but I know that if I don't take this time off with my mother at the time, right? I'm saying that I would not be able to live with myself. And I said, and he looked at me, he said, you mean giving up a career and a good job? And it paid really well, especially at the time. And me being the only one that could do some of this stuff, I had it in the bag. They didn't care when I worked, as long as I get the job done, right? So but the fact that I felt that my honor to my parental mother, who didn't really like me in life, but tried to, in her own best, whatever brains she had, to, get along with me and provide for me or whatever. For all the dishonest things she did to me, I felt I had to be a bigger person than that. And at her death, as she was dying, I needed to spend time with her for whatever reason. Uh, you know, I don't know if it did any good or not. It was a really nasty way she went. Not like other folks that I knew and was there when they passed, or within a day or two, right? So, but this idea though that I was like, no, I couldn't live with myself, regardless of losing a job or a career, if I couldn't go bury my mother. I said that, and to be with my family during her time of death, and then I said, no, that ain't gonna work. And there are times it's like I had wished that their rules were different and that I could still work there, but I don't regret doing what I did. You know what I mean? I wish I could go back to work there. I love grinding. I love that. Oh my God. But that didn't work out. So it's like, okay. So, but having worked there for 5 years and doing what I did, learned a lot, and um, for myself, I learned to open up to the universe, because some of these things were so precise that you really had to feel your way into it. And there were other people who just could not get the feel of the machine or the feel of what you were doing or the concept of it, just wasn't in their brain. And I conducted classes, tried to teach other machinists there in the plant how to do it. They just didn't have the tweaky thing, So, but anyway, so why I got off on that tangent, I have no idea. I guess because I really liked doing it, but I gave it up for the right reasons. For me, I kind of understand what honor means. And so, like, I know where this is going, and it goes back to Barry. Yeah, I've got about a half a cup left from today's coffee that I haven't drank. I've slowed my intake slightly to, I still drink a pot a day, but not by supper. you know, it's there might be a cup left from the night before, kind of thing. That's okay as a wake up, right? As the good coffee's brewing for the whatever. But what I'm talking about this about honor and that story is that that's what I consider honor. So when I say when Barry and Michelle and Teresa that they honor me, and it's something that you give up regardless of whatever. I mean, it's something you just know it's the right thing to do versus something that you got to have or something that ain't that. So I kind of feel it, have felt it with them. There's some other folks too, but with that said, things are the way they are. But I made that little remark about working as a broach grinder and all that. Um, because of how I learned what honor was through that. There were people who worked there who were very honorable that helped me to design these tools and be able to grind them. But we saved the company like shitloads of and we saved ourselves tons of work. So it was a good beneficial thing for all concerned. But so I feel honored by the help that was given to me so that I could further the development and make it work, right? It's one thing to do it on paper, it's another thing to make that application work. So I've been blessed with being able to work some very complicated things out over my years. And in the end, hadn't really netted me anything, but I learned something in it, right? So, but so for every one of you that's here, is being all y'all, Elder Barry, Lori, and, Esty, and Alex, if you're hanging out in the background somewhere, he's probably snoring. That's okay. We love you. This is them all nighters. So, but I'm gonna quit yapping because I got a backache, a buck ache. I got to go pee for other reasons and stuff. But anyway, so and the sun's coming up. If it doesn't rain today, I have parts for my truck. I got the cement mixer together. It was a little testy at times. Some of the instructions weren't very instructional, but it's together. And, so I'm ready to mix concrete. Have been working outside on the foundation. That, it's gotten rained on and mud and stuff. And, so I've got to clean the foundation out so I can finish the front wall of the room out there, the porch. And now that I've got the cement mixer, I can, make me a bunch of batches without killing myself. Elderberry, anytime. I'm humbled that I'm here, to do this. My connection with the spirits. How do I do 4, 5, or 6 hours? They've crammed so much information in my brain about some stuff, and my little offshoots of stories like the grinding and stuff. It's my own personal little story, and I like that story. I like the feeling that it gives me. I remember how I used to feel when nobody else could do it, I could get it done. I could get her done, and that made me feel proud. It's that accomplishment thing. Not that I felt like, oh, look at me, that wasn't it. I quit my job. It was like if I was really, I would have, anyway. So I don't know about gotta go get ready for work. You have a great day. You too, Lori. And we're always sending prayers out to all y'all. I've already said my prayers earlier about an hour and a half ago when I was supposed to go. But we love you. We do. Thank you for showing up and hanging out with us, really. For me, it means a lot to okay. So Lori shows up and contributes because she says hi. So her energy, as I was chatting about before Lori got here, her energy is now added to the mix of us that are here. Our cosmic consciousness, she's added her little thought process to the rest of the group, right? So it's in this sharing that I feel most humble, and that we can get together and do this sharing that's not just in the chat room. It's the cosmic energy that we emote and that we connect with each other. That is the most important part. Why do I do 7 or 8? I haven't done 8 hours, I don't think yet. Maybe I have. But that it's because as I was trying to get my mentors to explain to me that am I a transmitter? Am I is it like an antenna? What is this? What is this thing that y'all got me doing here? Because I scratch my head at times and go, I have no idea how this works, but I am confident and I do feel it that it does work. And I, continue to pray. Yeah, she just added herself to the circle. She put her consciousness into the pot, like here, I'm here, gang. Okay, I'm in the background listening. Okay. So but with that said though, the people who come in and volunteer their energy, their consciousness, and say, hey gang, just wanted to stop in and say hi. Those folks who come in and do that, to me, that's very precious. That is so honorable, and I am so humbled every time I do a show. And I think, man, ain't nobody going to listen the next time. They're, I'm going to get on. People just going to get bored of my chatter, But then they, like today, they woke me up and they said, "Okay, here's your goal for today. We're going to talk about this." Okie doke, And I hope I haven't, offended anybody. I know I've used the N word a few times, like Nancy and naughty and numbskull, but it wasn't done with any disrespect to anyone. It was simply as a matter of reference as to how it used to be, the honest to God truth, how it used to be. So, in being truthful, sometimes people might get offended, but, uh, you know, if you don't want to hear the truth, then stop listening, But for sometimes it seems like there are, I don't want to call them implants. That's the wrong word. Downloads. And it's like, okay, well, I need to go. Yeah, my back hurts. Yeah, and you want something to drink? Yeah, you got to pee. Close. Let's not pee on the floor. Okay, but if I stand up, I might. That's the honest to God's truth. Like dribble to the bathroom. Oh no, here we go. Old age kind of working itself out. Better out than in, or whatever. But not on the floor, right? So, but anyway, it's almost like somewhere in there, there's still another message for whatever reason that's out there that I haven't quite gotten all of the information out of my head yet that they wanted me to say. So I hesitate and tell little stories along the side, and then something pops out and goes, "Oh yeah, let me add this to the mix," and then blah blah blah. A little, oh yeah, this is part of this too. So in a lot of ways, a lot of this stuff is always related, and it's odd at the end of the day. And I look back and I go, "Psst, it was kind of related, even though I went off on. Now we talk about food and stuff like that, not related, And I couldn't answer what you call it's thing about the jambalaya for my life because I'm in this other mode, right? Can't change gears on this kind of stuff when you get into this. And it's also my connection to my spirit guide, my angel. And it's like they're sitting up there, like keeping the line open. Like, okay, the next, and it's like, and sometimes it's just temporary. They're playing checkers or something and ain't really paying attention to me. But then there are other times that are sitting up there with their arms folded, looking down. Okay, now when you get down to talking about this, And I go, oh, okay. So here we go again, or some more. He was talking about looking down at the earth. And I was too in my dream, Hawkeye. Really? Yeah, to have really experienced that from being out on the river and that's an experience in and of itself, okay? But then to have been picked up the way I was that time, and I've done a lot of acid and tripping and stuff and other things, and I wasn't none of that, but this experience by far was like, surpassed any kind of hallucinogenic, uh, want to see the universe kind of thing. It was it was really cool, shocking, surprising, scary. I mean, it was all the above, but it was amazing. But to just be out in the universe and not be afraid of anything and just be able to see how vast and experience, and you go, holy crap. Because seeing it from here is really cool, but when you go out yonder and see it, oh my God. And the thing is that now I will be honest with you, as I try to be all the time. I have seen many different pictures of the universe, through the Hubble and the different, different movies and stuff, as to how they will portray space and the different colors in the star systems and stuff like that. And okay, so my brain sort of has information because of all the sci-fi and pictures and stuff that I've looked at, of the universe myself. So in my retrospect of the experience, and while I was experiencing it, I was like, this is similar, but not anything that I've seen. The, pictures, certain pictures from the Hubble telescope resemble what I saw as I looked around. The certain sci-fi movies and what their interpretation of the universe looks like, it was similar, but not. So I was like, so for my own self, I was like, so I'm not stoned in my kayak in the middle of the lake and dreaming this, because none of these pictures fit anything that I have seen or experienced. So this must be something different. This must be real, right? So in the astral projection thing, is this a dream? Am I imagining this? Am I projecting this? Is this me thinking this, which is possible, but I could never think what it actually felt like. The experience was different, Which I wonder what it feels like. Boom, and then you feel it and you go, crap, I never thought it would feel like this. So, it just one of those things. But anyway, wondering if they are memories. For me, some of them are, but my point to this was that particular experience was not. It was in the present day at that time they wanted me to experience, not a dream or a memory. They wanted me to experience the now, what it felt like to be a see and feel and to understand what it's like to be, quote, a part of the universe. And I was like, oh man. So, but um, I've had similar things, but just not as profound. There are certain things that just hit you in a way that is just like, you can't take this away, no matter what. I say, if I get old timers disease, and forget stuff, that I think I would remember that. I mean, it was that profound, on being on Mount Rainier and on being in places and being in the ground, being in Climax Cave, being certain places that I have been that left such an impression that it's like, uh, I think that's a locked in memory. But it was in present day, it was in this lifetime. It was an adventure that I went through this time around, not somebody else's or a picture of somebody else's. No, it was my experience. And so then it becomes my memory. But guess what? When I leave this world, I get to take that adventure with me. And by being out in the universe and experiencing it that night, it was just like, wow, and this is what I get to expect. This is what, yeah, guess what, Hawkeye? This is here all the time. And I was like, yeah, I know. No, you don't. Pay attention. And I was like, oh, there was just something extra about that. It's here all the time. Well, when you're looking up at the sky, you go, wow, this is here all the time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But when you're there, it's like, you look in the book about the mountains and you say, well, this is really cool, blah, blah, blah. But that when you get there and you experience the mountain itself, your opinion changes, because now you have the experience of it. So that's as close as I can relate to, what the experiences is, your anticipation of, like for me, going to Surford Mound, it was cool, but I was somehow kind of deflated in that my brain thought it was going to be something different. Now it was cool in and of what it is, don't get me wrong. But somewhere in me, I was like, wait a minute, this is not what I expected. So much I'm supposed to know, don't expect things, right? But after seeing pictures and people's descriptions and stuff like that, so somehow I just thought it was going to be taller, is all. It was still cool. Um, it was not as spiritual as I was hoping, liking to be, because we were on a tight schedule. But the fact that I was there and got to sit and have a couple of quiet prayers in the corner, because there was a don't touch the grass and don't be on it and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I wasn't like I was going to dig anything up. I just wanted to, touch the thing, which I did, said some prayers. But it was all kind of rush because of tourists and people and stuff. So, I would have liked to have had 20 minutes of like solitude with nobody walking around or anything, but that wasn't going to happen. And that was a little disappointing, but it's a open public museum kind of thing. So you take what you can get. But I was still glad for the experience. And better for it for being there too, because it was very interesting. Never been on your river, but I can be there through you talking about it. Yeah, it's going to be soon too. The river's down to the right level. It's not flooded anymore, but we also have rain in the forecast for the next week. So it's like, oh boy. But anyway, so I love you all. I will say the prayer again. It bears repeating. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings of the universe. They will surprise you in good ways. Hopefully, all of them good. For me, my adventures have taken me into some crash courses and other things, but you know, I know I'm slightly off track on the prayer, but so for me, had I not had the near death experiences, the I hate to say it, but the opportunity to know what it's like to freeze to death and then not, was, you know, stage 3 hypothermia and, almost going into a coma. That'll change your perception on things. But, for me and my journey, and I don't wish this on anyone, but, sometimes the bad things in life that happen to us are the things that really do make us stronger, are the things that do give us the confidence to say, you know what, no matter what this world deals me, I'll just do my best. I can deal with it. And that's where the belief comes in from the universe. Because I continue to pray each and every day I put my feet on the ground that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. It's getting light outside. And that law of three, which is really cool to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings of the universe. And, keep up the good work with rejecting those things that don't make a difference and don't make a shit. And focus on the things that really are important and focus on the things that you can change in your life in your present life. Quit worrying about all the big shit. We'll keep an eye on it together. That's my job as a watchman, and we'll talk about it and we'll stay calm about it because a lot of this stuff, there's not a fucking thing we can do. So why lose sleep over it, right? But we can have the discussion. Here we can meet and chat and share energies and experiences, and what in the world may make us crazy, we can come here and share our sanity, because everybody else knows we're nuts and conspiracy theorists. Here we're just family. So have a great day, everybody. Have a great Monday. Have a great week. Y'all be safe, okay? And Ween, thank you, Michelle, back there in the background somewhere. And we love you all. Keep doing what you're doing. We're going to make it through this. Esty, my mother-in-law, always had this book, When You Could Look Up a Meaning of Dreams. Yeah, there are a lot of different interpretations. The biggest thing about dreams, uh, you're welcome, SB. And like I said, I didn't get your message until today, and then I damn sure couldn't hear it. Then the battery was down, and then I did this video, but we're caught up. I wasn't trying to ignore you, I swear. There's somebody else I got to call too, but the phone was not charged. If I leave it off, it'll, it's about time for the battery to go and for me to get a new phone kind of thing. But as long as it's still working, I just forget to plug it in. That's all. So I love you all. Be safe, okay? And Ween TTFN, ta for now from South Georgia. This is Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as Crazy Dave. David Null. And it's been a pleasure to ride with you today, last night and this morning. And for those of you who may listen later on, we wish you all the good things and blessing as well. Whether or not you're live with us, we still share your energy and know that you are loved. And keep up the good work. We need positive information. We need positive reinforcement. And by golly, a pat on the back from each of us to each other, doesn't hurt a thing. So pat on the back. Cheers, everybody. Be safe. I love you. Thank you for what you do. Bye. Till next time. Adios. Ween.